Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Rubber King and Mirror Master by Lonely Wanderer. What if Luffy had another older brother besides Sabo and Ace, one who followed him on his journey to be Pirate King? Between Monkey D. Luffy and Serpents D. Chaos, the Grand Line and the Marines won't know what hit them. Adios.
If anyone knows what happens in this arc, then you know what the chapter title is referring to. If not, then hold on tight. Rubber King and Mirror Master. I want to live, creak. The doors slowly opened before the guards shoved in a gruff-looking Frankie and a resigned Robin, though neither deigned to actually look Spandam in the eye, or even in his general direction. This is too good to be true. I didn't truly believe you survived your accident, but here you are, Cutie Flam. And Nico Robin, the most dangerous woman in the world. Seems a bit of a waste of a title given Dragon is the most dangerous man. And there are other more dangerous and powerful women, such as any female crewmate of a Yonko, though maybe she's dangerous in different ways. Plus it might mean independence. What a glorious day. Shame the world will probably never know what CP9 managed to accomplish today, though I suppose that's the drawback to being an elite secret organization. Spandam boasts, continuing to talk even though nobody was really listening. Honestly, the news of your capture could take years to break. The justice those old farts dole out is much too lenient and slow. Action must be swift and decisive. I mean, it is world peace we're aiming for after all. He laughs, then begins to approach the prisoners. Surely there's nothing wrong with sacrificing a few fools along the way to our righteous goals. If everyone rolled over and did what we told them to first time, extreme measures such as these would be unneeded, like what we did with poor Tom. The idiot then laughs in Frankie's face, the cyborg's face stony, until Spandam's back turned. Then he ran at the moron and clamped his jaws around his head like a carnivine, with the expected flailing from weedy Spandam. Oddly enough, only Robin reacted, and even then it was wide-eyed shock. The other agents sat back and enjoyed the show, so to speak, pretty much tuning out Spandam's pleads for help, until he called specifically for Kumadori, the man separating the two in his overdramatic way, while also causing Spandam to slam face first into the ceiling. Frankie face down on the floor, beaten but mostly unharmed due to his body. "No need to thank me, Chief. No need," the staff wielder says, knowing he mildly fucked up, even if he completed his objective of removing Frankie from Spandam, none of which noticed his fall had knocked the Den receiver off its cradle, preventing communication between the tower and the main island, where Luffy was beating the crap out of everyone in range of his attacks. Meanwhile, at the main gate, "Okay guys. We picked the lock, now you just have to get it open," Kiwi shouts, distracting the others, but also doing the same to the giant they were fighting. So the stalemate still stood, unfortunately. "What? No fair." The giant whines. "You heard the girls. Everyone get those gates open, for Rocketman, the Straw Hats, and Big Bro Frankie." Zambe bellows. The still-standing Frankie family members stormed the gates, made easier with the giant distracted and partly restrained. Rope action. Top Knot, by Polly and the Galila. Then with help from all that could spare, especially their mega bulls, they grabbed the ropes ensnaring the giant and pulled, literally spinning him like a top, before letting him twirl helplessly and returned focus to the getting the gate open, causing quite a ruckus when then finally did. A group of demolition experts, shipwrights, mega bulls and a still spinning giant catching the assembled Marines off guard. The falling giant definitely dealing with a fair few of them. Eni's lobby. Front gate. What the, is that a sea train? Yeah, and it's not the puffing Tom either. It's coming right for us at full speed. They can't seriously be trying to jump the fence, can they? In fact, they kind of were, or at least were heading in that direction, full speed towards the island. People and structures be damned. It was the main reason Zoro was sitting right on Rocketman's nose, swords at the ready. Seeing as the train didn't look to have any intention of stopping, and they already had enough intruders as it is, the Marines pulled themselves to their feet and immediately ran to the gate to shut it as fast as possible. "Attention passengers," Kokura's voice came through the intercom. "Your swordsman friend wanted me to pass on a message due to an unforeseen change of plans. Hold on to your butts, as well as something a little more solid. We're seeing just how fast Rocketman can go." Her cackles could be heard even from their car, not exactly helping morale or soothe nerves. "What the fuck happened, Marimo?" Sanji yells out the window. "Well, they kind of closed the front gate," Zoro admits, with a hint of nerves. Cue panic from the usual suspects. "How screwed are we, Papa?" Artemis asks, latching onto his cloak as something solid, though it was technically the entire researcher she was being kept steady by. "No more than usual. We're making it through even if we have to leap from Rocketman as it blows up, taking the gates with it," Chaos assures her, looking a little amused by the idea himself, until Valentina head slaps him. "Don't be so happy about our impending demise. Fuck, is this why you and all Sunday got along so well?" she whines. "Hey frog, see fence?" The frog nods. "Smash, Jero Jero. We're boned." That was his plan. Kokura screams as Rocketman slams into the fence. Though the frog slammed his fist's palms into it first, the strength behind him causing the metal to bend and in turn, form a ramp which managed to do the impossible: send Rocketman flying over the gate itself. "You better have thought long and hard about how we're getting down from here," Alvida shouts out the window. "I have," Zoro nods, getting everyone's attention. "We fall," he replies bluntly, some of the crew unsure as to why that surprised them. "We'll just have to see if luck is on our side." Back on the main island, or at least the ground, "Okay. We made it this far, but we need to go deeper," Zame orders, hefting his bazooka as something zipped in front of them, stabbing Polly in the shoulder. "Who the hell are you?" the shipwright yells, trying to punch the fuck, but he zipped away. "We are the watchdogs of justice," the apparent head of the dog-riding weirdos announces, the helmets looking really dumb, but the blades, spikes extending past their knuckles on their elbow-length gloves were kind of cool. "By order of Chief Justice Baskerville, your sentence is death." He then rides his dog over to the giant and stabs him, though it was like being jabbed with a pin for the giant. "What are you doing? How could you let this happen?" That was embarrassing. I must have passed out," Oimo grunts as he stands up, the shipwrights and family members all falling off him as he does. "Crap, he's awake and back on his feet," Mozu squeaks, before God smiles on the Alliance, in the form of a sea train crashing full speed into his back, one-shotting the giant, damaging the nose, and also breaking its fall so it could come to a stop in the middle of the main island. "That was one hell of a landing. Do you think they're okay?" Zambe thinks aloud, the smoke billowing out of most of the train obscuring any movement to their point there may not be any. "They're not coming out," Polly says, disappointment and worry bubbling up inside. Meanwhile, the Marines cautiously approach the downed Rocketman. This was their mistake, as Zoro, Sanji, Chaos and Alvida proceeded to beat the crap out of anyone in range, getting cheers of joy at the clear sign they were okay from Galila and the family. "What the, who are these people?" one of the Marines yelp. Maybe we should have started with introductions," Zoro hums rhetorically. "Nah, would have ruined the element of surprise," Chaos chuckles, flicking blood off hubby's normal form. "Get the hell out of my way. Found the idiot," Vivi says between pants, huddled with the others against Rocketman's car. "Nice to see he's still in one piece," she chuckles to herself, while Artemis looks at her funny. "Boom, I think you spoke too soon," to which Vivi nods with a sigh, then yelps when she's grabbed by Alvida just before the Marines fire their bazookas at the sea train. "Was that really necessary? It's not like we were going to be able to leave on it anyway," Valentina hums, having bounced herself and Chopper onto a nearby building. "Stop. Hold your fire," one of the Marines shout, as Kokura and Chimney pop out of the still mostly undamaged main body of the train. "Hello. I'm just an old lady, and I'm a little girl with a kitty cat," Chimney adds, both waving happily. "Those straw hats threatened to do such terrible and immoral things to me and my granddaughter if I didn't operate the train. I had no choice," Kokura states. "Yeah, bunch of meanies," Chimney adds, pouting, causing Kokura to laugh and take another glug of her bottle. "What idiot would give their hostages alcohol, especially if she's supposed to be their driver?" Zambe thinks, not voicing the hole in Kokura's excuse. "What kind of monsters would take a sweet old lady, a small child and a cat as hostages?" a Marine asks disapprovingly. "Hey wait, when did that cloud appear? It shouldn't be possible here," he shouts, finally noticing Nami using her climatack to form a large and dark cloud above their heads. Granny, the cloud is getting bigger, chimney cheers, bouncing around while the drunkard laughs. Yeah, but it's starting to look dangerous, we should probably move, she decides, pulling the girl away to safety with her. Perfect suits the new piece pretty well, that cloud grew a lot faster than I expected, Nami mutters to herself, putting away her hot and cold bars, while letting the energy build in her thunder bar. Time to see the new and improved Thunderbolt tempo. The resulting lightning barrage shattered every window in the area as well as light up the marines enough their skeletons were visible as if a Dalek had invaded instead of a group of pirates. Luckily the other Straw Hats and their associates were a safe distance away, having been either further back than the marines, or having jumped away when they had started firing on Rocketman. The exception to this was, as you'd probably expect, Nami herself, who was thrown from the blast site by the initial shockwave. She was mostly fine, definitely better off than the marines, but still felt the need to physically express her displeasure on Soja King's head. "Were you trying to fucking kill me?" she screams. "Nami, why are you attacking Sniper King?" Chopper asks, the innocent small boy that he is. "Don't know, I felt like it," Nami sighs, not having the heart to pop the bubble. "Not my fault you didn't test it out first," Usopp gruises before switching back to his Sogeking voice. "Besides, Usopp told me he didn't design a feature like that. What you come up with on your own isn't his fault if it's overpowered." Glass cannon Nami is born. He defends, Amy nodding and bubbling, gurgling angrily at the navigator's mistreatment of her partner. "We should probably get moving. Finding Luffy and then Robin and Frankie before it's too late are our main concerns," Chaos states, trying to regain focus amongst the group. While Artemis comes out of hiding from within his cloak. Now Nami had stopped Zeusing everyone. "That's a good plan in theory, but how would we even find the damn rubber brain?" Sanji grunts. Then everyone turns as a loud bang and plume of smoke echoes through the island. "Never mind, that way?" "That way." They made it a good distance into the island proper, before the watchdogs decided to block their path. "Anyone have a problem with putting down some rabid mutts?" the researcher asks jokingly. "We are the watchdogs, guardians of the island's front gate," the leader croaks. "Then you're as lost as Zoro. The front gate is over there," Nami says, pointing behind them, but the boss clearly wasn't listening. "You've run rampant for far too long, villains. No criminal shall cross this line," he boldly declares, just as a platoon of marines appear and surround the group. "Fuck, we're so dead," Nami and Usopp yell, grabbing the other in panic. "Well, shit. Hey Vic, think you can help us with this minor issue?" Chaos asks, looking unimpressed and a little annoyed. "Sure can," the bomb man answers, picking his nose with a look of disinterest, not that he was needed too much given. "Gojira!" Marines scream as the Mega Bulls, the lead one being led by Polly, crash through a building and among other things make a mess of the trap that had been set by the dog riders. "Grab on, we're doing this the easy way," Polly shouts, before tossing down ropes for the Straw Hats to grab onto, then yanking them all up into the attached seating on the bull's back. "Thanks for the assist, Mr. Polly." Vivi smiles kindly, having dropped into the front seat alongside the driver. It would have taken much too long to deal with all of those cannon fodder. "Exactly why I did it, Little Miss Blue. You need to save your energy for when you go up against those CP jackasses. Saving your friend is no one priority. Like I said before, leave the grunt work to us," Polly reminds them, smiling slightly even if it was a gruff as he was. While he was on transport duty, the other Mega Bull and Zambe were providing cover fire, distracting the Marines so they couldn't even try to take down or even really delay the Straw Hats' bull. The only exception being the watchdogs, as their mutts were more agile than regular humans. "They're going to try climb the Yagara," Chopper screams in panic as they begin to catch up on them. "Hey princess," Vivi turns, "take the reins. I've got another appointment right now," Polly says. The girl nods and takes control as he jumps to the back alongside Tilestone and Peeply Lulu. "Just one thing. When you see those traitorous bastards, I want you to pass a message on for me, Kay. It's a simple one. You're all fired?" Chaos chuckles to himself while Zoro smirks. "Sure thing," before the galley lemen hop off and engage the watchdogs, taking out about 6 almost without trying, to the shock and horror of the agents around them, and awe in the case of Chopper and Artemis. "That's so cool," the reindeer squeeze. "We should probably check in on Robin and Frankie." "Well, if I didn't already know, That's definitely a Joker VA voicing Spandam there. When I say the winds are blowing in my direction, I mean it. Biwahahahaha. Every man in every nation must answer to me. All that power at the tip of my fingers. Spandam cackles, finally reaching the end of his villainous monologue. Robin being chief amongst the assembled group who were trying to keep a look of disgust off their faces. Why can't we just kill this moron? I don't understand. Why would Aokiji allow you of all people to unleash a buster call? Robin finally asks, when she thought the dumbass in front of her was calming down. This was probably a bad idea, given his answer was a punch to the jaw, knocking her on her ass. What gives you the right to question me? You shut your mouth. He practically screams, spittle getting about half of the distance between them. You get to play a part in the rebirth of this world, isn't that enough, you insolent witch? I'll finally wipe the books clean of Ohara's legacy, but if you're that needy, maybe you can help start my own legacy before I've bled you dry. He cackles, not seeing Robin's eyes hard and almost becoming lapis itself. I'm going to make the rest of your existence a living hell. I'm going to break you, use you, and then throw you out into the sea. Nothing more is worth a devil such as you. Oh, and I thought you should know, a ragtag group of weak peons have infiltrated the island, most likely in an attempt to rescue you. He sneers and Robin's eyes widen. You don't worry, I'm sure they've been apprehended by now. Straw Hat Luffy and his crew will bother us no longer, the manlet declares. Pay no attention to the screams and massive explosions rocking the other island. Okay? They're no more than ants compared to the 10,000 soldiers of Eni's lobby. They have perfect timing, my dear, given we were already getting a prison transport resources to send them all down now. Something broke in the archaeologist. That wasn't our deal. You promised that in return for my cooperation you'd let the Straw Hats go. Robin screams, not seeing the shimmer in her tears. Spandam chuckles, stupid girl. Lucci, remind her of the exact terms of our bargain. The leopard man sighs, in exchange for her assistance. All Straw Hats with the exception of Nico Robin herself, were able to leave Water 7 unharassed, he states flatly. And what do you know, they did that and now they're in Eni's lobby, which isn't Water 7 inches. Are you kidding me? You're breaking the heart of our agreement on such a minor technicality? Robin asks angrily, her neck almost snapping when it turns to an amused giggle. You clearly don't understand that the world government works strictly to the letter of the law. Once you stray, then you're a criminal, unless you're a dragon. Sway purrs, her chin resting on her knuckles with a rather sadistic smirk on her face. Government S, not an ounce of decency within a mile radius of us, Frankie grunts, causing Spandam's ire to be directed at him once more. Shut up, trash, we're not under any obligation to keep our agreements to pirate filth. You too? He finishes by kicking the still kneeling Robin in the face, then taking a few more free hits to the gut. Capturing criminals is what the Navy does. Not our fault you were stupid enough to make a deal and expect us to honor it. Robin lays on the ground, hacking up a small amount of blood. Coward, she whispers, though while a weed of a man it seems Spandam had rather good hearing, pulling her up to eye level by her hair. Still running your mouth, I see. I'll have to think of a suitable punishment for that. It's a shame we need you to talk, as otherwise I could just cut out your tongue and be done with you. Don't worry, I have plenty of time to find the perfect death for a backstabbing traitor such as yourself. He sneers before letting her flop to the ground once more. That's enough for now. Take them away, men. Yes, sir. The two goons by the door salute. Make sure Nico Robin's sea-stone cuffs are secure. Then remember that Cuddy Flam is being sent to impel down with the rest of the Straw Hats, and Nico Robin is being sent directly to Navy headquarters in Marineford. Once the ships are prepared, set off immediately through the gates of justice. Spandam orders. Oh, and one more thing. Be extra vigilant with Cuddy Florida. He was interrupted by Frankie once more latching onto him with his mouth, prompting another bout of chaos and stupid. Blueno sighs, but turns to the resident gossip. Any news on Straw Hat? He asks, the others listening in as Fukoro's zipper opens. Chapapa, before you arrived we got a report and the chief got really mad. He said Straw Hat only took out 5 men, but that doesn't sound right. The large man nods, that did sound strange. Sure, the kid wasn't much compared to them, but the regular Marines weren't really any stronger here than anywhere else in Paradise. It was then they noticed the Den was off the hook. Once the prisoners were escorted out, CP9 saw no point in sticking around. leaving with little fanfare, though Spandam was mildly scared shitless at Leopard and Hornet's admittance that their only true loyalty was due to the fact they were allowed to kill without consequence, provided it was the right people ending up dead. Back on the main island. This is actually going better than I thought it would, Vivi admits to herself just as Kaya slips into the seat beside her. The Marines are all pretty weak around her when you're going up against two of the monster trio, two former Baroque assassins, and a pissed-off Olivda. Never mind our resident mirror demon. The Amy girl agrees, chuckling to herself before using a tendril to whip a guy trying to climb onto their seats in the face. Futon. Daitopa, and Val is really getting in some practice with Usopp's newest gear. She tacks on after a Marine is essentially bitch slapped into a wall by the Kilo girl. I just hope we're going the right way, not exactly any signposts of directions in this place, the wirefighter notes with a nervous chuckle. Don't worry, Papa would have told you off if you were going the wrong way, Artemis adds from her position on Vivi's other side. He's either locked onto Mama. Or one of the CP9 goons, probably the Catman, she explains, making the other two sigh in relief as their living devil fruit detector at least told them going straight was still the correct move. Though given bloodied, four-taloned hands he was currently sporting, he might not exactly be focused on Robin at the moment, though that anger would probably at least have them barreling toward Lucci, which was good enough for the moment. On the other hand, they had lost Usopp on the way through the town. Fuck. Well, they really don't have time to look for him, so I guess he'll just have to survive long enough for them to pick him up in the way back smiley face. Meanwhile, this is the last building, though the gap is kind of far, Luffy think aloud as he sees the precipice between his current position on the courthouse roof and the Hall of Justice. Air door unfortunately, after all the cannon fodder he'd just outrun, now was the time for Blueno to show up literally out of thin air. Hey wait a minute, you're that bull guy who works for the pigeon guy, Luffy shouts angrily. There seems to be some discrepancies between the reports and the actual situation, Blueno says, mostly to himself. That's really cool how you appeared out of nowhere though, is it magic? Luffy asks, getting distracted. Plus it seemed off just from hearing it. You only taking out 5 Marines? The doorman scoffs. This is unexpected. It is also the furthest anyone has come to infiltrating through the mouth of the world government, which will stop right here. Luffy clenches his fists, recognizing that a fight was about to go down. Out of my way, bull. Tell me, how long do you plan to keep fighting? He asks. Until I win, or die, Luffy answers, a rather serious look in his eyes as he smirks widely and gets into a battle stance. I feel like I should say, that if this was any other week, the chapter would end here. So let's keep going then. Back with the rest of the crew boom RAAARG. Well shit, they pulled out the big guns. Victor curses as their bull takes a direct hit. We may have to go on foot from here. His suggestion was interrupted by the Frankie family and their bull pulling up alongside them. Hurry up, Sodom can't go any further, you need to jump to Gamora, Zambay orders. He took that mortar straight to the chest, the big guy's going down. After giving a heartfelt goodbye as well as an order to go, both translated by Chopper, Sodom tried to make the most of his current condition, by making as much trouble for the Marines as he could, as well as crush as many as he could as he fell. I'm sorry Zambay, if you hadn't come to help us Sodom would. Vivi begins, but the teary-eyed man covers her mouth. They took Frankie, we'd have come either way. Teaming up with you means a lot less of us are going to die. Sodom would be touched. You feel the need to apologize for his death, but it's not your fault. He then scowls. It's those monkey-suited bastards who did it. First Frankie, now Sodom. You're not taking anyone else from us. He bellows, Gamora roaring in agreement. With the mortar in front of them, Zambay took the reins and diverted them off the main street, partly to put things like buildings between them and the artillery fire for as long as possible, not wanting to lose both of their mega bulls today. Pura Nami blinks, then peers into her shirt to the baby den she'd been storing in there. How she has the space, I don't know. Then takes it out. Who could be calling us now of all times? Nami thinks aloud. Usopp, Chaos suggests, but Kaya shakes her head as he wouldn't have a den on him. Howdy, Kokura's slurred voice is heard. Granny Kokura, glad to hear you're still okay. Same here, you're not dead yet. How's progress? She asks. We're shouldn't be too long now, Nami answers, getting an unseen nod of understanding from the old drunk. Though we did have to make some detours along the way. That's nice. Now there was something I forgot to mention to you earlier. That sounds bad, Valentina says with a grimace. What did you forget? If you remember Polly's drawing, you'll notice there's no land between the courthouse and the gates of justice. Honestly, I was just rolling with all this shit, but continue. Alvida admits, the bottomless hole in the ocean was kind of a bigger issue in her mind, at least at the time. If you look at the courthouse you'll see two towers, at the top of both of them are levers. Pull both of them and a drawbridge will come down, granting you access to the gates and your friends, Kokura explains, fairly lucidly in fact. Also I saw your rubber friend on the roof of the courthouse. He looked to be wrecking some stuff so he's probably busy, Chimney chimes in, causing chaos to smirk. Luffy's closing Blueno's door in his own face. He laughs, hoping his brother made it hurt after what the bull-headed prick did to him. The good mood was shattered when Gamora was knocked over by giant wrecking balls. Wilded, chained to 11 weirdos in prison uniforms. With the bull down, it made it a lot easier for the Marines to surround the family and Straw Hats. Back with Luffy. So, Robin's being held in that building behind you, right? Luffy asks, pointing to the Tower of Law. In that case, get out of my way. Listen closely, boy, I'm sure you're unaware, but what you're doing right now is nothing short of a world-class crime. He lets the air hang. You missed the part where I should care. Get to the point already, Luffy grunts impatiently. The world government's power encompasses over 170 nations in all four corners of this world. Enies Lobby is a symbol of our strength and resolve, so attacking it isn't simply a stupid moment of defiance, but the first strike in starting a war between you and all our allied nations throughout the world. We are honor-bound to strike you down, Blueno explains, his voice not changing in the slightest. You will not only be ended mercilessly, but you will be used as an example for any who get a funny little idea to challenge our power and authority in the future. You're at most a few dozen men. You should have thought this through better. I said, get out of my way. So are you going to move or am I going to have to make you? Luffy asks, not caring one bit about Blueno's attempt at intimidation, explaining the facts to him. It doesn't matter whether I move or not, the point is the moment you stepped onto this island, you signed your own death warrant. Fighting is a waste of time. You got a mere taste of it back on Water 7 and were soundly defeated. Blueno almost boasted, while Luffy just began to stretch and psych himself up. You can't stop our 6 powers. The difference between us is simply too great for you to even hope to surpass. Luffy smirks under his hat. You may have a point, but I have a feeling I'm going to win this time. He then rushes at Blueno, his arm extended and twisted, coiled for a strike. Gum Gum rifled Tekai. Unlike previous attacks, not only did Luffy's rifle manage to move the iron wall, sending him skidding a few feet back, it also caused him to cough up a little blood. That shouldn't be possible. How could he have gotten so much stronger in only a few hours? Blueno thinks, a moment of panic as Luffy unleashes. Gum Gum Gatling. Sorrow the doorman flickers out of the way, but then is shocked when Luffy turns mid-swing and slams his fist directly into Blueno's face, shattering a pillar as he plows him into and in the end, through it. I don't care about your honor, or your government or any of that crap. All I care about is that you took a member of my nakama, my family, and I'm going to get her back, Luffy declares. The two stare for a minute before Blueno scoffs and wipes the blood from his jaw. You're not bad, he grunts, surprising Luffy. Wah? Not bad. It's impressive he's able to follow me while using sorrow. But given what the taller one could do, he's probably at least had some practice fighting a high-speed opponent, Blueno guesses. And given his fruit made him rubber-eye, direct attacks are essentially useless. Geppo Blueno bounces around in the air, Luffy lining up a punch once he reappeared in his line of sight when Rankyaku. He had to dodge the shockwave from his Tempest kick, which took out a small section of the roof in the process. Tekai. Wheel. Using the built-up momentum from his Geppo Blueno's body became a human-shaped version of the boulder from Indiana Jones. All Luffy was able to do being bounce away from it. Floor door, and now he's gone. Great, Luffy grumbles to himself, really hating the sneakier fighters as he preferred to just punch it till it drops then slip and sneak around. His mood not helped when Blueno opened smaller doors and pulled Luffy's feet into the roof. Now there are little doors. Are you even trying to play fairhead? this is what your devil fruit can do? It's the Doa Doa no Mi, so of course it does, Bluno confirms, opening another door in the roof to re-enter the fight properly. You're a doorman? Luffy asks rhetorically. Yes. I can turn anything I touch into a door, he confirms, before slapping Luffy. Revolving door? Aw, I'm not moving but I'm spinning, this is so weird, Luffy shouts as the part of his head containing his eyes began to spin and rotate sideways, making the rubber boy a very dizzy mess, something which Bluno had no problems taking advantage of. Rankyaku with the others, you saw that right? Sanji asks, getting nods from most of the crew. Seems Luffy is already fighting CP9. And it's Mr. Door too. Chaos sneers, I hope Luffy kicks his ass. Damn it Luffy, we're already too late, and we can't even do anything to let to him. Alvida shrieks, nearly snapping her mace's handle in anger. With that in mind, we really don't have any other choice. We need to get off and make our own way to the courthouse, both to bring down the drawbridge and provide support in case there are more than just the one of those CP9 bastards up there, Zoro commands. There aren't, but the counter has reached 6 inches, the researcher says, somehow both calming and panicking the others at the same time. Wait, Chopper yells, stopping the family and Straw Hats in their tracks. Before anyone could ask why, Gamora pulls himself to his feet. Everyone, hold on tight. This is going to hurt a lot, isn't it? Nami whimpers, not helped by Vivi and Artemis, rather deadpan, most likely. Gamora, charge, men, we need to return fire, keep those guys from doing too much more damage to Gamora. Got it, Zambay orders, the family putting everything they had into it, as well as some additional firepower from Victor and Kaya, being ranged fighters themselves. Unfortunately, the previous attack had left Gamora practically blind, meaning it wasn't exactly smooth sailing for the team. This is starting to feel like animal abuse. Just let us off, we've pushed you more than far enough. Chaos sighs, resting his palm on what he guesses was Gamora's withers. He was a fairly horse-like creature. No, Chopper translated. I'm not going to stop, not after I made my promise. I swore to Sodom that I would carry his burden and ensure his sacrifice wasn't in vain, the reindeer says, tears streaming down his face. Damn it Gamora, we can't lose you too, Zambay shouts, but knows the bulls were just as stubborn as the rest of the family, and would literally carry them until he dies. Don't die big guy, make it to the courthouse, and we'll make sure you're good as new after, he whispers. Mozu and Kiwi whimper but nod rapidly in agreement. Well, that looks inconvenient, Victor hums, just as some of family panic about the building Gamora was about to ram himself into. Zoro, Sanji, think you can take out enough of the structure of the building to send it toppling down? Easy, I don't need Moss Head to do some demolition work. The bomb man chuckles, good enough, weaken the suppornishing blow, he states, moving to the front of the seats just before Sanji and Zoro jump off the back to do serious damage. The last strike being an explosion caused by Victor using a blowgun to extend his range to the building before his breath exploded. As Gamora barreled through the rubble like the living tank he was, collapsing at the door to the courthouse just as Zoro and Sanji dropped down beside his head. We made it, you hear that Gamora? You got used to the courthouse, some of the family cheer, the bull giving a weak roar of understanding. At the Tower of Law, what do you want Spaz? Frankie grunts, seeing the bastard walking over to them looking smug as all hell. It's Spandam you dolt. Anyway, I just received a report from the main island. Given what it's most likely about, I thought we could listen to it together. Given Straw Hat was only able to take out about 5 of the Marines here, it's most likely death notices, but no time like the present to find out. He cackles, while Robin frowns. The idea of Luffy, never mind the entire crew, only taking out 5 people seemed all kinds of dumb. This is Spandam, how about you continue your report where you last left off? Okay sir, the Straw Hats, the man begins nervously but is interrupted. You made a mess didn't you? Understandable given they were such weaklings, Spandam crows. But sir, the assault squad consisted of between 60 and 70 pirates. They all either broke through or went over the front gate and have made it all the way to the courthouse. We couldn't stop them, we could barely slow them down. What? Spandam shrieks, while Robin feels something shudder in her chest and Frankie smiles, a part of him hoping some of those guys were his family, as he knew the Straw Hats were less than 20 for sure. Also the gatekeepers Oimo and Kashi have joined up with the pirates, They're currently rampaging through the central sector of the main island. Based on estimated casualty reports, we've lost over 2,000 men to these pirates. Wait, not 5? Spandam asks, his brain struggling to fit everything together. And the man who took out over 1,000 single-handedly, Straw Hat Luffy, has disappeared. We're still assessing the situation here. The report continued. Though the den was dropped as Spandam ran to the window of his office, where he could see Bluno on the roof of the courthouse, as well as clear signs of battle damage to the rooftop. What happened, and why now? What the hell is going on? And with the report given and Spandam having a freak out, we return to outside smiley face. Can anyone see Luffy? Vivi asks as everyone disembarked from Gamora. He's still up there, as is Dorman. Chaos confirms. He's okay for now, so we need to worry about getting the drawbridge down first. But if we run into him we could still help, Chopper suggests. Hear that, Zoro? If you get lost and end up on the roof, give Luffy a hand-eye? Sanji taunts. Zoro's grip on Watto tightening before a giant metal ball and chain was thrown at them. Jero, okay. The frog is cool, I admit it, happy. Nami sighs, as Yokozuna stopped the ball in its tracks. Shimmer Saigo Nobito. Was killing him really necessary? Kiwi asks, as the researcher drags the oddly dressed weirdo over to the group. Damn, whoever he was, he must have been pretty strong to be able to lug a ball like this around. Never mind, use it as a weapon. Valentina whistles, kya ha ha. We need to move, now the only issue will be getting those doors open before Reinfork. Zambe didn't get to finish before Zoro had cut through enough of one of the doors that everyone could get through. We'll go in ahead, don't get lost, the swordsman says before rushing in. His crewmates groan but follow. We still need to split up though, Mozu points out. Both towers have levers which need to be held down for the drawbridge to open, meaning 2 teams are needed. Zambe nods. You heard her, men. We need to get that drawbridge down so the Straw Hats can free Big Bro. But we're breaking into 3 teams. One with Mozu, one with Kiwi, and the third with me to help take out as many goons in the courthouse as we can. Let's move it, men. Got it. For Frankie, for the family, on the roof. Bluno stands still as a statue, watching a hole in the roof until Luffy finally bounces back out of it. Finally, my face closed, he grumbles, still holding his cheeks. Of course it has, all open doors will eventually close, Bluno answers with a scoff. I'm still amazed you managed to dodge my Rankyaku despite your disadvantage. Luffy shrugs, brushing stone dust off his shorts. Yeah, no big deal. How unsettling, Soru Geppo Tekai. Sai Luffy stood in wait as Bluno flitters around high in the air. Then flips back just before the bull-headed man punches the roof with his index finger extended. Damn jerk. Gum pistol Tekai. Luffy proceeds to unload punch after punch into the agent, trying to get through the man's defense. Meanwhile Bluno tried to find an opening too. Rankyaku. Only for Luffy to interrupt his kick with one of his own, sending the pressure wave way off target. This brat, he's keeping up with my speed, and even managed to alter the trajectory of a Rankyaku. I can't stay like this, Luffy says out of the blue, confusing the agent. When I was taken out by Aokiji I realized I kept running into guys who were stronger and stronger, and eventually I'd run into someone I couldn't beat if I stayed at the level 1 was at, and then I wouldn't be able to protect those close to me. They're not all as strong as me, some not even close, but they're mine, and I will protect them with my last breath. So I have to keep getting stronger, otherwise I risk losing them. Then what are you going to do? Bluno asks, almost sounding curious. I've come up with a new way to fight with all my heart, so I won't lose anyone, so I won't let anyone slip away. Luffy explains, bending into a squat and pumping the muscles in his legs, his body turning pink and beginning to steam. You won't be able to beat me like this. What do you mean? All my techniques just went to the next level. Gear second several floors below, Chief Justice Baskerville. I have a report. The pirates have breached our defenses and broken through the front door. The Marine started, basically pointing out the obvious given he's just been blown into the main courtroom by Zoro's most recent attack. That was actually easier than I expected. Guess we'll get through this faster than we'd planned, which is the first bit of good news we've gotten in a while. Zoro grins, before a gavel banging caught their attention. Wah! That guy has 3 heads. One of the family yell. He's like that underworld dog Serbal check. Cerberus, Artemis corrects, having taken a liking to the mythology mixed in with Robin's many archaeology texts. There was something about the Cerberus I always wondered, mostly if its origin was in any way similar to the Hydra. Chaos almost purrs. Hubby bubbling and expanding in a way which reminded Zoro and Kaya of Ohm's cloud sword. Order in the court. This is a sacred room of justice, you hooligans, the older, central head bellows. You have the nerve to bust in here, so shut up, sit still and receive your sentence. Get to the roof, guys, we'll handle these chumps with Yokozuna's help, Zambe says, assuring the Straw Hats. Which way then? Doesn't really matter. There are stairs on both sides, Kaya points out. Having given up on hiding herself, there were more important things to worry about right now. Hey, they're ignoring the trial. I know they're pirates, but that's just rude, one Marine complains. Enbima Yonezu Onigiri Zoro shoots forward, cutting through every Marine in his path between his start point and the end of the courtroom. Besides Chaos borrowing Artemis' brush to throw at Sanji for being a moron and trying to rescue Nami from being in Zoro and Chopper's prescience, but mostly for claiming Robin was waiting for her prince to save her and sweep her off her feet, Artemis approved, not liking the way the pervert cook leered at her mom. Even if the woman had a habit or large breasts on display sometimes, and even when she didn't, the blonde was drawn to her deep cleavage like it had its own gravitational pull. These are grave crimes, indeed, but we should show restraint and sentence them to death. As a good few of the Straw Hats reached the top of the stairs, even Zoro, with a little help from Kaya's syrup, a shadow appeared over Chopper. The reindeer in a panic reverted back into Brainpoint as the three-headed man was jumping at him with his sword out. You dare to ignore the Chief Justice Baskerville, the middle head shouts, his final words. Mira Barredo, Mirror Blade, ruinous atrocity. Turns out Cerberus didn't regenerate like a Hydra, mostly because it wasn't a three-headed man, but three guys in one costume. Left and right, quick to vacate said outfit after Central Freeway was split vertically down the middle via the pitch black, fuck off, greatsword hubby had managed to form into, on a second look, resembling an uneven battle axe, as the back half was much smaller than the front. Well, that was disappointing. Chaos pouts, hey Zambe, think you can deal with the other two dumbasses while we find Luffy? You got it, you crazy bastard, thanks Mr. Zombie. We're off to save Mama, Artemis cheers, deciding to take the Yachiru route of clinging to Chaos' shoulder as they make their way up to the roof. And back to the roof while someone cleans up all the blood and guts. Oh. Gear? Your moves have changed? Blueno asks in confusion, not seeing any noteworthy differences besides the steam coming off the now reddish-pink rubber boy's skin. Are you supposed to be a steam engine, because right now you're just a load of hot air, he grunts. The truth is, I'm glad I met you guys when I did, Luffy says, further confusing the doorman, because thanks to you, I won't ever lose my friends, he declares with a wide grin. You're not making sense, boy. Aren't you about to lose one of your friends precisely because we crossed paths? Blueno asks, wondering if the boy had accidentally fried his own brain. Gum, Luffy starts, cocking his arm back. What are you doing? Trying to aim? Stopping like that only gives me more time to dodge. Not that I needed that much of a head start. Luffy doesn't respond. Fine. Let's see how good your aim is. Soru. Jet pistol. The punch got Blueno straight in the gut, as well as shooting him into the opposite wall in the span of a couple seconds at most. When the man pulled himself out of the wall, and dust cloud, Luffy had vanished, only to take a sucker punch to the side of his jaw, punting him several feet with a bounce. Jet rifled the follow-up, partly embedding the man into the roof. Seems the fight was as one-sided as he thought it would be, just in the other direction. Fuck, I can't see him, I can't follow him at the speed he's going. How did he get this fast? He's moving at speeds rivaling Kaku or even Jobra's Soru. Blueno begins to panic, before getting a double spear kick in the back. Then before he could recover, Luffy grabbed his horns and proceeded to jet rocket both of them into the roof. From there, the only warning Blueno had was a rush of air about a second before blinding pain, his eyes unable to follow Luffy in any way, leaving the only option being to open an air door and peace out for a moment to clear his head. That boy, he's using Soru, I don't know how, but he is. A pirate able to use even one of the Rokushiki techniques, it's unheard of, and that he's using it against one of us is a sick joke. Still, the only thing to do is turn parts of his body into doors. And while he's incapacitated, end him quickly, he decides from within his little outer dimension. Air door, he puts his plan into action but misses, not having considered that Luffy's reactions would have also increased in order to be able to follow his own movements. When we fought earlier and it looked like you were disappearing, you were really just moving your feet about 20 times a second, Luffy says, basically explaining how Soru worked. I can do that too, Gatling is proof of it, but I'd have never thought to do something like that on my own. Like I said, I'm really glad I met you guys. Luffy finishes with a smirk, pissing off Blueno as he throws his arms back for his finisher. I can tank this hit, then he'll be too close to dodge my counter-attack, Blueno thinks, activating his strongest technique. Tekai. Go, Jet Bazooka. Unlike his regular bazooka, this looked more like a body slam, though with how far it pushed Blueno it may have still had the same range of strike, just not something that could be seen at the speed he was going at the time. As the steam finally stopped being pumped out for Luffy, he frowns when he sees Blueno was still standing, even grinning smugly at the kid. You're one tanky bastard, aren't you? He huffs. Fine then. I guess I'll have to break out the next level. At this point he'd put his thumb in his mouth. This is gear. Luffy stops when he sees the doorman's body finally give out, relax and flop almost bonelessly to the floor. Guess I'll just save that one for the next dumbass who crosses my path. The captain says to himself, happy to have taken out a member of CP9, as it means they stand a chance at taking out the rest of them and rescuing Robin, Frankie too, as a thanks for the family helping them, plus to give the WG over 100 middle fingers. Half bouncing, half stumbling, Luffy made his way to the side of the roof facing the Tower of Law, and filled his lungs just sky of entering balloon, then bellowed. Robin. We're here to save you. Inside the tower, Frankie laughs, giving the woman in question a playful elbow to the ribs. The kid made it. Looks like rescue is on the cards, eh babe? He chuckles, while Spandam continues his panic and frantic attempts to speed up the transport in the hope it will stop this rampage. With that in mind, Robin's shoulders begin to shake. Hey, you okay, Robin? Frankie asks, not expecting dark chuckles to escape her throat. If Spandam is successful, all he'll have done is sign his own death warrant. These idiots won't give up, they'll just break him on the way to opening the gates and following us into the abyss. She gives a momentary smirk, imagining the vile bastard being lifted by his throat by another demon, before squeezing the life out of him with a smile. Anyone ever told you you're one scary lady? Frankie asks with a shiver. Only 70% of Baroque works, Robin says with a disinterested shrug. Chief Spandam, there appears to be a man standing on the roof of the courthouse screaming for Nico Robin. I'm unable to confirm completely, but I believe it to be Straw Hat Luffy. A Marine reports, running up to the twitching man. What? But I just saw Blueno up there. He was supposed to be keeping watch. Spandam grumbles, stomping his way over to the window, then immediately losing his mind when he sees Luffy standing on the roof munching through some meat, while Blueno is knocked out several feet away. That's not possible. Blueno is a member of CP9, a master of Rokushiki and a devil fruit user. How could that scrawny brat beat him? What should we do, sir? A Marine asks. Summon Lucci, and the rest of CP9. I want them here now. Then I want them to destroy Straw Hat and every member of his fucking crew. Spandam shrieks. Yes, sir. The man salutes, then runs full speed out of the room. After a moment to compose himself, Spandam stomps out of his office. Listen up, men. We're taking Nico Robin out of Straw Hat's reach immediately. Follow me, we're taking her to the transport. But sir, number butts, Spandam screams. Actually, there's a big one, the guard says, pointing behind him. The chief gapes at Frankie, who appears to have inflated his rear like a crash test airbag. What are you doing? Frankie turns. Oh, there you are, Spandam. I've been thinking while you left me here to do nothing. Basically I'm screwed, so I decided the best option for me is to blow myself up, hopefully taking you and maybe even a couple of your goon squad down with me. When my butt explodes, the blast radius should be about a mile wider, sure, given I wouldn't have survived, but I can make pretty good estimates. Wait, hold on a minute, Spandam pleads, running won't do you much good, but you can still try. Frankie laughs before beginning to count down, Spandam nearly falling over himself to get away, even accidentally falling down the stairs in the process. Well, time to meet up with your friends. The cyborg hums, looping his legs around Robin's waist and rolling so she was above him. Coup de bout, his immature variant of his arm's air cannons did its job, blasting both of them through the wall and the window of Spandam's office, only the outer railing stopping them from flying into the abyss. Even then they almost fell and had Frankie not jumped them back to the balcony. Well, we're free, really wish I had more cola, then we could get across that KSM easy. Hey, you okay, Robin? You didn't get hurt in the escape, did you? Frankie asks, as the woman was deadly silent again. Her looks over the small wall. Hey look, Straw Hat's right over there. I hope you know what to say to him, and the others, the cyborg half teases. That bastard tricked us, get him, came the shout from some of the Marines. You're interrupting an emotional moment, so piss off, Frankie growls, looking annoyed. Weapons left if the initial bang didn't get his attention. The machine gun and heavy artillery fire Frankie was unloading certainly did. Hey Robin, there you are. Did you hear me earlier? He calls up, waving happily. And that sounds like Frankie too. That makes things easier. Hold on, I'll be right there. It's a little far so I'll have to put a bit more oomph into it. Luffy says, partly to himself as he hops off the section of roof he'd been standing on and runs back, then grabs onto it in preparation of rocketing over to them. When? Stop. Luffy does, mostly out of confusion. Why was Robin screaming? She was almost free. How many times do I need to tell you this? I'm not coming back, and I'm part of your crew anymore, Robin shouts down to him. Just go away. I never want to see your face ever again. Why do you keep doing this? Why did you come to save me? Why can't you just let me go? I never asked for this. You're gone way too far, Luffy. For the last fucking time, I don't want you here. Luffy lets go, letting his arms spring back as he stares up at his archaeologist. Do you hear me? I just want to die, Robin screams, shocking the rubber boy, then fucking jump. Remember to bloom as many middle fingers as you can on the way down, P. The slow clap ruins the scene though. Wonderful, what a twist, this is entertainment. Spandam cackles as he re-enters his office. What's wrong with you, you crazy bitch? You friends risked their lives coming here. Frankie bellows, angry with the metaphorical slap to the face she was giving these guys. They decided to do that of their own accord, Robin responds, interrupting him. Are you kidding me? Who care? He was once more interrupted, this time by a kick to the face by Kaku as CP9 arrive. You're in the way, Square Nose mumbles. Someone's in a mood. Annoyed you got such a shitty fruit, Kaku, Jabra teases. Shut up, he barks, not denying the Wolfman's claim. All this for one pirate. Boring, Khalifa sighs. Yo-oi. But to make it this far, is still admirable, Kumadori exposes. And he beat Bluno, now I have a reason to give a shit, Sway laughs, then grins maliciously. I'm glad you could all make it, CP9, Spandam cheers from inside the office, and just in time. Things are about to get interesting with the Straw Hats' little incident. You want to die? Luffy repeats, hoping he'd misheard with everything else going on. He was pretty sure that explained the giants rampaging just behind him. That is correct, Robin states bluntly. Hey boss, why are we just standing around listening to this instead of kicking Straw Hat's ass and being on our way? Jabra asks. Mostly for amusement. That's the captain of the crew who went to all this work to assault and invade Eni's lobby, only to have his hopes dashed when his crewmate didn't want to be rescued. It's poetic and tragic, but I love it, Spandam swoons, before stepping onto the balcony beside Robin. Robin, I don't know what to say. Guess I'll just tell you that sounds really dumb to me, Luffy calls up. Looking a little disappointed, listen, we're already here and it took a lot of work to do so, as he says that the roof behind him erupts into a twister of energy and rubble, spitting out Nami and Chopper, as well as a confused Valentina. We're going to just save you and figure out the technical stuff later, such as if you still want to die that badly for one. Just as he finishes, Zoro crawls out of the hole, mumbling something about stairs, though if Nami beating him with her staff was anything to go on, he was the cause of their abrupt entrance. Not to be outdone, Sanji also arrived via exploding through the ceiling, roof, while the others entered the same way, that being the door. Glad you see you're still in one piece, Val, Victor smiles, helping the Kilo girl up. No thanks to Moss Head, of course, she grumbles, glaring at the swordsman, just in time to miss a flying Usopp, having been hurled up onto the roof by the giants. Kaya managing to soften his landing with her syrup, much to Alvida and Chaos' amusement, though now was not the time. "This isn't funny anymore, just go away now," Spandam pleads. While Robin watched in shocked silence, everyone was here, just because of her. "Work with me here, woman. If you want to die then that's fine, but you say it like you mean it, and say it as a straw hat," Luffy shouts, the others catching his statement and quick as a flash turn their heads in the eldest's direction. "He's right, Robin, you're one of us. This crew is a family, you don't just get to walk away. We fight as one, no matter the cost." Robin was shocked, as well as touched. She'd not had people actually care about her in many years. And with eyes hardened with resolve, the Straw Hats all make a stand, getting onto the raised sections off the roof and awaiting Robin's response, tears sparkling as the wind blows them from her face. "From this point on, leave everything to us," Luffy declares. "These are the fools who braved Aqua Laguna to get here," Khalifa notes dismissively, "they're determined if nothing else." "Or lucky," Jabra scoffs. "Remember, we're allowed to kill them this time," Lucci says with an audible smirk. "But if we kill them the fight will be too short to be any fun," Kaku responds. "For once I agree with Square Nose," Sway says with a smirk, planning to make their deaths long and slow. "So there's a drawbridge?" Luffy repeats, his girls currently explaining their end of the plan. "Yeah, once the Frankie family pull the levers we can head over and rescue Robin and Frankie," Vivi confirms. "CP9, here are your orders. Kill the Straw Hats, but only in the Tower of Law, understand?" Spandam orders, wanting the threat eliminated, but not wanting to see the only strong fighters under his control to be too far from him in case something bad happens. Frankie has broken free and tried to kill him with his metal mouth twice already. He then turns his attention to the Straw Hats. "Stupid pirates. You may act tough, but there's no way you could think you can beat all of CP9, do you? And what about the gates of justice? You don't think you can open them, do you? And even then, if things go wrong, I have this." He pulls out a golden Den Mushi. "This little snail gives me the authority to issue a buster call." "A buster call?" Robin parrots in fright, her eyes wider than Frankie had seen so far. "Yes," Spandam purrs slimily. "I'm sure you remember its power very well, given you're the only surviving inhabitant of Ohara, or the charred lump of rock that used to be called Ohara over 20 years ago. At least I think it was called Ohara, not exactly easy to check the name of something that was wiped off the map. They destroyed Robin's homeland," Chopper says, eyes watering in sympathy, while others were getting more angry by the news. "Fuck, I'd heard stories, but the Marines really totally na," mutters, being the only West Blue native, besides Robin of course. She'd at least heard of Ohara even if she'd only been a child at the time of its destruction. "No, anything but that. Please, I beg you," Robin pleads, eyes glistening with tears. "Oh, begging, that's always a good sign for me." Spandam laughs, while across the abyss he finds himself on two people's kill list, right at the very top. "What's this? You don't want me to press this button and annihilate all your little friends with a buster call, is that it?" "You're an insane fool," Robin states through clenched teeth. "Do you have any idea what you're playing with? I know this little thing will remove any hope of rescue, that's for sure." Spandam laughs. "Yeah, by destroying them and the island they're standing on," Robin thinks bitterly. "All it takes is one little press, it couldn't be more simple," he boasts. "If you think that you understand nothing," she screams at him, but he just keeps grinning. "Are all those bad memories coming back to you, sweetie? Maybe I should press it. Might actually be fun," he hums, finger dangerously close to the trigger. "Stop playing around, this isn't a joke," Spandam frowns. "I'm the one who makes demands around here, wench." Geez, he's like Shigaraki before MHA was even an idea, only a useless weakling. At least Tamura has contact disintegration. "You said Ohara was wiped off the map, but a map doesn't show the lives ended and destroyed by that action. Your worldview is so twisted it's beyond recognition. There's not an ounce of humanity inside you anymore, is there?" She drops to her knees. There's a line in the sand, a limit to what can and should be sacrificed in the name of justice. A buster call is so far beyond that line you can't even see it anymore. You can't use it, anything but that. If you trigger a buster call, everything you see before you will be destroyed, including every inch of Anise lobby and most likely, you as well. Well, nothing of value will be lost there. Nonsense, they wouldn't kill a VIP like me, Spandam hastily defends, I'm not falling for your bluff. 20 years ago, everything was taken from me, in fire and death, and so many lives were lost with a simple push of a button. She pulls herself to her feet. They awoke a demon that day, and now it rears its head once more, setting its sights on the friends I've spent so long searching for. The more I want to reunite with the people I care for, the more it bares its fangs at them. Robin grimaces when she notices her standing beside her father. Damn it, Artemis, this isn't where you should be. History really is repeating itself. Even now, no matter where we sail, there's an enemy that stalks me at every turn. Because I'm facing the world, and all its darkness. First Alkiji, now CP9. I've dragged you all into my troubles twice already, never mind back to back. If this continues, no matter how kind you are, one day you'll see me as a burden, just like all the others. Someday you'll have to betray me or throw me away, that's what I'm afraid of. Do you understand now? This is why I didn't want you to rescue me. If that's the only future I have, I'd rather die to save me the pain and get it all over with. And there we have it, just as it should be. Spandam croons, what a tragedy. Even if you make friends, all you can do is drag them through the mud. You can't win pirates. Look at this flag. He points straight up, where the world government flag flies proudly. This symbol represents the unity of over 170 nations, a power which spans all 4 blues and the Grand Line. No matter how strong you little upstarts think you are, you can't hope to stand up to an enemy such as that. Just give up already. Do you not understand how strong our organization is? Do you realize how devoted and determined we are to capture her again? Luffy stares up at the flag for a moment before making a decision. If that's Robin's enemy, I know what to do. Then turns his head to Usopp, who is still being subtly supported by Kaya. Hey Sogeking, I have a target for you. Shoot down that flag. Usopp nods. Understood. He then readies his attack. This is my latest weapon, a massive slingshot known as Kabuto. Nothing would better break it in than this. Behold, its awesome power, he shouts, drawing back the strings. Special attack. Firebird star as the biggest FU they could give. Usopp's Firebird shot straight through the flag. The resulting strike was witnessed by everyone on Enies lobby. Shock and horror was on most everyone's face, except the Straw Hats, who were still serious and determined as the flag burned to ash. Mission complete, Usopp announces, tapping Kabuto off the ground like a staff. You morons have gone and done it now. You can't really think you can declare war on the world and win, Spandam screams. You bet we can, bring it on, Luffy bellows, the weed screaming in fright while Robin cries, Robin, there's still something I need to hear you say, tell me you want to live. Robin, Robin. Mama, Robin, come on Robin. Show the world there's nothing wrong with your existence. Even Frankie joins in, though his was more a whisper in her direction. I can live, Robin thinks, eyes streaming tears as the thought finally makes its way into her mind. I never dared to wish for something like that. The world had denied me that hope for so long. The sea's a vast place, so I know someday you'll find people who will never leave you. But if I can say my wish, just this once, I want to live. Take me with you. Take me away from here. I want to sail the seas with my friends, my family once again. Robin finally shouts, the composed woman now a blubbering mess, as you'd expect. Luffy smirks as everyone prepares for war. Then we'll be right there. Creek. There's the drawbridge. The Frankie family came through for us. Victor praises, actually liking the dismantlers when they weren't stealing their money or beating up his fellow crewmates. Unfortunately, the Marines of Enies lobby refused to let the Straw Hats have any kind of victory, turning their cannons inward and firing, hoping to stop the drawbridge's descent. Damn it, this is why I hate Marines, Luffy grumbles. Think you could cross the gap? He asks, turning to Chaos. I can think of a few things that could help, he muses, moving into a crouch. Shimmer. There was a sound similar to a metallic buzzing, following by a bang, at which point the researcher and first mate was standing precariously on the edge of the window right in front of Robin. There are a few jokes I'd love to say right now, but it isn't the time, he muses, grinning widely at Robin. Oh good, you're both here, saves us the search time. Dada shishi. You can tell me them when we're back on the sunny, Robin says with a slight chuckle. Her mind on a bit of a high now, she was finally able to hope. Bang smash, which ended rather quickly as she stepped back through Spandam's coffee cup, watching Chaos slip and fall backwards after the idiot shot him. Hearts were in mouths as the cloaked pirate fell. Geppo before essentially firing himself, rather sloppily, through one of the windows. Damn it, someone get down there and deal with him. If he's alive, kill him. If he's dead, find that fruit. We won't have another Naga incident on my watch. Spandam screamed. Sway sighs deeply before volunteering herself, mostly by being the only one to Geppo away. Hey Straw Hats, what are you doing standing around? Nami blinks and looks down, remembering the Den. Kokura? We're not standing around, the bridge is out, she argues. It's about halfway down, that's good enough. Go on and jump into the waterfall, give it extra gusto. She cackles, the sound of Rocketman in the background. Luffy grins widely, then favoring speed over stealth, wraps his arms around the furthest members of the crew, Nami and Chopper, and he jumps forward, taking everyone else with him, all but Luffy himself and oddly enough Artemis screaming, crying or pleading for their lives as they drop. Robin, wait for us, he shouts up to her as they fall, grinning when he sees he'd managed to time it just right for the sea train to pass right below them. Luffy himself getting caught by the chimney, while the others were as gently as you could, deposited onto the rest of the train. We made it, Luffy cheers, as the sea train barrels right through the wall like it wasn't even there. Everyone was tossed clear and far from the train itself, but they were mostly uninjured besides some bruises and or tenderness from being skipped across the stone floor like a stone over a lake. Damn, that was one super entrance, Frankie cheers. Robot guy, how did you get here? You were up there? Luffy asks in confusion, the others wondering the same as they got their bearings back. I made a daring escape, Frankie announces, standing in his super pose. Really? Well, a few minutes prior, with them stuck over there, now's the best time to get out of here. So move it, Spandam says with a panic, jamming his gun into Robin's ribs. One of you idiots grab Cuddy Flam. I have this one. He commands. These no-names will be out of my hair the moment we go through the gates of justice. Then I'll have all the power in the world, as well as something to pass the time with, before I slit her throat, he thinks, internally cackling like a madman before turning and seeing Frankie looking at him with a blank expression. What? The cyborg lifts his arm, holding out a stack of papers. Most importantly though was what was written on the front. Pluton. Those aren't the real plans, are they? Frankie smirks. Oh, they are. Want to see? Lucy, Kaku, care to verify? He says, flicking through a few pages. The two agents have momentary looks of surprise before nodding. We should have seen this coming, given you can store soda and weapons in your body. Blueprints would be child's play, the square nose sighs. So they're real, like really real? Spandam asks then grins, great. Then hand them over, saves us the trouble of searching you for them. He makes a grabby motion, which Frankie ignores. Nico Robin. Everything I've heard about you is as wrong as it is possible to be, and on the way here I've seen that you're not the one who would use the ancient weapons to destroy the world. I know these blueprints were passed down since whenever Pluton was first built, but we weren't doing so to hoard a weapon, or even to build one. That's nice, now hand them over, Frankie scoffs. You don't get it. These blueprints were kept safe in case some power-hungry dumbass, like yourself, ever managed to find and awaken the original one. So we had some form of countermeasure. Now, I still believe Robin's a dangerous woman. Her knowledge can be too easily abused. But now she has people fighting in her corner. I don't see much point in this. He flips the papers 180. Then puffs up his cheeks, before spitting out a fireball, incinerating the plans for the most powerful battleship to ever be created. Gah! What the hell are you doing? Spandam shrieks, diving for the burning fragments as they turn to ash in his hands. My dream. It's been burnt to a crisp. 5 years, for nothing, Khalifa whispers, teeth grinding. Not it for telling Sway, Jabrik quickly states, say Khan dead. Third Chapapa, Lucci and Kaku look at one another and in unison agree. Bluno, those blueprints were a countermeasure. You having them is the exact opposite of their purpose. Hence they can no longer exist. Sure, you might be able to make a weapon of your own and we'll be screwed, if you manage to get Nico Robin to the gates of justice, meaning the fate of the world, now rests on the Straw Hat's shoulders, Frankie states in a serious tone, though he had a triumphant smile on his face. You've made a mockery of me for the last time. Take your last breath of freedom because you're not leaving this island alive. Spandam sneers as he stands. Frankie then notices something across the gap. The Frankie family, all yelling and trying to get his attention. They'd come with the Straw Hats, here to help get him back just like the pirates had come for Robin. Given where Kiwi and Mozu were screaming at him from, they were the ones to activate the drawbridge, before the Marines fucked it up. You guys actually came for me? That's super awesome, Frankie cries. Proud and honored his gang risked everything to save him, especially coming to Eni's lobby, something he'd never expect or even have asked them to do for him, but they did anyway. Cutty Flam, you're about to pay for destroying my blueprints, Spandam sneers, then shoulder charges the cyborg, being so close to the edge he fell, pretty sure he was about to meet his maker, when he hit the sea train instead. Oh Kokura, I haven't been this happy to see you in nearly 10 years, he blubbered, then screamed alongside the Straw Hats as they plowed right into the Tower of Law, coming to a not at all gentle stop somewhere deep inside. Okay, everyone still alive? Artemis asks, one of the least affected given she'd actually grabbed Luffy when the light bulb went off in his head. We're fine, no thanks to the rubber brain over there, Sanji snarks, kicking debris out of the girl's path. We still have to find Robin though, the guy with the face brace might look as strong as a wet noodle, but the rest? Well, they've kicked our ass once before, so let's give it our all, Victor adds. Valentina then pipes in, should we be worried about Chaos? He did get shot and then did exactly what we just did without a sea train to assist him getting in. He'll be fine, crazy bastard wouldn't know death if it kicked him in the balls, Zoro chuckles. Plus there was the Inaru incident, no permanent damage, Nami adds. So it's settled, we find and rescue Robin. If we bump into Chaos, then we assist until we can continue with the main objective, Loon, to the staircase. Not so fast, the Straw Hats pause, seeing a beach ball with a face in a suit in the corner of the room. What the hell is that? Alvida asks, Chapapa. So you have invaded the Tower of Law, but there's no point continuing as Lucci has already taken her to the gates of justice. The zipper-mouthed person says. Oh, and the chief's with them too. That makes about as much difference as Lucci carrying a spare plank of wood with him. Luffy points out, even he could tell Spandam was worthless combat-wise. Thanks for the info by the way, tells us exactly where to look, Vivi says with a smile. Chapapa, why did I tell them that? Fukuro whines. This one isn't the brightest bulb in the tower is he? Chopper mutters getting a nod from Zoro and Artemis. It doesn't matter, I may have told you where they're going, but I didn't tell you the key to Robin's cuffs is with one of the members of CP9. Not that it matters, as Chief Spandam has given his orders to eliminate all of you, Chapapa. Did he say eliminate? We kind of figured, Dumbo isn't exactly quiet, Alvida hums. You won't survive this gauntlet, nothing in this world can even hope to beat the entire CP9 squad. And even then, given there's no way for you to know which of us have the key to Nico Robin's Seastone cuffs, you'll have to fight us all if you even want to save your friend Chapapa. Then give me that key, Luffy shouts, shooting his fist forward but the zipperman dodges, then begins dancing around like a moron. Damn it. All these CP9 weirdos can use that speed thing. Any volunteers to deal with this one while we find Robin? It's more than that Luffy, we need to split up in order to deal with all the members of CP9, as we don't know which of them has Robin's key, Vivi reminds him. Lucci's the pigeon guy Luffy was yelling about before, right? Sanji asks Frankie, probably best we let Luffy deal with him. Given he most likely survived, Chaos has Sway covered, though she might not even have a key, Valentina says. 5 agents with keys, and given there are 11 of us, we can practically double up and deal with them, Victor suggests. Problem is we don't know anything about the others, all we can do is split up and seek them out, Kaya reminds them, putting a damper on the main plan. Damn it. Guess we'll just have to make do with fighting whoever we come across while Luffy deals with Lucci, then meet up with him and Robin to free her from those cuffs, Zoro shouts, Luffy springing forward as he races towards where he assumes Lucci to be, not noticing Artemis follow, wanting to have a shot at Spandam before her papa gets to him. A little later, this place is a fucking maze. Valentina whines, herself and Victor having gotten lost and then running into Frankie who was on his way to refuel his cola before trying to fight any agents. Why would you make something like this? Do people actually work under these conditions? Given the number of grunts I saw when I was first dragged here, yeah they do. Our only hope is that the messed up architecture means Spanda can't just yeet Robin out from under our noses. The cyborg confirms, then jumps back into them to avoid being flattened by a dropping Fukuro. Halt, you will go no further. Your path has been blocked by the gossip-loving, silent Fukuro, Chipapa. The zipper ball announces, I presume you want me key. That would be nice, Victor replies, adjusting his shades as Frankie flicks his own down, and Valentina adjusts his red and green gloves. Elsewhere, yo yoi. You cannot hope to Santa and against me Your foolish attempts to save your friend has led you to tis path of pain. Kumidori overacts, tapping his staff rapidly against the ground. Yes, this guy is loud and annoying, Nami thinks, sighing internally, then nearly jumps out of her skin when Alvida pops up behind her. So big guy, do you have the key or not? The KEY. Yeah, the EE key. Ease, Hiri. Or maybe here. Here, Kumidori bounces around rifling through his pockets as he does so. This is going to be a long day, isn't it? The smooth woman says with a deep sigh. Sanji. I'm getting real tired of this shit. The cook grumbles, having once more found an empty room. As he moves to check it for some kind of hint as to where CP9 could be, he hears the door click closed and lock. What's wrong? Just relax, I'll pour us some tea, Khalifa purrs from the doorway. Sanji's heart doing flips before he turns with hard eyes and a perverted grin. Sounds lovely my darling, he swoons, though his chef's side did rear its head when Khalifa was, in his eyes, preparing tea incorrectly, to which he corrected. Then both sat down and waited. I don't think there's going to be a fight between these two, do you? Zoro, impatient aren't you, coming into the room with your swords already out? Kaku muses as he looks up at the swordsman, who gives him a vicious smirk. They don't like to be kept waiting, I'll be spilling your blood and taking your key. So, you have the key or not? I'd prefer if we get this over with quickly, so just hand it over. Kaku chuckles. I think not. You made a rather pitiful effort back in Water 7, so I expect to be properly entertained this time. He says as he stands, if you pirates made it this far, you might actually be worth something. You're quite the savage from what I've heard. Will be interesting to see how that pans out. Fair warning though, I'm the best swordsman in all of CP9. Kaku boasts, standing with both blades out. Nightoryu? Zoro thinks aloud, then has to bat away two Rankiaku, which slice clearly through the furniture of the room. Hate to disappoint you, but I use Yantoryu. No problem, Zoro says with a shrug, before moving Wado to his mouth and charging, managing to either block or parry each of the long nose's strikes, though unable to land any of his own blows. Finally Kaku dodges, using Geppo to leap into the air. 72 caliber Phoenix Rankiaku. Hikurai Kaku uses the colliding attacks as a distraction to attack from the side, but Zoro blocks and sends the man skidding across the floor, but manages to dodge the following slash damage-wise, only getting a cut in his suit jacket. Now we're having fun A3 swords, Kaku laughs. I don't have time for this crap, Zoro growls in response. Shame, guess you'll have to kill me quickly, Kaku hums, before shooting up and digging his swords into the ceiling, then raining down pressure waves which Zoro frantically blocks with his swords. Rankiaku ran the onslaught levels most of the room, leaving a rather large opening to which the gates of justice could be seen amongst other things. I'm impressed, didn't expect you to actually be able to hold your own against that attack. You said you were in a hurry though, so I guess I'll use my new power to speed this up for us both, Kaku says, dropping his swords, which worries Zoro. Crap, it was probably a devil fruit wasn't it? Holy shit. The swordsman thinks as Kaku's body ripples then grows, longer and longer, especially his nose. Chaos, well, that was a pain, Chaos grunts as he pulls himself to his feet, not happy with how that turned out as it could have saved them a lot of work fighting these guys. Something which he can't avoid any longer given the speed he could feel one of the zones moving towards him, shortly followed by the bangs produced by using Geppo. Diving to the side, her barely misses being hit by the Rankiaku sway uses to announce her arrival, destroying the door and the window frame before landing silently in the middle of the room. So you're alive, I'm actually glad as it means I can have fun with this, she says with a smirk, don't die too quickly okay? Chaos sighs, before coating his left arm and letting hubby coil around his right. Don't exactly have much of a choice, do I? He jokes, then sidesteps a punch which embeds her fist into the wall. Okay. Short stack might be as strong as the big cat, he hums. Second best, but thanks I guess, she responds with a smirk, the buzzing from earlier getting louder, the swift Rankyaku blocked by hubby, though there was a bigger pushback than expected. Chaos spins hubby on Ing at the agent. Unfortunately her Kami-E skill was good enough, all he managed to get on her was a cut on her cheek. Did you file your elf ears down or something? No human should be able to bend like that, he pants, getting annoyed and deciding there was one other way for him to deal with this killer jumping bean. Watching the silver spread along both arms sway bounces into the air with Geppo, doing several bangs to build up speed before throwing herself at the reflect human, who rather than dodge spreads his arms so everything visible was mirrored just before her fist found his sternum. Tekai. Sai Mugen Miritarapu the moment the edges of his cloak meet behind her. There was a ripple and then the room was empty, the heavy fabric flopping empty onto the ground. Sogeking, this guy's sleeping with the key right in front of him. I can't be that lucky, he thinks, after checking several floors of rooms coming across Jabra's snoring in some kind of meditation room, the key most likely having fallen out of his pocket. What follows was a comedy of errors, or just proof the universe hates him. His heart stopping for a few seconds due to panic. A wasp landing on his nose and stinging it, both of which Jabra somehow managed to sleep through, and finally, a rooster finding its way into the meditation room. Chirp, roosters don't chirp. Usopp screams as he jumps back in fright, finally waking up the agent. Oh, there you are, pirate, Jabra says with a yawn. Guess it's time to kick your ass, he says to himself after picking up the key, punching the sniper into the wall rather easily. Damn, why'd I have to run into someone this strong, Usopp mentally whines. Wait a minute, you're the guy who burned down the flag. Well, too bad sniping won't help you in this fight, Jabra laughs, taking another swig of his booze. Now, sorry about the punch there. It was kind of sloppy, not really my style. Give me a minute. He smirks, then his body expands, gaining a muzzle, sharp claws and a fluffy tail due to his zone fruit's activation. I may look scary, but this big bad wolf's no sadist like some of my coworkers. I like my fights clean and simple, he states gruffly. You have devil fruit powers, Usopp squeaks. Correct, the Inu no mi. Model wolf to be specific. Now excuse me, I'm going to rip out your throat and end this quickly. You're gonna die anyway. No need to drag this out or make you suffer now, should I? He smirks, then is surprised when Usopp pulls back his kabuto. Really, you don't look strong enough to even scratch me, he purrs. Don't try to intimidate me. I won't back down that easily, Usopp shouts, even though his entire body was shaking. This fight was interrupted though, by the ceiling collapsing, causing Zoro and Kaku to drop in on the duo. Crap, I was aiming for my hybrid form but went all the way to full beast mode. There's a talking giraffe falling from the ceiling, the sniper screams, as both jump out of the way of debris and teammates. Jabra laughing his ass off now he finally gets to see what fruit Kaku had been given. That's too good, I'm so happy I got to see this. What the, a wolf? Is this place some kind of zoo or something? Zoro wonders out loud. Well, with now 4 zone devil fruit users in CP9, it's not entirely inaccurate, Jabra responds with a shrug, then continues to laugh as Kaku, Ushi no mi. Model giraffe I. You dumbass, I told you not to eat the damn fruit, didn't I? Kaku is clearly not impressed, and what's so bad about being a giraffe? I happen to like it. I happen to like it, sure you do. Giraffes are so cool after all, Jabra taunts, still laughing. Hey, if you two want to argue, do it on your own time, I'm a little busy. Also, while we're talking about animals, that long neck is one hell of a weak spot, Zoro says, drawing their attention. You fool, time to learn about the limitless destructive power of giraffes, Kaku growls, shocking and confusing Zoro as he shifts into his hybrid form. I have been reborn, with unspeakable power. Wow, that is really lame, Zoro says, mostly because Kaku looked really stupid in this form. Kaku then panics a little while Jabra goes off on another giggle fit. Damn it, that wasn't meant to be said out loud. I need to focus and get this down with quickly, otherwise that weed will take Robin from us. Are you going to sit there all day and laugh or what? Kaku snaps at Jabra, who tries to focus, but is set off again by Kaku's big, twitchy ears. Unfortunately, the moment was kind of broken when Zoro got accidentally cuffed by Usopp. "What the hell are you playing at, moron?" he shouts. "Sorry, I thought these were sea stone cuffs like the ones Robin is wearing, and so would be good against our opponents who both have devil fruits," Usopp explains. "I see that, but why did you cuff me?" "Well, I looked in the room, saw that, and my hand slipped." Usopp then begins laughing at Kaku, probably earning him a dash of respect from Jabra for having a sense of humor. You'll all pay," Kaku bellows before beginning to spin on one of his hands. Rankyaku Amane Dachi. The attack releases a wind blade which shot out in a perfect circle, slicing cleanly through the entire building in every direction, which had the giraffe man smirk, and he landed. Artemis. Maybe bringing along the girl and her cat, rabbit, thing was a good idea. They found me this secret tunnel, the artist says to herself as she descends into the depths, happy that she was following an arrogant brat who didn't even think to wait until the door was closed before walking off, allowing her to slip in unnoticed as far as she could tell herself. Immobilizing Indigo. Unfortunately, she didn't take into account Lucci's enhanced senses due to his zone fruit, meaning he's detected her once she was in a certain range, and was also able to dodge her color trap, zip around the girl and kick her into the wall, a moment which drew both Spandam and Robin's attention. "Artemis," Robin screams, "the brat. Well, best deal with it quickly," Spandam hums before drawing his pistol, at which point Robin throws herself at him. "Don't you dare, I will never let you hurt my daughter." Rather than surprise, Spandam looked amused. "So you did manage to read the reports then?" he purrs, confusing them both. "What reports?" Artemis asks. "This isn't your first run-in with the world government, my dear. The closest we came before now was 10 years ago. During which, while we had you in captivity, genetic material was extracted." The older woman turns a sickly gray, while the artist looked confused. "What? You see, we've always known there was an indefinable factor in the poneglyphs. How would you call it, genetic lock or blood-bound knowledge? Sure, you can learn it, but you'll never be quite as good as someone born with it. Therefore we took material from someone we knew had that inbuilt ability as well as something from storage, and made ourselves someone to do your job for us," Spandam explains, grinning madly. "That doesn't explain what it has to do with Artemis," Robin shouts. "Oh, it does. Humans, even a part human like this one, take too long to grow, so we captured someone with a time-altering devil fruit in order to accelerate the process. Vegapunk was only able to make one entity, but she was perfect, until the lab was destroyed," Lucci continues. "Knowing he now had both of the females' attention, we didn't know what happened, all that time and energy wasted, until the Alabasta incident occurred. Those eyes and what the reports claimed she could do. Project Mystic was alive, and she now had a moniker and a real name. Artist of Death, Nico D. Artemis. Artemis is my full daughter," Robin gasps, her eyes watering in joy and fear. "Oh, what kind of world have I brought you into? And seriously, a D?" she thinks. "Robin is my real mom?" Artemis asks, her heritage showing when she gives a D grin at the knowledge. "Yes," Spandam purrs, then draws his sword, "and if you don't want mummy's blood all over the floor, you'll get in line. We only need one of you to read the poneglyphs, and I'm not picky. Though I'm sure given your heritage you'd have made a fine woman, given how mature you are for a 10-year-old, both women shudder at the tone in his voice, before Lucci lightly kicks the redhead in order to get her moving. It looked like her rescue attempt was a bust, but Artemis was still happy she had finally reunited with her mother, and even if her eyes were shimmering with tears, so was Robin to finally have her child returned to her. Zoro and Usopp. Guess there are benefits to that hybrid form, increased reach for one, Zoro notes as he gets back onto his feet, plus the increased mass has to at least proportionally increase his power too. Zoro. He cut through the entire Tower of Law, the upper floors are sliding, Usopp says in a panic, pointing to the roof as it begins to grind its way sideways. True, hopefully we're the highest group, otherwise things are going to get dangerous for our friends, the swordsman agrees. Kaku, you amateur, you shouldn't be letting your emotions rule your actions, Jabra scolds, dropping to the ground back in his human form. Oh, shut up, I've had it up to here with you. Giraffes are awesome, I love giraffes, Kaku growls. And now you can fuck him guilt-free, yay, the wolf zone cheers sarcastically. Oh, go hump a bitch. Are you done yet? Zoro calls, I'm not afraid of your power. I knew just how big a fight I was getting myself into. He stops when he sees he'd ended up catching Usopp in his cuff during the dive to escape Kaku's attack. Fuck. This wasn't how I planned this to go, Usopp pleads, mostly because he could feel the murderous glare Zoro was aiming at him. That's why you don't mess with things you barely understand, you're just lucky neither of us are devil fruit users. Especially given that's a minority on our crew, Zoro states through gritted teeth. BBU, look on the bright side, nothing's really changed really. We still need to get those keys off these guys, it's just now to separate us, as well as free Robin. The sniper quickly explains, to which Zoro grunts, agreeing but still pissed off. Hey bozos, the two turned to Kaku who had returned to human form while they were arguing, what's the number on your cuff? Number? Well, they all look the same, so the keys and cuffs are all numbered so we know which ones go with what, the giraffe man explains. It was either that or make them all the same, which was too dangerous in case someone managed to swipe a key. They'd then be capable of releasing all our sea stone-cuffed prisoners, Jabra adds. The pirates nod in understanding then check the cuff, it's number 2. Damn, I got 1-inch Jabra huffs. It's not mine either. Guess you're out of luck. Kaku adds, it also means this is a free-for-all. First come, first kill, Jabra grins as both agents transform back into the hybrid forms, leading to Zoro and Usopp making a break for it, as difficult as that was with their current impairment. A story of two up, okay. Officially panicking now, Vivi whimpers, seeing the stairway and wall just below them carved up and slowly sliding to the left. You're telling me, these guys are stronger than anything we've seen before, Chopper agrees, in his heavy point because he knew he was going to have to fight at some point. Seeing that their current position wasn't structurally sound, the duo made it down the stairs right sharp, drawn to the sound of a commotion, which turned out to be Zoro and Usopp running around the room being chased by 2 CP9 agents. It's Zoro and Sogeking, and they're waving at us, Chopper says happily, mostly glad his friends were still okay. Technically, but they're also handcuffed to each other, Vivi notes, hearing them shout for them to find key 2 or they were going to die. Or be stuck together forever. Damn. Well, you heard them, Chopper. We have another key to go on the hunt for, right? Chopper nods. Right. Meanwhile, Nami and Alvida. Yo-yoi. Ayve caught one of you. New hold still. Kumadori drawls, restraining Nami with his hair and currently failing to do the same with Alvida. Her smooth fruit, meaning the hair was unable to get a good enough grip before she slipped out of it. Never mind, I'll just deal with Diz 1. He holds his staff like a pool cue, and prepares to lance her, but Nami wriggles out of her jacket just before taking a fatal shot. Cutting it close there, Nami, Alvida thinks as the navigator rolls over to her, eyes wide and panicked. Lower down, Frankie, Victor and Valentina Frankie boxing. Boom fist futon. Daitopa Tekai Soru Fukoru coughs as he jumps onto a nearby wall. What the hell are you people? The reports said you pirates had devil fruits. But Cuddy, you can't be human, those punches clock in at over 1,000 inches. Frankie laughs, it's cute seeing you government stooges try make your body hard as iron, cause mine are the real deal, brother. These two on the other hand, I have no fucking clue. He admits, the former fives sigh but continue their attempt to get the zippermouth's key. Somewhere in the tower, Sanji, damn it, I can't just sit here drinking tea, I need to get your key and save Robin. No messing around. Give me your key, Sanji demands, Khalifa looking unimpressed. If you must, feel free to take it, Sanji blinks. That was easy. Where is it? Who knows, you'll have to. Think you can handle it? Khalifa asks seductively. You bet I can, Sanji cheers, jumping towards her before getting kicked into the wall. Ow. You didn't exactly put your best foot forward there, Blondie. Yeah, that was almost Luffy level stupid, Sanji grunts as he sits up. Need I remind you, as time passes your friend, Nico Robin comes ever closer to the gates of justice and out of your reach? No, I already know I'm in here doing nothing while Robin's life is on the line. I'm done screwing around. I don't care if you're a woman. If you don't give me that key you're going to get hurt, the cook threatens. Khalifa laughs, well, that escalated quickly, almost flirting to limp threats. Do you really think I care if you treat me like a woman? I am an assassin, and a complete professional. You don't stand a chance against me. My orders are to eliminate you, and so I'm going to do just that. Sanji pulls out a cigarette, lights it and takes a drag before speaking. You're going to take me out, huh? I don't see this turning out the way you think it will, because I'm not leaving without that key. Soru Sanji blocks the high-speed kick. Seems the rumors about UCP-9 goons aren't exaggerations after all. Then proceeds to block or avoid a flurry of kicks, a few intentional near misses on his part evening them out until Khalifa decides to remind him assassins aren't all honorable, by kicking him in the balls. Bitch. Sanji squeaks with a wince. Geppo the cook stands again, trying to follow the agent as she kicks through the air repeatedly, bending over to avoid a kick to the face before leaping over her and slamming his foot down, pinning her without touching her. There, you're down. I beat you fair and square, now give me the goddamn key. Shigen Rankyaku. Sanji gasps as he's stabbed in the chest, unable to dodge the pressure wave that followed when Khalifa managed to get out from under him, once more throwing him into the wall, in fact the same hole he'd already made in said wall. You're not much of a pirate, little boy, scared to even touch me, Khalifa sneers, angering Sanji. You take that back, he lashes out but she dodges, then grabs him by the leg and tie before he could move back. You're boring me, Blondie. Time to end this quickly. Let's see if you can stand up to this attack. Elsewhere. Time 2 DIIE, Kumodori emotes, preparing to lance Nami now he's recaptured her. Cloven Roseo. Were he not punched into a wall by an arm-point chopper, the hair losing its strength long enough for Vivi's wires to shred their connection to Nami, who was happy to be caught by Chopper before she hit the ground, but even happier to still be breathing after that near miss. Thanks guys. A second longer and I'd have been skewered, Nami wheezes. It was lucky you were nearby. Actually, we'd have kept walking if Alvida hadn't flagged us down. The Bluenet admits, sorry, but it's not like we knew you would be down this corridor in this maze of a building. She defends her statement with her arms crossed. Nami huffs, massaging her throat. Yeah. Thanks for getting help, makes me less annoyed you ditched me. If he had been anyone else on this squad of government bastards, I'd be dead already. Not to take attention away, but what the hell was that guy? Did he eat some kind of devil fruit? Chopper asks. No clue, but he seems to be able to do a lot of things with his hair, Alvida replies. Yeah, it's like fighting a man with an octopus on his head. Nami agrees, and for hair it sure can form a tight grip. We should probably leave, no, put as much distance between us and him and possible. But what about the key? How do we know he isn't the one with Robin's? Vivi asks, getting a smile from Nami. You mean, this key? She asks, grinning widely as key 3 was held up for all to see. Now can we go? The three nod and make their way towards the stairs, just before something falls from high above, slamming into the ground with a loud bang. Holy, is that a doll? Singles life. Cammy smiles. I prefer my rubber living and active. Alvida chuckles, then stops when she hears Chopper's yell. It's not a doll, it's Sanji. Really? Fuck, this is defiantly a devil fruit, right? Nami asks, then rushes over when Sanji moves, as well as has a minor coughing fit. Are you okay? The Fore asks as he moves to his hands and knees. I'm sorry I lost the fight, I couldn't get the key. He wheezes, Chopper checking on him while Vivi attempts to assist however she could. Really wish I remembered where I said Kaya right about now. It was at this point the smugness was detectable by Nami, who looks up to see Khalifa smirking as she looks down at them. It's always the tits, she groans. Seriously Sanji, Robin's life is on the line, we don't have time for your bullshit. They're all trying to kill us and you're the third best fighter on the crew. So how and why the fuck did you lose to the bimbo up there? I don't want to die, I want to save Robin, but my upbringing, I was taught to never hurt a lady. So no matter how bad things get, even with my life on the line, I will never kick a woman. Then bitch slap the weak little nerd in the face. In fact, how about Nami and I show you how? Alvida scowls, grabbing the navigator's arm and pulling her towards the stairs. It was clear the redhead wasn't thinking straight if she was allowing herself to be led towards danger. For the record, I'm looking forward to shoving my club up your ass. Khalifa laughs, I'd like to see you try whale girl. ST top right there, ah shit. Nami and Alvida groan. Seems Chopper didn't hit Kumodori hard enough if he's back to bother them again so soon. I won't allow dis to goo on any further, he drones, then fucks to avoid gunfire. Wait a minute, finally I found people. I thought I was going to be lost in this hell maze forever. Kayud cheers, hugging Vivi and Chopper, then gasping at how badly beaten up Sanji was. It seems I missed a lot, need some help guys. Vivi nods, all things considered. Against these guys the more the merrier. I want the best odds we can get in these fights. Yo. Just try and stop me, Chopper huffs as he shifts into armpoint, I will. Cloven Cross with Bad Hair Day occupied. Nami and Alvida continued the climb up to Khalifa, both looking forward to kicking the bitch's ass, seeing as she, technically, took advantage of Sanji's inability to hit a woman. How dare you, they're getting away. That was kind of the point, you'll have to go through us to get to Nami and Alvida. Following Nami and Alvida, even if he most likely stood there like an idiot and got dropkicked down the stairs, I still worry about what the hell kind of powers this lady has. Alvida sighs, still leading the way as the duo reached the room Khalifa had already re-entered waiting for them. Yeah, Sanji looked wrong, not just beat up but like something major had been done to him. Nami replies with a grimace, as well as a flicker of something else burning beneath her anger. When the two entered the room it seemed the CP9 agent had gotten bored of waiting and decided to draw herself a bath. Was that always there? And was actually about 80% finished stripping herself when the two came in. Well, that wasn't what I expected to see when I came in here, Nami mumbles to herself, her eyebrows rising sharply when she heard Alvida's similarly volumed comment. Meh, seen better, bigger too, she says with a slight leer, then it turns into a frown of disappointment. I really didn't need to know that. Come on Nami, you know Vivi's got a killer set. And it's not my fault Robin is incapable of wearing a shirt that can contain those massive tits. The mace wielder purrs, getting an eye roll from the navigator, though she didn't give any kind of argument. Luffy after separating from Artemis, Chimney ended up running into Luffy, and then had to save the idiot devil fruit user from drowning, twice. After the second revival Luffy had calmed down enough to actually listen to what the little girl was saying, that she'd found a way to the gates of justice that didn't involve nearly killing Himswater. So what's this, some kind of basement? Luffy asks, peering into the darkness. As far as we can tell, a way to get to the gates by going under the seafloor. Makes sense, thanks kid away. Hold it, where do you think you're going? To rescue Robin? Do you know where that is? A minute later Luffy is running down the stairs with Chimney's arms around his neck so she can give him directions without slowing him down. This is great. How did you end up finding this place? I saw Lucci, Robin and his noisy servant come down this path. He was talking so loud they didn't even hear me right behind them. Chimney laughs, then they stop at a large door with the world government's brand plastered on it for everyone to see. Damn, this is a big door. Do you know how to open it Chimney? Luffy asks. The servant was messing with this thing. Oh, it seems you need a key. Don't know how the pirate girl managed to get in then, Chimney huffs. Sorry. Luffy shrugs. Don't worry about it. Just take a few steps back please. Chimney tilts her head. Why? Because if this is the way we need to go, I'm going to have to bust my way in, Luffy states, waiting for Chimney and her rabbit to get a safe distance before biting down on his thumb. Gear 3rd, the force of Luffy's attack destroyed the door, as well as pushed the section separated by Kaku's attack further across the slope, getting closer by the minute to falling into the hole. The only side effect was for the moment. Luffy looked like Mini Mario, so he was going to need to hold off actually fighting Lucci until his body regained its normal size. Further down the line, did you hear something? Probably one of the pirates knocking down the door, Lucci suggests, sending Spandam into a panicked frenzy. That's impossible, those are solid iron doors, not to mention the fact they'd need to find them first. But they did, a girl and her pet were following us, and that was before our newest prisoner joined us, so she could have easily informed the others, Lucci counters with a smirk. Hoo-ha! Why didn't you do anything about her? Or at least tell me, Spandam asks, demands an explanation, to which the leopard man's grin just widens. I wasn't ordered to, he answers, getting a ghost of the smile from Robin and Artemis before remembering he was the enemy. Rankiaku smash sway grits her teeth and holds in a scream, more broken glass but no blood, proof she'd once more missed her target. She wants to close her eyes, just standing in this sideshow of a battlefield was giving her a headache, but she didn't risk closing her eyes otherwise. Soru, her instincts protect her from taking another sucker punch to the jaw. Chaos having risen from the mirrored floor and was about an inch off from punching her square in the nose, instead cracking one of the walls. Not that it would mean much, as the cracks were already resealing themselves, forming a uniform infinity once again. She'll admit she'd been played, tricked into this hall of mirrors, but she wasn't going to let some smug fuck of a novice pirate crew beat her. Tekai. Sigh, she held back the smirk as she was sure she heard bone crunch, as the lanky bastard was thrown into and rippled through one of the mirrors, which was when it turned into a frown. So close, he whispers in her ear, dodging a kick to the face, then grabbing her leg and throwing her into one of the walls. This time she tried to counter by using Geppo to rebound against the mirror, only for him to dodge and her to phase through the wall and out the floor, for about a second before he smashes her back into it, the floor remaining solid in this direction. Back with Frankie, and the V's, for a fat bastard he sure moves fast. Valentina grumbles as they once more miss Fukuro as he zips around above them using Geppo. She's right, he's moving too fast for us to hit, especially with how low on cola power I'm at. Frankie grimaces, then blinks in confusion when he gets hit with an apple. Chapapa, looking for me? Fukuro taunts from above them. Yes, but only because you're acting more like our sniper than any of the actual main fighters on our crew. Victor retorts, shooting a nose fancy at Fukuro, who dodges with little effort. Chapapa, well, if any of you were faster I'd actually see why you're so proud of your combat skills. Frankie triangle daggers. You really think throwing your sideburns would work on me? The Zipperman jeers, appearing behind Frankie. Bon Clay uses mascara. Why not sideburns? Who smirks? Doesn't matter, when I've got you right where I want you, Frankie yells, grabbing the beach ball by the mouth and slamming him into the wall. Weapons left. Breeze bomb. Caden. Endin. The heavy guns fire, explosion and actually fire, did pretty much nothing, though they didn't know that for a few minutes. Instead, I think you need stronger stuff in your hair, metal man. Valentina teases, seeing Frankie's pompadour had gone limp and drooped over his face. Crap, I really am low on power. Need to get to the kitchen, Frankie thinks aloud, turning on his heels to continue his search for cola, when he ran right into Fukuro. Not so fast, seriously, you managed to dodge all of that, Victor growls. You that afraid it'll hurt you then, Frankie taunts, trying to distract their opponent, or even just throw him off balance. He has a point, beach ball should have run off by now like the coward he is. Val adds, smirking. Fukuro gets mad. Coward? Nobody calls me that. You just pissed off the wrong guy. Have a taste of my fists. Here's what happens when you mix a punch with a Shigan. Jugon. Frankie stumbles back a few steps, then spits a little blood, surprising the duo, who think, fuck, that was actually strong enough to do even a little damage to this guy. What do you think, Chapapa? Frankie smirks, then unsleeves his right hand, revealing the metal underneath. Weak, especially compared to my Tekai's strong hammer. The attack bruises Kumdori's face, but the beach ball remains standing. That's it? That was the weakest punch you've done so far? Then try a combo on for size. The agent turns his attention from Frankie in time for Victor's fist and Valentina's palm to strike his face. 500 kilo boom fist futon. Repusho. The enhanced explosion threw the agent back several feet through the wall behind him, shocking Frankie and impressing the duo. Okay, whatever you're doing, Val, I like, though I still don't know what it is. Victor hums, turning to his partner. Dial gloves. I had Usopp design them because the dial's effects reminded me of a few tricks from home. Where do you think I'm getting all the names from? The blonde laughs. Hey, think you can help me refill while he recovers? My cyborg body needs cola to be any good in a fight, and as you've already pointed out, he points to his flat and lifeless hair. I'm kind of running on empty over here. Sure thing. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, by assisted explosion appears to have blasted our purse boy into the kitchen, giving us a shortcut to get to it ourselves. Victor notes with a nod and a smile. It has to be. If that's not a fridge, I don't know what it could be, and given this place I don't think I want to know. Kya ha ha ha. Val adds with a chuckle as the three step through the hole Fukuro made in the wall, though before they could do anything the opposite wall came crashing down as Chopper and Kumadori came through it mid-brawl, the commotion causing Fukuro to come to Donzo's shriveled ballsack. The blonde curses, seeing the zipper bastard stand up with nothing more than a scowl and some bruising. Damn it, out of time. Seems starting the fight with the rumble ball was a bad idea. Chopper grunts as he sits up in heavy point. Yo yo. Time for my finish eng blowwww. Kumadori moves to strike when Chopper blocks him using the fridge door, then closing it on the overacting kabuki player before he had time to react. Chopper. The three Straw Hats and Frankie turn as Vivi makes her way through the rubble, Kaya just sliding through with her syrup form. I'm so glad to see you're okay. Means I don't feel as gout the structural integrity of this building right now. She has a point, if everyone else's brawls are as destructive as ours right now, this place is coming down by the end of it. Victor notes. We really need to end these things quickly before the entire tower comes down on our heads. Yeah, so we kind of need to get that fridge open again, otherwise I'm not exactly going to be much help around here. Frankie argues, Gorilla Guy, you're over there. Open the door and toss me 3 bottles of Kolake? Who are you calling a gorilla? Then what the hell are you, you hairy beast? I'm a reindeer, you big metal jerk. Chopper. You can be mad at him later. Priorities now please. Valentina shouts, hoping to get this over with before. Are you idiots done with your little comedy routine? Taking a tea break during a fight is disrespectful and rude. Secret technique. Jugon, Fukuro Daiteki. That happened. Fukuro blitzing the trio with a flurry of Rokushiki enhances punches. Oh Rao, Chopper, just open the door and we'll grab everything we can hold to give him, Vivi orders. The reindeer nods and quickly opens the door. The trio filling their arms then slamming it in Kumadori's face once more. Frankie catch. Kaya shouts, throwing 3 bottles at the cyborg after a failed counter-attack on Fukuro. Thanks quick shot, time to get fresh, he shouts, putting the bottles into his belly. Unfortunately, whatever he just put into himself, it wasn't as good as cola. Fresh punch Jugon. That was vegetable juice you dumbasses, cola, COLA. If it ain't cola it ain't good enough for me to be able to use my attacks. Frankie bellows angrily, missing Chopper by inches as he tosses back the bottles. Oh, damn it, here try this. The reindeer throws another set, which instead of pumping him up, chill him down. I think I'll just sit a spell, Frankie drawls, pulling a hoe from somewhere and pulling up a chair, until Valentina kicks the bottles out of him. Next, found them, cola for sure, Vivi calls, throwing them 3 cola bottles. Finally, thanks princess, Frankie grins. Frankie doesn't know she is one. She just holds herself like someone with that kind of breeding, mostly because she is one. I have literally no clue what the fuck is going on, but there is no way I'm giving this dumbass what he wants. Rankiaku body blow. You really need to stop doing that, Valentina whines, always hating Victor's self-destruct technique, even if his fruit meant he should be fine. SUUUUUUUPPPPPERRRRRR power. Frankie stands tall, hair back in its rock-hard pompadour style. Full power go. Thanks for the recharge girls and Tanuki Gorilla. Now, I believe we had a living purse that needed the bearers kicked out of it, guys. The cyborg says, grinning at the V's who nod, an idea forming in their heads. Chapapa. You really think you can beat me just because you drank some cola? Give me a break, Fukuro scoffs, right until Frankie gets in his face. Strong hammer. The impact knocks the beach ball off his feet and sends him flying through a good 3 to 4 walls, in fact to the point they could see daylight again now, to the shock and amazement of the Straw Hats there to see it. He was right about me previous hits being weak. Nice to be firing on all cylinders again though, the cyborg laughs. 1 down, and 1 key closer to Robin, Victor says, grinning widely. Oh, I almost forgot. Zoro and Usopp got cuffed together, so we need to find the key that opens their cuffs as well as Robin's. Vivi informs all but Chopper. Kaya facepalms while Val just laughs. Choppa. You've really got me fired up now, Chapapapapa, Fukuro growls as he pulls himself to his feet. Fuck, won't this bastard stay down? The last beach ball died in 1 hit, Valentina whines. To be fair, Chaos stabbed that one in the heart. At least that's how Alvida explained it. Vivi reminds her, the Bluenet sure she'd only been given the bare minimum of an explanation, as neither of her partners were the detail-oriented type. You want a show of force handbag? Well, check out these guns, Frankie announces, pushing back his shirt so 2 cannons rise from his shoulder, then whimpers. Damn it. Forgot I had to dislocate my shoulder to do this. Reckless idiot. Chopper and Kaya shout, Chapapa, moron. I'm trained in all 6 of the Rokushiki techniques. No bullet is faster than me, Fukuro boasts. That may be, but these aren't ordinary missiles. They're high-powered tracking rounds. The cyborg retorts, impressing the others, until Fukuro dodges the initial barrage and they realize Frankie is the one doing the tracking, especially when he runs after the suit-wearing Zipperman. We should probably follow him, I don't like to leave a fight unfinished. Agreed Vic, let's get that key. See you later girls, and Chopper. Val waves before following Victor through the hole in the walls, by which point Fukuro had disappeared. So, we lost him. Yep, sneaky bastard, Frankie grunts, resetting his shoulders. Foolish fools, searching for me is pointless. Not only am I a master of the high-speed technique Soru, with its power, not only am I faster than lightning, I'm also completely silent. My target's unaware of my prescience until the moment I end their lives, just like an owl. Just like an owl, huh? Frankie hums. Precisely, this has allowed me to perform countless flawless assassinations. Only beaten by 2-step Sui Feng the skeletal BITC. Ow my balls. Fukuro squeals as Valentina stands behind him and kicks him with the highest weight she can still comfortably move at. All that bragging was really stealthy, I can see why nobody sees you coming. Is it because they can hear him coming? Victor asks with a chuckle. Cocky brats, how dare you humiliate me, that's my job. Valentina tacks on under her breath. Nobody makes fun of CP9 and lives. Fukuro bellows as he rolls backwards to the nearest wall. Soru, Tekai Dama. Fukuro plows into Frankie, sending the 2 of them through the outer barrier and into the water. The 4DF users in the group thanking their lucky stars, then beginning to worry about their new metal friend. Bang, yo. Damn it, nearly forgot about that one. Vivi groans. Come on Chopper, Kaya, we have a hairy beast to beat unconscious. Feel like taking pot shots at the world's fattest and loudest owl? Val asks, seeing Fukuro burst out of the water, with Frankie frantically paddling his way back towards them. Do you even need to ask? He scoffs, sighing into the revolver before beginning to provide Frankie with explosive cover fire. Breeze breath barrage weapons left Kami E. Slime. Well, I found my new, least favorite of these Roku shaggers moves. Val grumbles, as Fukuro was able to physically compress his body out of the way of Frankie's bullets. It led to Frankie having to go with an unorthodox method of escape. 1 El Cola. Coup de bout Frankie shoots out of the water as if fired from a cannon, giving them hope he was going to make it to dry land, only for Fukuro to drop kick him back down, luckily. Strong right. Rocket fist he shot his right arm out on its chain, latching onto the Zipperman's leg and pulling him down with him. If I'm taking a dive, the least I can do is take you with me ah ha 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 ha. He laughs, as the true point of his plan was revealed just before they both fell into the abyss. The cyborg grabbing on tightly to one of Fukuro's legs, meaning the only way to survive to save them both. You jerk, I can't use Soru with 1 foot, while carrying someone else, you'll make us fall, Fukuro whines. Yeah I can see that, here's the only offer I'm going to make, I'll let go, only after you get us back to dry land. We'll fight there, or you can try fight me now and see how long your leg can keep you hovering. Seeing Frankie had him by the leg, and metaphorically by the balls, Fukuro complied. Just so you know, this battle will end once we get to shore. Oh really? I just remembered a technique which should beat you in 1 hit? That's convenient, so did we. The agent looks up to see Valentina and Victor waiting for them, cared to see which one is STH a devious smirk. I'll take that bet, Fukuro grins before with a little spin added to his Soru tosses Frankie at the duo, who dodge. Okay, so what was the plan you crazy chick? Frankie asks with a small amount of panic. Combo move. Explosions, fire fists, and an overpowered air cannon. Care to provide that last one? Valentina asks. I'm really confused, that makes 2 of us. Victor nods. Even more so when Valentina removes her green, right glove, don't you need that? Not that breath dial, but if we want the best result Cola Man here needs to go full power and I don't want my flame dial to be snuffed out. So double barrel is the only option. The blonde explains, exchanging it for a second red glove. A firework display, that's your best shot? Pathetic, Fukuro taunts as the three get into position. Cho Sokuten Tekai Dama, this better work, it will. 70mm Koke 1.5 Max Cola Power Coup de Vent Backdraft Blaze. Kaden. Goka Senpu. The attacks mixed and were carried by Frankie's cannon, powering through Fukuro's own attack and smashing the CP9 agent right into the Tower of Law, knocking him out and taking him out of the fight. Damn, we make a good team. Wish I'd had guys like you in the family, Frankie laughs, putting an arm around each of the Vs. Several floors up. Where are Chopper and Vivi with that number 2 key? Zoro groans as they continue to keep ahead of their zone pursuers. Zoro, I'm almost out. Carry me? Usopp whines, getting a punch to the head from the swordsman. I'm only in this mess because of you, so keep your damn mouth shut unless it's a plan on how to get out of this situation. He growls, though they were able to lessen their pace when the two agents behind them started arguing amongst themselves again. Wow, what a coincidence, we were just having this same argument back on the Mary. Usopp says loudly, catching the agent's attention. Weren't you one of the more curious ones on who was better, a giraffe or a wolf, Zoro? Not real, the swordsman was silenced, Usopp's hand over his mouth. Exactly, so we'll just sit back and let you determine the answer for us, and then the winner can take us both. Seem fair? Usopp suggests. You know this distraction won't actually give us enough time to escape for more than a few minutes at most? Zoro asks, pointing to the biggest hole in Usopp's plan, that while they were arguing, they would snap out of it soon enough. Well, what's your plan, Mr. Negative? Usopp demands. Simple. Rock, paper, scissors. Zoro replies. Usopp giving him a silent look of confusion. Loser cuts off their hand. Nope, no way, we're not doing that. The sniper adamantly refuses. Zoro sighs. Fine, just one more question. How much do you weigh? Shing the two zones looks over in confusion as Zoro returns to meet them in battle, now with Usopp rigid by fear as he holds Shunsui, Wado and Kitetsu in Zoro's mouth and free hand respectively. Hold position, Sogeking, I'm going to put these animals down, then we're going to find the key that separates us, as well as whichever of them has Robin's key. Zoro orders, eyes ablaze with determination. Damn. That's one fat bastard. Kaya notes now the smoke had cleared from between them and Kumadori. Did he seriously eat all the food in that fridge while trying to get out? Chopper thinks aloud. Geez. I thought Luffy had poor self-control, this guy takes the cake. And probably ate it too. Vivi chuckles, but seriously, Luffy has reasonable self-control over non-food based situations and actions, such as keeping certain actions contained within the captain's quarters. She adds with a slight pinkening of her cheeks. Do you think he'll have noticed you two haven't been paying him any attention in the near future? The Amy girl teases, as it seemed the chubby staff wielder was currently in his own little world, as seemed to be a regular, frequent thing. One moment please, Kumadori says, getting the trio's attention. Seimei Kikon. Shoka, Kyushu, okay, if we didn't already know these guys were cheating, now they can metabolize fat in about 10 seconds. Great, Kaya groans. That's so weird, but so cool. How do you do that? Chopper yells, then asks with sparkling eyes, surprising the agent. How Kayan of you to ask. 1,000 years at sea, 1,000 years in the mountains, breathing in the wind and drinking the morning dew. I lived as a hermit to complete my training, and lo and behold the secrets of life revealed themselves to me. From your head, to your toes, every inch of a man's body can be controlled by one with a strong enough will. Why, you can even command and control your internal organs, and even the strands of your hair from root to tip, with enough training and willpower. Using the mind to control the working of the body, Chopper summarizes, I read about something similar once, only they called it biofeedback. So that must be how he ensnared Nami with his hair, literal mind over matter. Vivi theorizes. His octopus hair is as much a weapon as his staff in that case. An octopus, how rude. I am a shishi, a noble lion. Does he think we care, Chopper? Kaya asks, getting a shrug from the reindeer as he clearly didn't. Yo-yoi, you'll care, about this hun, Kami Shibari. Please work, Vivi prays as she releases her wires and extends them towards Kumadori, just as the kabuki actor lashes out with his hair. Barber's net while able to be used as easily as limbs, Kumadori's hair was still about the same strength, Even if it wasn't, there wasn't much that could hold up to monofilament wires when pulled taut, the princess giving the agent a buzzkick on the right side of his head. My HAAAR. Kumadori shrieks, then scowls. To hell with the mandate. Diz Dragon must be slayin' today. Shigen. QVV rolls to avoid the strike, which puts a perfectly round hole in the ground where she'd been a moment ago. Okay. Not my best plan, she thinks, but he distracts. Leave her alone, you clown. Tekai crunch. Ow. Ow ow ow. Chopper whimpers as he shakes his hand and tries get regular feeling to return to it. Disappointing. Now back to work, Soru QQ. The first strike caught the two off guard, allowing a strike to the abdomen, but the second, which was aimed for her face, failed to hit its target, only due to Kaya shoving her aside and taking the strike herself, her head exploding into yellow slime. Damn it, I can't fight him like this, but I've already used my safe limit of rumble balls, and don't have nearly 6 hours to wait. Damn it, Chopper internally panics, considering taking another rumble ball, as well as the impossible idea of taking 3, but that line of thought was interrupted by Kumadori setting his staff on fire. Shishi kebab, screw it, we're not going to live through this if I don't, Chopper decides, stuffing the pill into his mouth and crunching it, shivering at the boost it gave him. Here we go. Horn guard point. The flaming staff was stopped, but because the guard was Chopper's own fluff, it immediately bounced away in pain and panic, as he was quite literally on fire. Putting himself out, Chopper moves to what he hopes would be the right one this time. Jumping heavy point. Another wrong transformation, which once more lead to him running headfirst into a flaming strike, this time a staff strike to the gut which throws him back into the wall. Yo-yoi. Yo-yoi. Seems your guard dog is defeated, there's nobody else to protect you. Damn it, my transformations are out of whack, and he's still gunning for Vivi. We don't have time for this, he doesn't even have a key. I need to stop him so we can help Zoro and Sogeking get free and fight. I just need arm point, and just hold it long enough for one attack. That's all I need to save my friends. Chopper thinks to himself as he tries to will himself to stand up again. I'm here to save my friend, and I'm not going to let anyone get in my way. Spoke too soon, the beast is still breathing, I'll have to fix that. Don't move, actually. Shishi kebab. Bastard. Vivi screams as he slams his flaming staff on her leg like a mallet. The man smirks at the audible crunch as well as the burn on her lower leg. Get away from her, Chopper shouts as he charges at Kumadori, who uses his left side to shape his hair into crude hands before launching. Shishi Shigen. Despite being made of hair, there was no difference between these and any other CP9 agent's Shigen, each impact leaving something indistinguishable from a bullet hole at first glance. When the onslaught finally ended, Chopper collapsed onto his back, possibly bleeding out. A lion's fury knows no limit, he bends for no man or beast, Kumadori waxes poetically. Damn it, with my forms randomized, I only have a 14% chance to get arm point. But, I can't give up, Robin, Vivi, and the others are all counting on me. I refuse to give up, Chopper shouts the last part as he stands and charges again. Brain point only to get batted aside by Kumadori, but he just kept trying. Walk point, jump point, damn it, at this point I think I've run through everything but arm point. I really hope it works this time, I'm running out of energy, and we're all running out of time. Chopper winces before preparing what could be his final strike. Yo-yoi, arm point. Shishi Shigen Shane. Why are you getting so upset? Kumadori's eye widens hearing the dragon speak. Kaya doing her best to keep things stable, her hands bleeding as she used her wires to remove that avenue of attack, permanently. Shit, Tekai. Go, Kokute Roseo metal, oh Kami, that had better have worked, that was my strongest attack. We've literally got nothing else left, Chopper thinks, as Kumadori sways, his chest covering in hoof print-shaped indents. Meanwhile the reindeer himself falls to his knees, then face, running on fumes at this point. A beautiful, cherry blossom, blizzard. Not yet, Kumadori slurs before going quiet. Did I win? Chopper asks, weakly, getting his answer when the agent stomped on his head. You have awakened the wrath of heaven. Feel the lion's roar. Yo-yo-yo-yo. Kumadori screams before kicking Chopper at Vivi and Kaya, knocking the girls out the whole Fukuro made earlier. Renkyaku. Renge, this is it. We're done for, Chopper thinks as he hits the ground with a thud, which means, This can't make things any worse. He slips the rumble ball into his mouth. I'm sorry doctoring. But this is the only way to protect the people I care about. I can't do it as Chopper, but I can end this as something else, as a monster. Crunch R-O-A-R-R-R-R-R. Yo-yoy. Nobody told me there was a devil fruit, which actually turned someone into the devil. Kumadori says, over-exaggerating as he often does. Though the hairy beast Chopper currently was a rather intimidating sight. Regardless, whether you're a demon or the devil himself, I swear I will send you down to the fiery pits of he. Monster Point clearly didn't care one bit, as it almost casually slaps the Kabuki man into the floor. Nearby, we beat that balloon owl bastard, and got a key. Frankie cheers, following the others to where Vivi and Kaya were huddled, the medic looking rather worried, while the princess was simply in pain. Broken femur, and a hole in your coal thing. You have no idea how lucky you are he didn't puncture your lung when he hit you, Kaya explains, the V's and Frankie grimacing. He seemed pretty determined to split my head open like a melon, so it was probably on purpose that the wound was painful and debilitating, but not inherently fatal. Know what I mean? Vivi guesses, her head like the others turning sharply when they hear the loud roar, followed by the bang of someone clearly not knowing what he was fucking with. I don't think I want to know what that was, for the moment at least, Victor hums, getting nods from the others. Hey, what number key were we looking for your friends who got cuffed together, cause Fukuro had key 4? The cyborg asks, offering up the key as he did so. Number 2, which means we're running out of targets. Frankie nods. The only ones with unknown keys are Lucci and the secretary, Cauliflower or something. Which Nami and Alvida are currently fighting. Only good news is that Robin is most likely wearing the number 1 cuffs, so as long as they win, someone on our crew will be free. Then Luffy will take out Mr. Kitten and we'll be on the home stretch. Valentina cheers, then sits down beside the other girls to catch her breath, until she notices they're missing someone. Where's Chopper? He was fighting Kumadori. I don't know if he won, or is still fighting. All I know is the fact the sandal-wearing bastard isn't down here killing us. Means he didn't lose. Kaya Vivi answers. Then he eyes widen when Valentina runs up the wall in order to go check on the status of their doctor. Get back here, you can't go alone. The girl is right. I need to refill again anyway, so I'll go up after her. You okay keeping watch over the girls? Victor, right? Yes, to both. Victor nods as Frankie uses the grapple feature of strong left in order to follow the blonde Kilo girl. Holy crap, what is that? He shouts, seeing the massive creature holding a beaten unconscious Kumadori by his head, before yeeting him all the way to the main island of Ennis Lobby. I don't know how, but it's Chopper. It has to be given the hat and the antlers, Valentina gasps. You're kidding, right? That's that deer, gorilla, tanuki thing? Frankie asks, unconvinced. I'm not joking, and I already said I don't know how, but it has to be Chopper. Cammy, what I won't do for some sea stone chains right about now. She grouses, then both have to dodge as the creature smashes the ground in front of him before starting to climb the tower like King Kong. What's his problem, and what the hell are you smiling about? Frankie bellows. Kyahaha, sorry, just had this strange feeling someone got exactly what they deserved. She chuckles, unaware that at that moment Artemis had just kicked Spandam in the balls as hard as her should, bringing the man to his knees. Though Lucci stepped in and stopped her before she could also kick him in the head. I'll follow Chopper while you fill up, or should I regroup with the others? I'll follow, Chopper. You make sure the others are ready to go when we have all the keys, okay? Crunch, okay. So you're clearly more difficult to fight when pissed off. My bad. Chaos grumbles to himself, having taken 3 rapid-fire Shigen to the shoulder and chest, causing him to slam right into one of the mirrors. Taking Hubby and letting it extend, he swings it at the wall behind him. Refraction. Shinso Sui was expecting him to do this, so was able to easily dodge it when the blade shot out of the floor. It was when it shot out of the walls twice she had a problem. The blade was quickly retracted as Chaos stands opposite her once more. Quite good agility and flexibility, all without using your techniques. Guess it was a little silly to use something you have room to avoid then. He muses, then zips towards her. Shimmer Tekai. Kaiden, ah crap. The researcher thinks as his attack is stopped by her now almost shimmering forearm, and allows for a kangaroo kick to the abdomen to be returned. I think the time for games is over, given you forced me to tap into my devil fruit's abilities. Do you know what it is? Sui asks, calming herself now she has the upper hand. Zone of some type, the last technique leads me to think some kind of insect, given that's clearly the addition of exoskeleton-like armor to your iron body defense technique. Chaos theories, as he comes up with a new plan, which began with putting his armored hand on one of the mirrors. Sakana, the mix of a rippled shimmer and whatever else it was doing, had Sui wince as she had momentary double vision, or something close to it, as what were visually infinite mirrors made the term pretty much redundant. Are you able to do anything that doesn't give me a headache? She hisses, clenching her fists as he smirks and holds hubby in his left hand. Come over here and find out. He laughs as both run at each other. Shigen Xing Sui's eyes widen as her direct hit missed entirely, and the young pirate was able to land a clean slash down her back. How? Your fruit shouldn't be able to allow you to dodge that hit. You should be dead, she shouts, wincing as the slash begins to pulse in pain. You adjusted at the last minute, censuring yourself, as close as you thought. That put me just out of range of your attack, and in turn gave me the opening you hit you from behind. The agent grits her teeth. How to do that? It was then she looked at the reflection, seeing the Kopesh-like weapon being spun in his left hand, and it all clicked. You're messing with my head. My sense of right and left most of all, she guesses, getting a momentary frown before Chaos chuckles and shrugs. Pretty much, I was kind of hoping you'd take longer. I was going to really mess with your head by flip-flopping when it was most unhelpful for you, usually just before an attack, or not at all. Anything to comment? Not really, the concept would definitely be a bit of a trip, having to do the opposite of what your brain is telling you, and even then only some of the time. But you forget something. This technique most likely only works on human eyes. At that point she turns on her heel and smirks, a shiver going down his spine. Unlike Lucci, I rarely use my fruit. Your reward for this funhouse is to be killed by my hybrid form. The humming that seemed to be a constant low presence around Sui Feng grew louder, as large wings erupted from her back, beating rapidly and allowing her to rise as her body thinned and limbs lengthened. Her face narrowed slightly, but more importantly her jaw shifted, her mouth now a set of mandibles with pincer-like appendages on the sides. Finally there were the two extra limbs now sprouting from her abdomen, though they lacked the hands or feet of the others, so were more like spikes or spears than anything else. So, any thoughts on the Hachi Hachi no mi? Sui hummed, wasp fruit? 2. That compound eyes are just as nauseating up close as imagined, Chaos grimaces. As much like the animal itself, the woman's black eyes were now a blurred amalgamation of potentially thousands of tiny lenses, and… What the fuck is the ass knife? Damn it, Altiori, on your hand? He asks more frantically, as instead of having a thorax with a stinger on the end, at least in her hybrid form, Sui had a blade-like stinger in place of her right middle finger, adding at least her palm, if not a palm and finger, to the length of that digit. Sui gives an approximation of a grin and lands, allowing him to see her wings formed a homunca, which would probably amuse him later. Life return. It allows me to manipulate the wavelength of my devil fruit, in this case giving me a weapon somewhere I can much more easily use. If you want to see it in action though, survive this. She jumps, using her wings to hover before firing attacks with all 6 available limbs. Rankyaku. Muir Chaos decides, wisely, to stay as far away from the attacks. Shimmering out of the way and into another area, the wasp woman cursing as she'd forgotten the term funhouse was actually more accurate than she'd want to admit. The arena being more a mirror maze than a single mere wings rather than Rokushiki, she began searching the area, finding no other living things, though she did find several random weapons and armor, including one that caught her eye, a large, blood-red weapon resembling a shotgun. A Fate's Ember. How did a pirate get his hands on a restricted? She didn't get to finish her question, thought, as she was blindsided with an elbow to the jaw, then watched as the gun was kicked into a mirror and sent through with nothing but a few ripples. Not for you. Chaos scolds her like a child. Also, for the record, Ennis Lobby had 3, though only one had the payload you were expecting. That one? Sui asks with a deadpan expression. Yep. Now, how do you feel about one more go each? See what happens and all that? He asks, grinning widely until her features were lost under his fully covered reflect armor. You really think you can stand up to me, with that? Sui asks, unsure if she should be amused or offended, She then noticed that while he did appear featureless with the armor, there were shadows, which told her where his eye was, or that he was still smiling. She also said eye because unlike the smooth surface of the rest of his body, there was a broken section where the right eye should be, with 4 cracks radiating out in a spiral from it. 1. I can try, worst case scenario you kill me, and even then, I'm sure the others will stop you, only one way to find out. Sui Feng growls, you're way too eager to die, brat, she shouts, aiming for what she sees as a weak point. Soru Shigen. Suzumaki, too. She hits the target, then is stopped dead, her arm unable to move from his left hand's grip on her wrist, shocking her. The face cracks into a rictus grin. Nice try, I'll give you that much, but you can't break what's already broken. There's an odd hiss to his tone, from somewhere the assassin couldn't quite place. Horidingu Amazu Horidingu Regusu clutch. The wasp girl holds in a scream as her limbs are pinned. Claws dig into them like knives. The grin widens as he moves his free hand to her stomach. Now I've never done this before and only seen it performed a handful of times, the last 3 being you stabbing me. So hopefully this works out. He notices what little color drain from her face as she feels his knuckles against her skin. Tekai. Kaiden Shigen. Handokyanon somewhere in the Tower of Law. Sui barely manages a groan as she hits the floor. Her mind a little busy panicking over the fist-sized hole in the guts. Practically dead to the outside world until a shadow crossed over her head, focusing on that a small part of her smirked seeing the bloody tears. She had hurt him, even if he did a lot more damage to her that last round. I really overdid that last one, sorry. Hope you survive. Fighting you out in the open might have been fun. He chuckles morbidly. Now, if you excuse me, I have someone very important to me to save. He turns and zips away, Sui unsure if that was his shimmer, or a mimicry of their Soru. Either way he was gone. Back in her human form, Sui winces as she tries to assess the damage, her eyes snapping open when she groggily places her hand on her stomach and finds it clear of blood. Oh fu. The kid did a real number on you. A voice purrs, much too amused at seeing his lover at death's door. Now you see why the boss is so interested. Removing the shades so his red eyes were visible, he kneels beside her, collecting the blood in his hands. He has the hubby, Sui wheezes, hoping he was doing what she thought it was, though also dreading it as the pain was supposed to be unimaginable, especially given how severe her injury is. I know, Zelina-chan was happy to tell us. After she gave it to him, the man hums before using the blood to cut into his own hand, the free bleeding wounds forming a simple pentagram, before mixing with the already collected blood into a frisbee-sized mass of swirling, spiraling liquid. Now hold still. This is going to hurt a lot. Also, if anyone asks, you've been invited into or were attacked by an Uzumaki. She wishes he would take things seriously, but it was probably better he didn't, and it helps her think she'll actually survive this. Ryaketsu no Saisei Ah. Underground, you little brat, I'm going to make you watch as we rip your mother apart, digits, then limbs, then disemboweling her. Spandam threatens, though the higher pitch and slight treble took away some of the intimidation factor, hence why the girl was unimpressed. Not helped by Robin. Lucci gives a feral smirk as Luffy's voice carries to the assembled group, hope blazing in Robin's heart, while Artemis grins, only partly due to Spandam's scared shitless expression. You should probably escort the prisoners alone. I'll deal with Straw Hat. Lucci almost purrs as he shoos the 3 along. He had more important things to worry about after all. Oh, of course, get over here, Nico. Robin. He pulls out Funkfried and holds it to her throat. I only need one of you alive, so don't try anything, kid, and follow us to the bridge, now, he orders, Artemis nodding with a shiver of fear. With Zoro and Usopp. These morons are at least amusing, I'll give them that, Kaku admits, while Jabra sniggers. Time for your debut, Zoro hums around Wado. Meanwhile, Usopp was shaking and pleading for the swordsman to find another way, anything that didn't involve him fighting as well. Onigiri Tiger Trap. Both attacks were off target due to Usopp's shaking, but he was the one to pay the price for it as both Kaku and Jabra's counters hit him square in the face. I told you not to move, didn't I? Zoro shouts as Usopp. If it's so easy you do it. All that's happened so far is that wolf guy's broken my nose. The sniper counters angrily. Are they mocking us? Jabra asks, getting a shrug from Kaku. Either that, or they really are that stupid, hard to tell really. Zoro sighs. Guess we're back to plan A. Rock, paper, scissors. Better to lose a hand than your life. Oh come on, can't you think of a safer option, one that doesn't involve mutilation? No, Zoro replies almost immediately. You didn't even try, Usopp cries, screams. Nami and Alvida. Well, this is a clusterfuck amongst other things. Alvida hums, as Khalifa smirks from the bath, and Nami lies prone on the ground. You can say that again, Nami grunts as she twitches, trying to get back up while the agent watches. Though the cocky bitch seems to have been uniformed of her weaknesses, given she decided to take a bath during a battle. Water drains you of energy, and neutralizes conscious control of your powers. Khalifa chuckles, oh please, like I'd be dumb enough to let my guard down. I can beat you even with those handicaps, but I guess you're both dumb enough to fight me at full strength. A moment please, she says standing up, Alvida giving a half-hearted wolf whistle, as she'll admit the girl has a nice ass even if she'd seen better up top, then moves behind a screen she pulls down for false modesty. Little help here, really have no idea what she did to me, though it was probably lucky you dodged, Nami groans. Alvida trying to help only for the red head to slip through her fingers, crap. It's not me this time, I know. Whatever her power is, it at the very least means she can replicate your slipperiness and have it affect other people, Nami sighs. We need to find a way to counter devil fruits soon. Don't say sea stone, I know that stuff does that, but it's also not something we can simply acquire. Oh thank Barry, I'm getting feeling back in my arms and legs. She then with a little help heaves herself to her feet. You think I'm weak? Taste the perfect climatact you slutty bitch. Thunder charge. Swing arm Nami charges forward. The end of her climatact burning through the screen but missing Khalifa who is now properly dressed again. Maybe she's a ninja, she's wearing enough mesh. Alvida teases, noticing the woman twitch. Impressive weapon. It do any more tricks? Khalifa asks, trying to avoid acknowledging the pervert, then blinks when she notices something that shouldn't be there. Are those clouds? Yep. Alvida chirps, standing as this wasn't her part. You really were stupid to underestimate me. I'm not the bulkiest on the crew, far from it, so I had to pull my weight in other ways. I forecast thunder. Thunderbolt tempo. The resulting explosion and smoke at least told them Nami had managed to land a direct hit. Even if Khalifa's devil fruit most likely mitigated some of the damage. That much she could tell when the navigator saw what was a bar of soap with CP9 etched into it. Keyword being was, as just before it started to fade away. Slip and slide smash. Alvida gave her contribution to the battle, slamming her mace hard enough into the soap bar it cracked and crumbled, throwing Khalifa into the wall with the force just shy of one of Luffy's pistol shots. Did she? Are we fighting a soap girl? Nami asks, hoping she was wrong but knowing she wasn't. Who the fuck thought that was a good idea? I kind of feel bad for her getting the awa awa no mi. I think. We can ask Chaos later. I'm still going to kick her ass. Just not tell anyone about it after, Alvida replies, though is also holding back laughter. Don't think you can talk down to me like that you skank, Khalifa shouts as she gets back up. But you're both correct. I'm a soap human thanks to the awa awa no mi. So my entire body produces a lather, isn't that something I? Okay, I'll admit that's kind of hot. Also we need a secretary like TH. Fuck, I'm thinking and talking like some old pervert, or Sanji. We already have a Vivi, don't need an, admittedly fine-assed, imitation. Oh, do you think Vivi would eat the awa awa no mi if I offered it to her? The smooth woman asks Nami, completely ignoring its current owner. No, Vivi strikes me as the type of person you'd need to force feed one. Plus I know they supposedly all taste bad, but do you really want her to eat soap? Nami asks in response. You have a point. Back to ass kicking then. Lucky we have someone with a fruit completely useless in combat then. On the contrary, the bubbles I produce obey my every command, and I have quite a vivid imagination, Khalifa states, causing Nami's eyebrows to rise. So do I, but you don't see me bringing up my bedroom habits during a fight. Well, except now, Alvida replies, then sidesteps the torrent of bubbles that leapt out of the bath. So, she wasn't taking a bath, she was producing bubbles? Nami gasps. Bubble master. Soap sheep, and now I don't care, Alvida admits, as Khalifa now looks all kinds of stupid. Do your bubbles make people sleepy, or if it like Chopper's guard point? Actually, that's the soap tombstone you made earlier? Talk all you want, this will be a short fight, sheep clown. Relaxing bubbles. Didn't you wonder why you fell to the ground the moment you came in? Khalifa asks with a smirk. Your bubbles drain the energy out of people, Nami gasps, panicking inside. Correct, but I'm afraid you're far too late to do anything about it. She chuckles, until something gets in the way. Oh, thank God I was right. Alvida cheers, standing in a pile of bubbles which were still dripping off her chest and arms, though other than being a little annoyed she appeared perfectly fine. You saved me, and you're not being drained, Nami gasped. No, impossible, my bubbles drain the energy of anyone but myself that they touch. How can you stand tall when both your friends fell from far less? Khalifa demands an answer, to which the mace wielder smirks. It's simple really, your bubbles slid right off me. You're not the only person who's squeaky clean thanks to their devil fruit. I'm happy to inform you, late as it may be, that the Sub no mi, my fruit, does exactly that. Wow, your Khalifa's perfect counter, Nami laughs, though still technically hiding behind Alvida given the woman was willing being her human shield. No, I am the world's most deadly assassin. I won't be beaten by some 2-bit pirates, Khalifa shouts, charging at the two with Soru. Meanwhile, South Blue Achu. Are you okay, sensei? There weren't complications to the transfer this time, right? Kukuku, no need to worry Kabuto. Probably just Nei-san talking about me. You saw the wanted poster, she's doing well for herself. Section true, but she would do better if she actually used her training section. Section now Anko-chan, we agreed not to judge people in this family, even if they make really stupid decisions. Not my best rule, but we enforce it when we can section. Sorry, forget about it, now do you have the target? I have Tora, the kids who are assigned to catch it are currently, anywhere but here. The woman sighs, repressing the urge to slam her head into the wall she was leaning against. Why are we even doing this? The explosion you caused, that destroyed my lab and the rest of the building, by not listening to my warnings. This is our community service, as well as remedial lessons, given you can't detect 3 brats 2 streets over. Back to your regularly scheduled pirate anime Thunderball. That weapon is interesting, but it won't save you, Khalifa purrs in Nami's ear, having zipped around them before they could do anything. She then proceeded to molest the 18-year-old redhead. Golden Bubble, get away from me you weirdo. I don't swing that wow, Nami squeaks as she swings her climb attack, only to fall on her rear when her legs are no longer able to support her weight. Pretty sure that counts as sexual harassment. Alvida deadpans, before moving to hold Nami up while they figure out how to unbubble her legs. It's also fucking creepy, Nami complains, trying her hardest to keep her legs from moving until she's able to put enough weight on them to stand unassisted. You're just jealous, so sad you'll never possess even a fraction of my beauty. Speak for yourself, Nami's barely legal, she has plenty of time to bloom into at least an 8 if not a 9.5. Don't say shit like that just because you're past your prime, Alvida argues, to which Khalifa grits her teeth. Thanks, Nami says with a smile, before she realizes something and starts yelling, she was talking about both of us you moron. Alvida chuckles, true. But why should I care about blatant lies from some senile old crone? Much like her, my fruit makes my body the best it can be. You got a cute tush and that chest is filling out nicely, but you've still got plenty of time to grow, she giggles as the navigator blushes. Luffy, finally, that tunnel was going on forever, Luffy thinks as he slams through the door into what looks to be some kind of storeroom. Hey, it's you, pigeon bastard, he yells, while Lucci just smirks. I'm not too proud that I won't admit when I'm wrong, I didn't think you could make it. I'm actually almost impressed, Lucci says as he stands. Slightly further ahead, partway up a flight of stairs. This is a day of one mess after another. Keep moving, Spandam bellows jabbing at Robin and Artemis before pulling a den from his jacket. CP9 this is Chief Spandam calling. One of those straw hats is practically on my ass. What are you morons doing over there? Hello, don't ignore me, I am the chief. And you will answer when I call. Robin peers behind her and the color drains from her face, worrying Artemis, Mom? She whispers. You didn't, please tell me you aren't that stupid, she asks, right now not caring if he slaps her again. You didn't activate the golden Denden Mushi. Spandam blinks, then looks down. What? No, this is the trigger for the Buster call. Artemis finishes, understanding why Robin looked barely able to stand. You just told them to level Ennis lobby, she adds, almost amused, except for the part where they're all still on Ennis lobby. I knew you were a weakling, but this brain-dead nepotism is alive and well in the upper echelons of government. Robin grumbles bitterly, only spared a beating because Spandam kind of had more important things to worry about than disciplining his future say, not important. Yes, Chief Spandam? A voice came from the regular den. There you are, this was the line I was trying to get earlier. Not that it matters now. Not now I've pushed the button. Not now I've triggered the Buster call. Formation being broadcast through every den speaker on the island. You had to cancel it right away. Robin's voice screams over the connection. Some of the Straw Hats perking up as they hear her, as it means she's still okay, and they still have a chance. Cancel it? Don't tell me what to do. A slap was heard before things continued. What's the problem with a Buster call anyway? He asks like a moron. To ensure your transfer goes smoothly, I requested a Buster call. It may seem a little overkill, but it's well within my power as dictated by Admiral Alkoji. It's a small price to pay for ensuring those pirates are eliminated, along with everyone else on the island when they get here. Robin adds with a tone cold as ice. This will be an attack without mercy. They won't stop until the entire island has been razed to the ground. If this island had trees, they wouldn't even be standing when they're done. Just look at Ohara. It isn't even able to be labeled as an inhabitable island on a map anymore. They don't stop until nothing is left. That's the power you're messing with, like a toddler playing with artillery shells. The government is well aware of the sacrifices involved. That's why this mission is so important, Spandam retorts, dismissing most of her arguments. Since Cutty Flam has already burned Pluton's blueprints, we can't afford to make any more mistakes today. You two are the last hope we have of reviving the ancient weapons and ensuring worldwide peace and justice. We're talking about artifacts capable of essentially altering the world as we know it. If a few thousand soldiers have to die, it's a necessary sacrifice to ensure you don't get out of our grasp again. I know the consequences, I just don't care, Spandam reveals, shaking Robin to her core. Yeah, he definitely needed a joker to voice him. Bastard, don't think of it as murder, think of it as a sacrifice for the future. Speaking of which, my promotion and reward depend on you making it to government headquarters in one piece, haha. Reconsider please, human lives are at stake, Robin pleads. Allow me to remind you, CP9 can freely and legally kill in the name of justice, though I usually have brutes like Lucci and Sui Feng do the actual killing for me. Keeps the bloodthirsty beasts happy and off my back. In short, if we think 100 deaths are needed in order to save 1,000 lives, then we shall kill those 100 immediately, without question. For true justice you must be merciless at times. Besides, if those worthless grunts can't even keep a puny crew of pirates as weak as your so-called family from invading a government base as important as Ennis Lobby, they might as well already be dead, ha 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 ha. Robin's eyes widen as she looks as the den being jostled around by Spandam's flailing. I think the line is still active, she states. It's staring at me. Papa says they can only blink when not connected to another snail, Artemis adds with a nod, causing Spandam to check his den, and it was still broadcasting. Foo, click, the transmission goes dead, and everyone in Ennis Lobby begins to panic, Nami and Alvida. It appears we've reached the climax. I better finish you both off quickly or I may die along with the rest of these idiots, Khalifa sighs as she puts away her den. You know that golden shower technique won't work on me, nor will you be able to get to Nami with me here, unless you want me to perform dentistry with a mace, Alvida threatens. Golden bubble you east blue hick, Khalifa shouts. Don't care either way, I don't want your hands bad touching me anytime in the near future, Nami snaps, pointing the Climatac directly at the bubble woman. Cool charge, your tricks are useless against me you little weakling, Khalifa scoffs before shooting a Rankiaku at the duo, though is shocked when they fade like mist after the attack cleaves through them. What? Like it, I call it the Mirage Tempo. Don't worry, you're not the first bimbo to fall for it. Behind you by the way, Nami teases, Khalifa turning on her heel and jabbing her finger through the girl's head, which turned out to be another mirage when it faded as well. Damn, you really do need those glasses don't you Callie? Alvida coos, fading away as the agent's spin kick passes through her. Illusions. Where are you? Khalifa growls. Over here, Dumbo. Nami taunts. Just before the wall is smashed in. What the fuck? ROAR. So I was wrong. You do have a devil fruit. Well, I've fought enough zone to know how to deal with you, Khalifa says. The two straw hats look to each other in confusion, before silently sniggering, thinking, what a dumbass. Wait a minute, that can't be Chopper, can it? Alvida asks the navigator, who hums, before noticing the antlers and the distinct hat. Holy shit, how did Chopper turn into something like this? Nami squeaks as Khalifa dodges a slam from the beast's hand. Geppo Rankiaku. Hey, leave Chopper alone, you bitch, Alvida shouts, drawing the agent's attention back to them. That is you, isn't it, Chopper? How did this happen? Was it you or one of the CP9 goons? Nami calls up to him. And Alvida has to slide the two of them out of the way as it roars and palm strikes the ground where they were a moment prior. Okay, so whatever happened, he's a feral man-beast. I think the safest option is to avoid getting squished and hope this form has a time limit like his rumble balls. The smooth woman suggests. Good call after Chopper rips the bath off the floor and tosses it through the wall. Luckily for all of them, after maybe another minute or so of roaring and flailing, the beast seemed to finally run out of energy and slump over with a loud thump. Oh Chopper, what did they do to you? Nami sighs, before shouting, Alvida, my legs are back to normal. They're wet. I'm such an idiot. When Chopper ripped up the bath he soaked me. Washing the soap off. Thanks buddy. She grins, then turns to Khalifa. Knuckles white with how hard she was gripping the Climatact. So you managed to counter my golden bubbles, big whoop. You still don't have the power to beat someone like me, Khalifa states, covering her ass. We'll see about that, Nami smirks. Cool charge Mirage tempo. Damn it, they've disappeared again. Khalifa groaces, then her eyes widen as something flickers into existence. You think you're so tough, but we've seen all you can do, while we're just getting started. The voice came from several distorted versions of Nami, all but one looking like they fell out of the funhouse mirror. Not the most flattering I've ever felt, came a complaint from lowly Alvida, standing beside what was best described as pre-devil fruit Alvida. But if it means kicking this thick bitch's ass, then I'll live. What is this? Mirage tempo, Fata Morgana. Khalifa scowls. This isn't some duplication technique. Only one of your images is the real you? The soap woman asks. Correct, the rest are just illusions created by the chilled air. Problem is finding the real one among the fakes, Nami replies. Her voice coming from somewhere among the mirages, as they all charge Thunderball. While the Alvidas ready their maces, the problem for you is that while only 20% of these attacks are real, there's no way for you to tell which of them those are. The five Namis begin firing. Khalifa tries to avoid the attacks, but a mix of losing track of which Nami the balls came from and not knowing which one was real in the first place meant it was just a matter of time before she was hit and lightly fried. Nice to see how strong the upgraded Climatact is against a person. Nami chuckles, before forming a black cloud with her Climatact. Don't get cocky, I still have the Rokushiki, Khalifa growls before disappearing in a burst of Soru, kicking through both the normal and beefy Nami as well as taking out lowly and stretched Alvida with a Rankiaku, only for her next kick to be blocked by old Alvida's mace, pushing her back and into Nami's attack range. For today's forecast, although we have a stable pressure system, you should be on the lookout for small storm clouds. Hi Zeus. What are you doing in paradise? And violent winds. We also see a 100% chance of a large bolt of lightning piercing your chest. Nami says as she turns to face Khalifa, creating more mirage doubles to confuse her. You can expect paralysis of the heart to follow shortly after. Dark cloud tempo. This again. I've already shown you I have ways to render your lightning ineffective against me. Khalifa scoffs. What makes you think it will be any different this time? Your soap shell is good for blocking, but it locks you in place. Plus we've already determined Alvida can very easily smash through it. Nami reminds her, smirking. You underestimate me greatly. You think either of you can actually break through my soap shell, not just speed up its disintegration? Khalifa asks arrogantly. I'll deal with the other one later. First I'll make sure you can't even make static cling, never mind a lightning bolt. Soap sheep, I don't need to be able to see you, when I can just cover everything in a wave of bubbles. Sheet cloud. Tidal wave. The real you will be on the ground drained of energy, simple as, Khalifa laughs, then gasps. Cyclone tempo, no, she's blowing away my bubbles. Khalifa grimaces as a couple Namis make it through the gap in the bubbles before she lets it fall rather than remain a wave. The Alvida's remaining as she knew the bubbles had no effect on her. And then there were one. It wasn't how I planned to determine that, but it worked, she hums, as Nami's form returned to its normal proportions, showing she was no longer using mirage tempo. Shigen, fuck, Nami curses, falling over after getting a jab to the shoulder. Lose sight for a second and that's when they get yaw. Good, not an illusion this time, Khalifa grins. What was your first clue? Alvida snarks, but Khalifa soars out of the way of her swing, you good Nami? I've been better, but Doublefinger did more damage to me than Bubble Bitch. Besides, she's right where I want her, so thanks for the last-minute adjustment, she winks confusing the agent. My crewmates have long since learnt something you're about to, though much more painfully than they did. Never disregard my forecasts. Especially not when the bolt of lightning connects the perfect climatic to the thundercloud. With you caught in the middle, Khalifa's eyes widen and all she could think was, fuck me, not Aga before. Thunder Lance tempo. Just as she predicted, the soap woman was dropped by one of Nami's lightning bolts, smoke wafting from her body and out of her mouth. You might be a lot tankier than me, but I can predict the weather, so don't fuck with me, Nami smirks, helped up by Alvida before asking the important question, so, where do you think Iki is? On her body, somewhere, the smooth woman shrugs. Search her for pockets and work from there, she suggests, getting a nod from the navigator. A few minutes later, damn it, should have had the blonde do this. Walk climbing seemed to be something she could do easy as breathing. Now where the fuck is that dear gorilla? Frankie grumbles to himself before seeing the two straw hats, and they noticed him. Frand, what are you doing here, and more importantly, why did you climb the tower to do so? Alvida adds. I was following the deer gorilla. You two didn't happen to see him recently, did you? The cyborg asks. Deer gorilla? Think he means Chopper? Most likely? I'll worry about remembering his name when he's not rampaging through the tower. About that, do you know how he ended up like that? Frankie shrugs. Nope, was busy with the owl zipper guy. I'm guessing that's not something he could normally do then. No, meaning something bad must have happened during his fight, to trigger whatever that was, Nami guesses. Well, if there's no way to capture, contain or calm him, he might just have to kill him, Frankie suggests, getting a fist to the head, and a mace to the junk from Chopper's crewmates. Never say that again. They growl. Message received. Frankie wheezes painfully, but nods. It'll be a pain in the ass though. Any idea how this could have happened? Probably related to his devil fruit, Nami guesses. Or his rumble balls, Alvida adds, they're his main weapon so to speak. It was then Frankie noticed the unconscious and barely covered Khalifa. Damn, nice to see you two held your own, though that does look rather kinky down there. Alvida scoffs. Please, I'm a happily married woman. This harlot has a nice ass but none of the personality or stamina of Vivi or Luffy. Really didn't want to know that. Anyway, we found key number 2 in her fishnets, so now we can free Zoro from Usopp. Nami grins, waving the key in their direction. Over with Zoro and Usopp, hurry up, we need to deal with these pirates before the buster call hits, Kaku orders. Shut up, I don't need you explaining shit I already know, Jabra scowls, both still chasing the cuff duo. Taste the wrath of the mighty, Nose Storm, Zoro shouts, naming his combination attack with Usopp. Mostly because it felt weird to use a technically nameless sword in combat after so long. Rankyaku Shigen threw a mix of Zoro's skill and Usopp's flailing. Both agents' attacks were redirected back at them. The first time. Second time Zoro had to dodge, barely missing, and the attacks tore through some of the rocks in the garden area. Can we please do something else? I really don't want to be dismembered, Usopp whines. No, besides, look over there. They fear the power of Nose Storm. That is why they seem to refuse to attack, Zoro declares. Usopp noting he appeared right and felt his confidence soar. Zoro, your blade has been forged and hardened, it is ready for battle. Strike without hesitation as it will never falter, Usopp says, putting on his Sogeking voice. Damn, that swordsman is ruthless, Kaku winces, using his own crewmate as a weapon. Nah, he's just pragmatic, mixed with a little bit of desperate. Jabra argues, if we were stuck together I'd probably use that long neck of yours like a lance. So I at least understand why he'd use the guy handcuffed to him as a way to hold his sword. The wolf man explains. We'll talk about that the other side of never, okay? Kaku hums, getting a nod from the wolf before. Secret attack. Nose storm. Allure, is he asking us to come over and kill him? Kaku asks as Zoro seems to just be waving Usopp around in their general direction. Don't mind if I do, Jabra cackles then charges in. Kaku not far behind when Zoro reveals his feint, luring them in so he could counter with the sword in his other hand, launching a phoenix which the two barely dodge. I can't believe I fell for such a stupid trick, Jabra grunts. Damn it, guess it's time for plan B, Zoro mutters, ignoring Usopp's complaints as he raises both swords into upright positions. Makey. Hana Arashi Sanjiraku pound ho with Luffy. I don't know if I should be impressed or insulted he could stand up to even my basic level of combat. Lucci growls lowly as he pushes aside some of the wreckage Luffy and him had created from the many crates in the storeroom. Get out of my way, pigeon bastard. Robin is just beyond that door. I'm not giving up this close to the finish. Luffy shouts, swaying with a slight bounce in his legs. You just don't get it, kid. You're not leaving this room, never mind rescuing Robin and Project Mystic. Luffy's response besides his scowl was to do some stretches, which did slightly amuse Lucci as much as confuse him, unsure if it meant the rubber boy was taking him seriously or not. Him jumping forward then throwing Lucci over his shoulder was the answer, yes he was. The leopard man was sent crashing through one of the unbroken crates so he could rush through the door. Lucci in answer, dusts himself off and kicks Luffy away from the exit. He wasn't letting the kid just run away from him, especially not that easily. The box thrown at him didn't faze Lucci, though his eyes did widen when Lucci unleashed a gum-gum gatling through it. Though his level of Kami-e was high enough he was able to dodge around all the blows. The retaliate with a punch Luffy blocks with his leg. The resulting, proper melee was a lot closer than Lucci had expected. Though the agent was still landing blows while Luffy wasn't. Most recent of which being a kick which slammed him into the ceiling. You don't give up, do you? He mutters rhetorically, bending out of the way as Luffy rockets past him, blocking the punch that follows with one of his own, though was blindsided by the first thing to draw blood from him. Luffy biting him. Lucci backhand the rubber boy before wiping it away, now more interested in what this kid had up his sleeves, before once again bitch slapping Luffy away from the door to Robin and Artemis. Back to Zoro and Usopp. A little later. This isn't working, seems they're done toying with us with the Buster call fast approaching. Zoro hums as he once more dodges both zones Shigen. Where is Chopper with that key? We need you to save us, Usopp shouts, just before his prayers are answered via broken wall. Ruerg. Ah, another monster. Usopp shrieks as Zoro dodges the creature blundering its way through the wall. Wait a minute, it can't be Chopper? Zoro raises an eyebrow. You sure? Not entirely. But who else has antlers and a hat like that? Better question is how he did that. Why he's a rampaging berserker and where is the damn key? I don't know how, but I can say one thing. Chopper clearly went up against a powerful opponent, and when the enemy was still too powerful, he went beyond, and whatever it was, he can't control it at his current power level. Just look at him. He's on the verge of passing out but he's still standing, for now, Zoro says. Then turns when he sees the two agents singling out their friend as a target. No you don't. 36 caliber Phoenix, bastards, Kaku curses, glaring at Zoro most of all. Boom, out of the way lads. The cavalry has arrived, Frankie announces from the doorway. Anyone order a key? I got one right here courtesy of the girls. Though right now we kind of have bigger things to deal with, he says as he charges up his arms. Zoro's eyes widen. Hold on Frankie, that hairy beast is one of ours, you can't just attack it. I can and will, besides, I'm not trying to kill him. The only thing on hand we can do, is knock him into the sea. You can't be serious. Kuda burst the shot at Chopper square in the chest, knocking him back into the wall, which crumbles with little resistance. Frankie taking the moment of confusion to follow suit, leaping out the window. What the hell's is that man doing? Don't worry. Right now we have more important things to worry about, Nami says, appearing between them, like this. Click. Kaku smirks. Finally free are you? Now things will be interesting. Rankyaku, the energy wave is knocked aside by Zoro's swing. I agree. But now I'm separated from the sniper. It's one-on-one, just as it should be. I'm not sure if I said or just thought it, but all that neck, it's one hell of weak spot. The swordsman says as he leaps for the zone, who manages to bend his neck back enough to avoid the swing. Oh please, with my training this isn't a liability. Plus it's given me access to another. His head shoots forward, Zoro blocking the brick-like nose with all three swords. The shockwaves from the standoff felt even across the room, until Zoro manages to move enough to avoid the attack, leading to a perfectly square hole being put in one of the surrounding rocks. Holy shit. That's really an impressive attack. And an even more impressive nose than Soj Sop, Alvida gasps. Usopp turns, Soj Sop, that's just rude. Kaku is really getting better with his devil fruit. The kid's smarter than I thought. The three turned to see Jabra sitting beside them looking rather calm. Hey. What are you doing just sitting here? Nami asks. You want to save your friend, right? He answers her question with a question. Yes. Then take the key and go. He replies, tossing his key to the side of him, confusing the pirates. I'm a pacifist. I hate when I have to kill and the sight of blood disgusts me, he adds. Usopp is the first to respond. Thanks. He then moves to pick up the key, as Jabra licks his lips. Usopp stop, just Shigen taking a 10-fold strike cut up the sniper pretty bad, as well as throw his bloodied body hard against the wall. You dumbass, I'm a wolf. I stalk and outsmart my pre. Ow Oru. He whines as he takes a solid smack to the snout with Alvida's mace. Are you okay, Usopp? Nami asks in panic. I'll live, but we don't have time to worry about me. Not until we have all the keys. Usopp winces as he stands, then pulls back his kabuto. Special attack. Sunflower Star. The attack initially looked like it was a single pellet before splitting apart like buckshot into a handful of exploding pellets. Boom, did we get him? Nami thinks, cool, fireworks. Jabra muses from behind Usopp, before kicking the teen across the room, then using Geppo to get ahead of him and palm strike him into the ground. Leave him alone. Nami shouts, running at the wolfman with her climb attack already sparking, Alvida running with his mace held ready to smash bones. Unfortunately, Jabra's speed meant he was able to kick up a smokescreen in moments, then use the blindness to toss both girls around, before lifting up Usopp, preparing to end him. Now you die, long nose, and the bitches are next. At least the busty one looks like she can put up a little bit of a fight. Jabra chuckles before aiming to smash Usopp's face in. Usopp, only to be stopped by a high-speed kick to the face, knocking him back, and causing him to release his grasp on Usopp's neck. Zoro's lip curls into a smirk. Took you long enough, you damn idiot. I was getting tired of picking up the slack, he thinks as the blonde readjusts his suit. Who the hell are you? Jabra slurs as he sits back up. I have arrived, Sanji says in response, lighting a cigarette before winking to Nami, smiling at Alvida as he was here to protect her too. Seems you took out the secretary when I couldn't. Allow me to repay the favor. How did you get your strength and body back? Nami asks. The cook chuckles. You won't believe me, but a bathtub fell from the sky and smashed when it hit the ground, washing over me like a small tidal wave and washing away the soap effect. Seems legit. It's how we got my legs unjelloed, the navigator nods. Guess we all have Chopper to thank when this is all over. Even in Ultra Beast mode he's still helping his friends, Alvida jokes. Sanji, Usopp wheezes, blood dripping out of his mask. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. You're alive, aren't you, idiot? Everyone has things they can and can't do. In your case one of the can'ts is a straight-up melee, brawl. You know, that thing Luffy does practically on autopilot. Besides, we have bigger problems. Just look outside, Sanji says, pointing to one of the many large holes the fights have made in the walls of the tower. No way, fuck. We're running out of time. The gates of justice were beginning to open. If Robin passes through those, she'll be out of our reach, either in the legendary prison impelled down, or Navy headquarters at Marineford, the cook explains. But shouldn't Luffy or Chaos have caught up to her by now? Nami thinks aloud. It's probably the Catman Lucci. If anyone could slow those boys down, it's him, Alvida guesses. Final room. Luffy and Lucci smash. Luffy bounces and then skips as he's once more thrown back. Damn it. I just can't get past this guy, Luffy pants, when he hears chuckling. Just give up, boy, you'll never see your friends again. Hell, you'll never leave this room again either, he says, before spin kicking a charging Luffy into the wall. I don't believe you, Gum Gatling. That move doesn't work on me, Lucci boasts, dodging with Kami before grabbing Luffy's wrists and swinging him away. Back to the meditation garden. Leave this guy to me. You need to regroup with the others and help them get out of the line of fire. Then make a break for the gates. Best case scenario, Lucci is being held off by the captain and Psycho, meaning it will be the three of you, against Spandam, and he seems weak enough. Usopp should be able to take him out on his own even with how badly injured he is, Sanji explains. The trio nod before Nami and Alvida help the sniper to stand. Good luck, arrows, this one's a speedy one, Alvida warns before they run out of the room. So I've got a new opponent? Doesn't matter to me. I'll kill you all eventually. Jabra gives a bark-like laugh. No, you won't, because I'm going to beat you for that key, Sanji declares, moving into his fighting stance. Soru. Tekai Kenpo. Wolf repel. The wolfman's eyes widen slightly, as Sanji appears to be able to block his technique, only for it to morph into a smirk when the blonde finally loses the standoff, getting thrown back out of the room. Not much of a hunter there are you, fucking weakling, Jabra mutters, then thumps his way over to the hole in the wall he'd made, stopping when he hears the three from earlier yelling about something. Well, looks like I get to kill them as well. He smirks, before taking a solid kick to the face, sending him through a wall. Damn, direct hit. Now I'm pissed. The wolf grumbles as he pulls himself back onto the landing. Seeing Sanji, he turns and prepares to attack, cupping his hands and setting his hands together at the wrists. Just Shigen. Sanji dodges the strike, jumping to get behind the wolf and land a kick to his back, which even with the use of Tekai on Jabra's part did a surprising amount of damage, not that he'd admit it. You think I felt that, you punk? He taunts, while internally panicking just a little. Blondie has some strong kicks. Need to keep him from getting any more direct hits even with Tekai as a defense. That iron body technique, or whatever it's called, it's really starting to piss me off, Sanji says, mostly to himself as he sighs. Rankyaku. Koro rather than a slicing wave. Jabra's attack bounced along the ground, Sanji jumping over and proceeding to rapid-fire kicks into the wolf zone's chest and upper body. Things looked to actually be going well until Tekai Kenpo. Rogu. How many times do I have to tell you? Your kicks are nothing to me. Jabra bellows, striking Sanji and sending him flying. What do you think, Blondie? That's wolf stance. I'm the only Rokushiki master who can move while using Tekai. Am I supposed to care about this shit? Sanji asks dismissively, drop-kicking Jabra in the face, before once more rapid-firing until he was thrown back into the opposite wall. That should be enough to take him down, but he could be faking, plus I really don't know how much protection the Tekai thing can give someone, Sanji grumbles to himself. Nice, Jabra smiles, still sitting against the wall. I've been looking for a worthy opponent, and I've finally found him. He then tosses the key over to Sanji, confusing him. Can you do me a favor though? Save Robin? Hi Renji. Why is your dialogue in this series? Wait, what? Why? Jabra chuckles weakly. You see, this is awkward and difficult to explain. Robin is my long-lost little sister. Say what? Sanji shouts in shock. The coughs. I never knew. She didn't mention having an older brother before. Bet Shimmer will be glad he didn't face you when all this is over. The wolf scoffs. I'm not surprised, but it's the truth. It's been over 20 years since we were separated. I'll never forget that day. It happened on a small island in the West Blue. The weather was sunny and warm. Robin and I were having a wonderful carefree time just playing around on the beach. My sister and I were the best of friends, so naturally we always played together. We couldn't possibly have been happier that day. Little did we know what was waiting for us. I turned my back on her for a second, when a pirate crew kidnapped my sister and took her from me. And that was the last time I saw her. By the time she managed to escape from the pirates, they'd already given her a bounty, thinking she was one of them by choice. Jabra expositions. I blame myself for all this, and that's why I'll do anything to make sure she's safe. But I can't help her now, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not strong enough. So please, I'm begging on my knees, you have to save Robin. for all our sakes. Sure thing, I'll just grab the key and go free her, Sanji says, bending down and picking up the key, then kicking Jabra in the chin as the wolf pounces at him. You think I'm gullible enough to buy that crap? The cook asks angrily. Be honest, Sanji, if Khalifa or Sway had said it, you'd have nodded like a good pup and gotten your ass handed to you. You claim Sweet Robin is your long-lost sister, I'll have to double your beatings for that slander. Meanwhile, with Robin and Artemis, stop squirming and move forward, you stupid brat. Why won't you just give up like Nico Robin? Nobody is going to help you. Spandam bellows, the man even having to pull out his elephant sword. But the artist seems to be just making things more difficult. Robin wasn't sure if she should be impressed, amused, or saddened by Artemis' antics, as if they aren't rescued, he wasn't going to take her disobedience lightly. Finally the stairs end, and Spandam laughs. Now we have finally reached the bridge of hesitation. Stare into the abyss that is your future. The gates of justice are opening, and once we're through there I'll be getting a promotion. You'll be pressed for information, Nico Robin. And I'm sure someone will find a good use for a young thing like you, Nico Artemis. The man cackles, enjoying the look of fear and hopelessness in Robin's eyes, missing the anger in Artemis, before shoving both of them forward. Can you hear the bridge rising? It's calling out to the hero of the world, he gloats. No, but I do hear a Geppo, Robin notes, the man stopping behind them and listening, surprised that she was right. The telltale bangs of the air dash technique was audible, and getting closer. Seems at least one of those pirates was more talk than action, though there should be more, he grimaces, then grins widely when the agent lands, knowing only one person with whip-like, braided twintails. Ah, Sui Feng. Dealt with your foe so soon? Probably should have expected the first fight to be the first one to end, he muses. So, did you get it? He asks, eyes shining greedily while his prisoners worry. There was a slight complication, Sway says flatly, head bowed, her slight fringe covering her eyes. We're out of pomegranates, she explains with deadly seriousness. Over with Luffy and Lucy. Is the truth any closer to penetrating that rubber head of yours? No matter how hard you fight, I'm not letting you through those doors, Lucci asks smuggily. Not even close, because no matter how long you try to stop me, I will get through those doors and rescue Robin, Luffy counters. Lucci sighs. Clearly you're too stubborn for your own good, as neither of us will be agreeing with the other anytime soon. Which means the time for talk is over. Good, because it was just slowing me down, Luffy agrees, launching a Gatling which was dodged, followed by a rapidly strung together stamp, whip, spear, which unfortunately ended with Lucci slamming his fist into Luffy's gut, sending him back down onto the ground with a painful thump. Back with Sanji and Jabra. With a pained grunt, Jabra pulls his head free of the ceiling, dropping down to see that rather than flee, Sanji was standing exactly where he had been prior, tossing the key up and down mockingly. Am I beginning to make an impression, Fido? Sanji asks with a smirk. Hey, that's my key, Jabra shouts. Well, you did give it to me. I'd have had to be pretty stupid not to accept it after all. You bastard, Tekai Kenpo. The two stare at each other for a moment before, later, Sanji says, and makes a full speed dash in the other direction, pissing off the wolf and making him chase after the cook in a rage. Soru Sanji dodges a claw strike and kicks Jabra clean in the snout, pushing him back, then jumping over him in order to kick out his legs from behind. The flying spin kick almost worked, but Jabra dodged just in time for it to be a miss. Damn bastard, guess I'll have to show you the true power of Tekai Kenpo. Tekai Kenpo. Wolf banana. Yeah, I translated it because I found it funny. Rankyaku. Koro, crap. Sanji thinks as he has to dodge multiple bouncing energy attacks from several different directions, then Jabra appears right in front of him. Tekai Kenpo. Don Poro. The punch knocks the cigarette from Sanji's mouth, and more importantly shoots him across the staircase gap, slamming him into the opposite wall. That Tekai-infused punch is gonna hurt like a bitch for have left in this world. The Wolfman laughs, before jumping off the railing. Geppo Rankyaku. Lupus fall. That was pretty stupid trying to steal my key while I'm still alive. Jabra taunts. Sure, he got a direct hit after the 4 energy wolves striking him. When coupled with the previous damage, at least, I'm a wolf, dumbass. I won't stop hunting you until you're dead by my own hands. He then raises an eyebrow when Sanji steps out of the smoke. Still hanging in there then? I'm not going anywhere. I'm not dying today, and I'm not going to forgive you, Sanji states, holding his shoulder. Forgive me? Jabra laughs, then laughs, upset with how we treated Robin. Upset you didn't get to screw her first? Getting all emotional will only cloud your judgment during a fight, making you easy pickings for me, Uru, he howls. Watch your tongue, Mud, you won't like me when I'm angry, I tend to boil over when that happens. Are you seriously threatening me, boy? You won't win with idle threats. I can see how badly broken you are, though I'd be happy to help you cross over to the other side. Tekai Kenpo. Matenro Sanji blocks the kick, mostly, but if still knocked back by the force behind the Wolf Zone's hybrid form. Still he pulls himself to his feet while Jabra is cackling more like a hyena than a wolf. Laugh it up, it might just be the last time you get to do so, Sanji mutters, then kicks off, beginning to spin fast enough to become a mostly black blur. I don't see what you're trying to achieve, besides making me dizzy, which isn't working by the way. Jabra grunts, preparing his hands for a Jushigan, just in case. When Sanji finally stops spinning, though, he's shocked. Why's his foot all red like that? He asks aloud. The foot of the devil, Diabol Hambi, Sanji answers, raising his red hot in preparation to attack. The heat I generated from all that spinning will burn my kicks right through you, he says gravely before slamming his foot into center mass. Ah, it burns. The heat from these kicks are stronger than the fires of hell, Sanji says as he sends Jabra back across the gap, now with an angry red boot-shaped burn on his chest. As he recovers, mostly complaining about the pain, as would be expected, Sanji leaps into the air after him, catching his eye. Idiot, you never try fight a Rokushiki master in the air, he scoffs as he leaps at him. Diabol Hambi. Premier Heish. Unfortunately the attack misses due to a well-timed Geppo. Too bad, you got in a big hurry to win and got sloppy, what a rookie mistake, kid. Gecko Jushigan. One claw was batted away with a kick from Sanji, but the other hand, those nails dug in deep, haha. Looks like this is the end, sure you knocked one hand away, but I still got you. Shame that other kick missed, Jabra taunts as the two begin to fall. Who said it was a miss? The wolf's eyes bulge, I needed you get you close enough, and make sure my last attack couldn't miss. What? Diabol Hambi. Flambe shot. Jabra has no time to react before Sanji's burning foot kicks him in the face, sending him full speed to the bottom of the stairwell. The thud as he hits the ground most likely felt by most of the people still conscious within the tower. The cook manages to land without issue, just outside the crater left by the agent. God may have created food, but the devil created spices, Sanji says, looking down at Jabra's beaten, unconscious body. Diabol Hambi's heat dissipating from his leg as he does so. If you think that kick was hot, my heart was burning even hotter, he mutters, then makes his way to locate the others, hopefully so he can lend his hands to rescuing Robin. Several floors up, Zoro and Kaku Onigiri the swordsman lunges, but it seems the giraffe's head is at least strong enough to tank the hit as it retaliates, though the severed upper portion continues to slide with each consecutive shockwave. For the record, despite my appearance, I prefer meat, Kaku says as they break their standoff. And for the record, I didn't really care in the first place, Zoro responds, taking the momentary break to put on his bandana. Now, enough small talk. I'll be taking that key from you whether you like it or not. Nitoryu. Nigiri. Kaku chuckles. You supposed to get stronger or something when you put that bandana on your head? He asks mockingly. Zoro chuckles. Let's find out, before blitzing forward. Toro Otoro Hirameki Samon. You've left yourself major opening, Kaku points out, before capitalizing on Zoro being unable to defend himself in the air, as he's slapped aside by Kaku's long neck. Kama Kirin Tekai. Mushikaku, there's no blind spot, on a square, Kaku comments, as he folds his arms, legs, and neck up in a way that makes him look even more ridiculous than before, as well as look like a giraffe cube. If you can't move, who cares if you have no blind spots, you're still wide open, Zoro complains angrily. That may be true, but unlike humans, giraffes have 4 legs, Kaku states. And I should care because this, Kaku then flails his legs around like he was having a fit. Are you okay? I mean, are you on something or just stupid? Kaku sighs. Idiot, look up, and witness death, he commands as his attack finally begins to fall down on the swordsman. Rankyaku. Kiri Shigur Tekai Zoro deflected the rain of attacks for as long as he could before having to give up and just take the hits. The wide range of the attack also meaning if not for his use of Tekai Kaku would be in a similar position. Possibly worse as his current condition meant he couldn't have even put up an initial fight against the onslaught. So Kaku was basically sitting pretty, while Zoro was being shredded by the rain of death. There's too many of them, I can't block, Zoro thinks as the attack continues to carve him up. Until finally it stops, and Zoro amazingly was still standing. Big and luckily he was still able to block, even if only barely when Kaku's neck shot his head forward like a gun, hoping to skewer the swordsman and end the fight. It still sent him flying, but the attack itself did no damage to him, only hitting the ground when he landed. Still, after a moment of faltering, Zoro pulled himself up, breathing heavily but still willing to fight. You're quite tough for a human, unluckily for you boy, but I'm a giraffe, Kaku says mockingly. That your superhero name? Giraffe boy? Zoro asks after spitting blood. Okay. Now you've brought this on yourself. Giraffe boy? No, it's just giraffe. Fool. Now it's giraffe fool? That's not exactly an improvement, though it might be the Alzheimer's kicking in. Zoro hums, pissing Kaku off even more. No, I'm the giraffe. You're the fool. I don't care what the fuck you are. If you're a swordsman, you let your blades do the talking. Zoro states as he sheathes the two he'd been using and pulls out Watto. You think you can get under my skin that easily boy? Kaku asks. Oh, I'm not going to get under your skin, I'm going to cut right through it, and if you try to use your hardening technique, I'll cut through that too, the swordsman declares. Kaku scoffs. Think you're a funny guy, claiming you can cut through my tekai? You haven't even broken the skin. I can't see where you get the idea of cutting me from. Just sit back and watch Giraffe Boy, I'll show you. Itoryu ei. Shi sun rankiaku. Roden Kaku chuckles. You appear to have missed the biggest issue. If you can't hit me, it doesn't matter if my body is iron or not, he hums, as both of their attack cancelled each other out. Zoro frowns, before pulling out all three swords once more. Then I guess I'll just have to hit harder, he says, flexing his arms, causing the muscles to bulge. One gorilla, two gorilla big and Nigori Zyke the two clash in midair, until finally, Kaku is the one to get slapped across the room, Zoro dropping to the ground with surprising grace, while Kaku scrambles out of the rubble. You never thought you could lose, did you? Zoro asks mockingly. You can't even imagine that I'm stronger than you. I'm about to wake you from your delusions. Kaku sneers. I could say the same to you. You haven't yet vigary of a giraffe. Then show me, don't just boast about nothing like a weakling, the swordsman taunts. Oh, I'm about to witness the power of nature itself. Kirin Hodai. There is nothing fucking natural about that. Zoro says with a grimace as while Kaku was standing like a normal giraffe, he'd also collapsed his neck into himself. Kyoku Biggin, Kilimanjaro. Damn, now his neck stretches like Luffy, Zoro mutters as he dodges. But all that neck still leaves 2 miles of weak spots. Kaku chuckles. Keep telling yourself that, Rankiaku, Neji Hikujin. Zoro grimaces as he's forced to block the twister of shockwave blasts. Stop complaining about my weak points and worry about your own, Kaku retorts, readying another attack. Kirin Hodai. Aw crap. I pushed my neck in too far and popped my legs out, Kaku whines as he now more closely resembles a baby giraffe, that being a body on stilts. This fucker keeps getting weirder and weirder, Zoro says. It's like when you push dough through a little hole and it comes out as noodles, like a pasta machine, Kaku explains. Then a light bulb goes off in his head as he stands up. Pasta machine, don't act like this was intentional. You even just admitted it was a fuck up, Zoro shouts angrily. A long neck is nice, but long limbs can be handy as well. A pro like me can turn even situations like this into fresh opportunities. Prepare yourself as I unleash a new and devastating long-range technique. Kilimanjaro, that's the same, you know what, fuck it, Zoro groans. Tatsumaki. It's too strong, Zoro's attack easily tears through the ceiling, and has the swordsman smirk as he finally managed to make the giraffe feel fear. Geppo, what's he doing? Zoro wonders as Kaku disappears into the hole, he better not be running away. Pasta machine. The once more long-limbed giraffe man drops straight down onto Zoro, swords drawn and now clashing with the pirate. "Thank you for waiting," he jumps back. "Never mind the neck. If I can control the reach of all 4 blades, I will be unstoppable," Kaku boasts before leaping forward to strike and get into a clash with Zoro. "I bet you were so distracted by my giraffe form that you forgot I was a master of Yantoryu too. You've done well so far, but this battle is over now. You've been saying that since you turning into a giraffe. I believe you less now than I did then," Zoro retorts. "Even if you have the power of a wild animal, can attack with that freakishly long neck of yours and are a master of 4 blades, the 2 fighters separate." "He deflected all 4 of my blades," Kaku gasped. "None of those things will make you strong enough to beat me." Kaku sneers. "You're just talk, kid. If you really think you can take me down, then prove it," he says, as Zoro leaps at him with some kind of spin technique. "Santoryu. Hyokaindama kami ishing, what, how? I was sure he missed me," Kaku thinks as Zoro manages to cut him across the chest. "Could he have predicted which way I was going to dodge? No, there's no way some kid from the east could have been taught that," he grimaces as he stands up again. "Don't act so shocked. The way you fight, if it weren't for your iron body technique I'd have cut you many times over the course of this fight," Zoro says dismissively. Kaku hums, "Well, it seems you have at least enough strength to back up your boasts. I'll have to stop underestimating you then, but that means that 1 hit is the only damage you're going to inflict upon me. I recommend you savor it. I have 4 blades, mastery of all 6 of the Rokushiki techniques, and the unparalleled strength of a giraffe on my side. Altogether your chances of victory are snuffed out." Rankyaku. Shuriken. Zoro frantically blocks and parries the flurry of strikes, which unfortunately for him meant he couldn't see and in turn defend himself from another Kilimanjaro, slamming him right in the gut and sending him flying back. "Damn it, should have seen that coming, my neck's like a whip in this form," Kaku says, before using it to slam Zoro into the ground, which the swordsman manages to dodge on the return strike. "Henchikaran, and now even faster," the giraffeman shouts, swinging his neck around, and at Zoro it left after images similar to Luffy's Gatling as they repeatedly pummel the swordsman. "Mochikiran, how do you like these slams? Still think you stand a chance against me, punk?" Kaku taunts as he continues to lay into the swordsman. He then stops. "I think the best way to end this is with my 4 swords style, don't you think? As a swordsman after all?" Yantoryu. Gekuren. Zoro was giving it his all, but with everything that had happened in this fight, all he was able to do was block Kaku's attacks, and even then some were getting through and cutting deep. "You pirates were foolish and naive to think you could go up against the world government and actually win," Kaku laughs bitterly. "A crime that severe will only end with your death. The same goes for Nico Robin and all your friends. Justice is absolute," he shouts as he continues to push back the swordsman. Zoro stops, a dark aura flaring across him. "You bastard," he growls around Wado, even stopping Kaku for a second as he was shocked to feel this level of rage and bloodlust so suddenly, though it faded almost as quickly. He looked like a demon, multiple snarling faces and bladed arms. "That's not possible, not even the yokai-class devil fruits can give you that kind of transformation. I must be seeing things," Kaku rationalizes, but still watches Zoro warily, on edge even as the pirate's breaths sound pained and weary. "Your mouth just crossed the line, now you're gonna pay, you lanky freak," Zoro growls. "Oh, did I touch a nerve? Well, if you're quite done I think I'll end this how it began. Splitting you like I did the tower," Kaku declares before balancing on his hand and beginning to spin once again. "This will all be over in a second. I doubt you'll survive long enough to even feel it." "No, I refuse to lose to something like this bastard. I will save my crew. I will become the greatest swordsman, and to do so I won't let something as trivial as the limit of human endurance or strength hold me back. I will go beyond," Zoro thinks, a dark aura billowing off of him like a miasma, as well as a previously untapped well of energy. Demon aura. 9 swords style. Asura, it's that demon again. How is he doing that? It's not a devil fruit and not even the most strong-willed person can do that with their haki, Kaku thinks, nearly wavering in his spins. "Nice try, but you're too late, my attack is all charged up." "Is it too late for me, or you?" Zoro asks, the aura sending shivers down the giraffe man's spine. "Unless you can dodge this attack, it's obvious what the end result will be," Conclusive proof that you're all talk as you bleed out as a failure. Rankyaku. Amane Dachi as the people counting on him flashed through his mind. The weight of his swords increased as Zoro leaps forward, dissipating the attack with a 9-bladed slash. Impossible. You turned it to mist, Kaku gasped, his brain taking a nosedive for a moment out of sheer shock and fear. You did well, I commend you. Suffering is welcome on the path to bloodshed, Zoro announces, before laying waste to his opponent. Asura. Ichibugen. The battle complete, Zoro's demons fade and Kaku seems to visibly deflate, as he falls to the ground, beaten and bloodied. I got a message I had to deliver, Zoro says, panting deeply as he sheaths his swords and removes his bandana. From your other boss, back in Galila. He said, you're all fired. Polly, Kaku sighs. Fired huh? Shame, assassination skills aren't exactly useful in other professions, he says weakly. You could always get a job at the zoo, Zoro suggests with shrug, causing Kaku to chuckle weakly and painfully. Good one. Here, you earned it, he says, removing the key from his breast pocket and tossing it in the swordsman's direction before passing out. Sorry, Zoro mumbles, before taking the key and about to go looking for a crewmate when Sanji found him instead. Hey Mosshead, you win? You get a key? He asks. Key 1. You guys sure made a mess of this tower. Think it'll stand? The cook asks curiously. It'll do for now, but that's not exactly a high priority to me, Zoro answers. From what I can tell, this guy was the last key holder, meaning no matter which one it is, we have the means to free Robin once we get to her, he says, getting a determined nod from the cook. Then let's get moving, over at the gates of justice. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I didn't order lunch. I told you to eliminate that mirror fruit bastard, Spandam shrieks angrily. You did, the problem being, that my questioning of the boy revealed his fruit would reincarnate into a pomegranate. Those were actually his last words, as I tore out his throat not long after, Sway explains with frustration in her tone. I've already checked, by the way. There were no pomegranates in the tower, and more importantly, no Suru no mi. While Spandam throws a tantrum like the brat he is, Robin's heart clenches, once more losing another person she cared about, until she sees Artemis' expression, first confusion, then eyes widening as some kind of epiphany is made, and a small smirk. She knows something that's giving her hope despite everything. Clearly I'm not seeing something, Robin thinks as Spandam finally lashes out. You are useless, he shouts, moving to strike the agent, but she simply sidesteps it, Robin catching her attention as their eyes meet, seeing herself in the wasp woman's pitch-black void, as well as something behind her. It was just a second, but as her insides froze, Robin hoped it was just her brain acting up, all sharp corners and jagged edges. She hoped it was just a figment. This is the Naga all over again. Only now it's going to be blamed on me. I can't have that. I'm about to become hero of the world soon. He then sighs, well, if you're going to continue to be useless, might as well do something for me and help me escort the prisoners. Prisoners, Sway hums, eyebrows raise when she sees Artemis. Yes, a family affair. You were already aware of Nico Robin, but we've also managed to reacquire Project Mystic, known these days as Nico D. Artemis, given we used 2 devils to make her. It's only fitting, Spandam explains, cackling, then stops. Hey, you're not buzzing, why is that? Sway sighs, tension building in her shoulders. Bastard cut off one of my wings. 3 sounds wrong even for me, so I retracted them until I can regenerate it back to full. Fine with me, it was annoying anyway. Now get those bitches over to the bridge. Once she passes through the gate I'll be the hero of the world. Spandam shouts, then leaps in shock when Funk Fred starts trying to flail around despite being still in sword form, and on his back. Damn it, why did you have to have some good reflexes after all? Came a hissed growl as Spandam turns and is shocked to see Agent Fung with her hand where his ribs were a moment ago. You're betraying me, after everything you've done. You're walking away now? Spandam shrieks, paling when the woman smirks and stands tall, metaphorically speaking. I'd have to have worked for you, to betray you, she purrs, Spandam, Robin and Artemis finally noticing that while her left eye was a soulless black, the other was bloodshot, but still had a green iris. Bitch stung me, but I sure as fuck ain't dead, Sesezi, she laughs, moving her hands to her face, framing her right eye. Fukanzanana Hansha growing like bamboo CP9's hornet reformed into a rather pissed-off chaos. Fingers coated and extended like talons. Now, feel like taking on a real threat? He asks with a shark grin. Not too far away, okay. Nearly made it, Frankie says to himself as he enters the room. Just as Luffy and Lucci pause in their smacking each other around. Hey Straw Hat. Go away, I don't have time to deal with you, Luffy interrupts, clearly annoyed. Hey, that's not fair, we're doing the good OL team up. Even helped some of your bros with some goons in suits. Frankie defends. So, where's Robin Kid? Through that door, the problem is the pigeon bastard is in the way, Luffy explains. So, team up? That sounds super. No, Luffy says, stopping the cyborg before he gets going. Robin is more important than beating up this guy. I need you to get past while I'm fighting him, and rescue Robin from the weirdo in the face brace. Frankie grumbles before sighing. On the one hand, I don't want to just run from a fight, especially with this annoying fucker, but on the other, revenge against Spaz. I think that would be something a long time coming. Lucci chuckles. You say that like I'd allow you to get to the door, never mind past it. You will if I force you to, Luffy declares, running head first at the agent. Gum Gatling Kami Lucci catches his fist and while his kick was blocked managed to push him away, dodging a pistol with a quick Soru, getting behind Luffy to kick him into a wall, barely missing Frankie who was trying to sneak his way around the room to the door as planned. Straw Hat, you alright? Frankie shouts, worried about how much of a beating the kid could actually take, leaving him open for Lucci's Rankyaku. Only his metal body stopped the attack from doing much more than knocking him back. Weapons left Soru, ah crap. Frankie thinks as Lucci dodges his cannon blast and moves to punch him. Gum rocket only for Luffy to get between them, tanking the hit with a headbutt before launching a bazooka, which failed but with their hands now locked he'd at least managed to essentially pin Lucci to one spot, giving Frankie an opening. Good job Straw Hat, now hold him steady so I can blast him. No, stick to the plan. Get Robin while I hold off Pigeon Man. That is the only thing you have to do, Luffy shouts, clearly getting annoyed with the cyborg. This is our one shot at getting her back, don't blow this for us. Ridiculous, Lucci scoffs, kneeing Luffy in the face before approaching Frankie. You don't stand a chance at escaping. He sneers just before Luffy ensnares him with his extended limbs. You sure Straw Ha, G.O., Frankie gulps. You got it bro, he says then begins running. You're both fools, Lucci sighs, jumping before using Geppo to slam himself and Luffy into the ground. The rubber boy releasing reflexively, giving him the opportunity to soar away and once more reappear in front of Frankie. You're becoming a pest cutie flam, he growls. Shigen before the attack could connect. Luffy catches his arm, get back here, you're fighting me remember, before pulling him towards him. Shigen, I told you before, that attack doesn't work on me. Luffy smirks the attack, dull enough his body was able to simply bounce back, well until. Shigen. Moderate even if the actual damage was minimal. The force behind so many near simultaneous strikes still threw Luffy a good distance away, allowing him to once more focus on Frankie. Have you given up yet? You can't possibly believe I'll let you pass. I don't expect you to let anything happen, I'm gonna force my way past with. Strong hammer Tekai the thud was audible, but Lucci didn't even flinch as Frankie's metal fist sucker punched him in the gut. What the? That same punch sent the Chapapa fucker flying, but him, nothing. Lucci's eyebrow rises. You beat Fukuro then, too bad for you then that my power level is 5 times his. The leopard man smirks. Shigen. Orin, still, I'm impressed you managed to beat any of the others, as to do so requires superhuman strength. Lucci continues after barraging Frankie's chest and gut till he was bent over, sounding genuinely impressed by the achievement. Alas, now you die. Gum Jet pistol the high-speed attack clocks Lucci straight in the jaw, throwing him out of the way and giving Frankie an opening, and also scaring him shitless. What the? How did you do that? And why are you steaming? The cyborg yells. Gear second. I can't hold this form for long, but I'll do so for as long as I have to, and deal with this guy, while you save Robin. Got it? You got it. I have literally no idea what you're doing, but if it helps us then keep doing it. Frank then runs for the door, only to stop when Lucci was once more blocking him, now in his hybrid form. I said, "You'll never get past me." He growls, "Crap, another one of you has devil fruit powers," Frankie shouts. "Yes, now time to die," Lucci says, flickering out of Frankie's sight, but not Luffy's as the now high-speed rubber boy got between Cat and Cyborg. Jet whip slapping the top agent into the ground, before landing as they face off, both lightly panting. "Have you forgotten already? This is the form I was in the last time I beat you. What makes you think the outcome will be any different this time?" Lucci asks with a growl. "Well, I was hungry that day, and I'm fine right now," Luffy responds, annoying the Catman. Soru Shigen while not showing on his face. Lucci was surprised when Luffy was able to dodge his attack, moving fast enough he might even be on par with a medium-level Soru user. Hearing Luffy set up an attack, he activates Tekai Jet Bazooka, only to still be sent into the wall like he'd been shot out of a cannon. This was the opening Frankie needed to bolt out the door, making his way up the steps toward Robin. Bridge of hesitation. "You really think a lanky brat like yourself can go up against a marine of my ranking?" Delusional, Spandam scoffs, trying to ignore how profusely he was sweating. "Once I'm done with you, I'll take Nico Robin and Project Mystic through the gates, and the scourge that is the devils of Ohara will finally be eradicated." If Chaos hums, clicking his tongue as he turns his head. "What? If you beat me, if you manage to take Robin and Artemis across the bridge, if you live to see the sunset?" He replies, giving a bloodthirsty grin that spread to nearly reach his ears. "None of which I shall allow to happen." Spandam scoffs, "Cocky bastard, Funkfried, protect me, and slaughter this bastard." He bellows, unsheathing his sword and swinging it forward, only releasing the hilt when the elephant was almost fully transformed. The only difference between Funkfried and a normal elephant was the underside of his trunk was clearly a metal blade. Chaos scowls as he crosses his arms across his chest. "I don't like hurting animals, Spaz, so I'm going to make sure you suffer for what I'm about to do," he states, watching and waiting for the moment Funkfried slices down at him. The researcher shimmers out of the way, stopping alongside the elephant sword's head before punching right behind its eye. Given the audible crunch as well as the force when Funkfried hit the wall of the bridge before reverting back to sword form, if it had been an actual elephant it would probably be dead. Not helping matters when Chaos gives an almost feral grin as he turns his hand to Spandam, showing only his knuckles were armored at the time. Moment. This has the most likely desired effect of pissing off the already unstable man, who draws his gun and aims for the first mate's face. "Just die already, why won't you?" Spandam screams, firing at the purplet who smirks. "Kaikoku o ni or wa naru." 1. Spandam yelps as the bullet is redirected, cutting across his cheek. "You really did hit every branch on the idiot tree on the way down, Spaz. I've had a long time to figure out that trick." Then pulling out Hubby, which morphs into its Shinso form and holding it to his chest. "Buto." Renjin, he smirks as he pierces the agent's shoulder, elbow and wrist. "Is it sinking in yet, Spaz?" He taunts, actually kind of enjoying tormenting the bastard. "You never stood a chance against me. The gap is that wide between us." Spandam grits his teeth as he moves the gun from his now mostly useless right hand to his left. "If I can't kill you, then I can at least make you watch the bitch die," he shouts, turning his head as he points the weapon at Artemis, enjoying Robin's flash of rage in her eyes, but missing the smile drop from his actual opponent. Soru thump, the gun drops from limp fingers as Spandam's limbs flail chaotically, gasping as Chaos tightens the hold on his throat. "Don't worry, you're not about to pass out. I'm not going to give you the option of missing out on what I have in store for you," he hisses in Spandam's ear, loosening just enough for the agent to take a breath before tightening again. He doesn't see Chaos' left eye change from green to blue, but does feel the hands on his back. Shigen. Madara, given Chaos had long, pianist fingers. Using Shigen was quite similar to stabbing someone with a railroad spike. Using Madara, the only reason the living pincushion was still, alive, was because Chaos made sure to steer clear of the heart. His lungs, stomach, pancreas, liver and intestines he could make look like they'd been hole punched, but he'd live long enough, so long as the heart remained intact. Kudakaro. 2. Much like Robin's blooms, the hands pressed against Spandam's back dissipated, but instead of dispersing into flower petals these shattered into small pieces of glass. It's almost a shame you'll only experience this for a few minutes at most, but I'd rather not have to touch you for longer than is strictly necessary. Chaos scowls before directing a final command. Kiddo with the efficiency, speed of Vivi's wires. Chaos removed Spandam's hands and feet. Though it was much less clean a cut, the remaining edge looked brutally torn apart. Any last words? Chaos asks, getting gurgles and coughing blood in response. Maybe putting 3 holes in your lungs wasn't my best plan. The more you know. Snap. He drops Spandam's limp carcass at his feet, considering spitting on it when he gets side-tackled, his arms quickly wrapping around Robin as she cries into his chest. Thank you, all of you, for coming to rescue me. I don't know how I can repay you, she whimpers, to which Chaos sighs and kisses her forehead. We're family and crewmates, Mom. You can't repay us, Artemis giggles, then pushes her way into the middle of the hug, getting a watery chuckle from Robin. Robin, I'm here to save. Oh, am I late? Frankie asks, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. Guess Spandam's landmine was a shitty dud. Not my problem though. Cheeky smiley face. Just a little, Chaos hums, getting a nod from Artemis and a wet giggle from Robin. Well, I got a couple keys. Hopefully one of them will be for Robin's cuffs, the cyborg offers, Robin smiling as she turns so he can check them. This moment was interrupted when the Marines finally decided to see what was taking Spandam so long, and upon assessing the situation, dead agent, passed out elephant sword, 3 pirates and a cyborg on the bridge, that took immediate battle stations. Guess those cuffs will have to wait just a little longer then, Artemis hums, getting a chuckle and nod from Robin. Correct, little one, but now, we're so much closer to freedom. Cause of Papa and funny hair, mostly Chaos. The artist grins, making Robin wish she could hug her clothes, or just ruffle her hair. Numbers aren't exactly on our side, Slendy, Frankie grouses as Marines charge them. They never are, Chaos nods, then grins widely as something streaks past him, blasting one of the goons in the face. But it's also never mattered to a Straw Hat pirate, Sesezi. Robin's eyes widen. It couldn't have been, could it? She wonders, turning around, and laughing. You cowardly bastard. Thank you, Usopp Dedeshishi, she whispers, seeing the sniper provide cover fire from the top of the Tower of Law. You okay, Mom? Artemis asks, getting a gentle nod. Yeah, I'm fine. Also glad to see more than just your papa survived his encounter with CP9. I think everyone did, if the baggie that just got shot at us was the other keys, Artemis muses, picking up the red bundle a few feet from where they'd been standing. Yay. More keys. She beams, flashing Robin an unmistakable grin. Want me to test them out while the guys beat up some extras? Of course, these cuffs are really uncomfortable, Robin grimaces. Being bulletproof has its perks. Chaos muses to Frankie, the former more likely to try to dodge or redirect as opposed to the cyborg's default of simply tanking the hit and continuing forward. Only from the front, brother, then that's incentive to not retreat. The researcher jokes, getting a dry chuckle from the cola-powered man. Very true, might steal that if anyone ever asks why only my front is made of metal. Boom, well, there goes the neighborhood. The buster call has arrived. Chaos groans. Luckily the first shot was to the fencing surrounding the entire island, rather than the island itself. Papa, Mom's frozen, Artemis shouts, the reflect human shimmering over to see Robin staring into the fog at the approaching battleships. I'm not one of the medical officials in the crew, but I'm going with PTSD or something similar, given this is what she previously watched destroy her entire island and cause her to go on the run from the tender age of 8 inches. Chaos guesses. Boom, shit, there goes the Tower of Law, like an oversized Jenga tower, he grimaces. Usopp was still up there, Robin shouts, snapping out of her fear freeze. See, this is why Chopper and Kaya are the doctors. Chaos sighs, then turns back to Robin and Artemis, noticing Frankie running over. I'm sure he's fine, the idiot is never alone, though I'm surprised it's Alvida that's the closest signature. Is she the pale blonde one? Frankie asks. She was taking care of the blue chick along with Victor and Valentina. You know their names? Artemis asks in confusion. We took out that loudmouth Fukuro together. That makes them worth remembering, K? The cyborg explains. Hey Frankie, Robin, and anyone else, we're all okay and heading your way now, came Sanji's voice over Frankie's den. Good to hear you're still alive, Arrows. How's Usopp? Chaos asks. He's got some more bumps and bruises, but besides that he's fine, Zoro replies, leading to a fight between the two. Seems you were right. Everyone did survive, good luck guys. Just watch out. Lucci is probably still fighting Straw Hat at the moment, so try not get killed by the leopard's claws. Frankie warns, then turns to the others after putting the snail away. Anyone up for stealing a ship? Sure, no problems here. I need to stretch my limbs after having those cuffs on for so long. Great, then let's go. Charge. The cyborg yells, rushing forward with the other three grinning before following. Dace S's fleur with all the guns redirected skyward, the danger dropped to practically none, especially given Frankie was bulletproof and still in front of most of the current crewmates. Strong, face slap, Fusfa. Can we keep him, Papa? He'd fit in well with the rest of the crew? Artemis asks. Chaos also chuckling as Frankie extended his right arm on its chain, just so he could slap all the Marines across the face repeatedly from a distance. Trente Fleur Master Nail. You know, I think I'm going to sit this one out, kiddo. Chaos muses, rolling his eyes when Artemis decides to climb onto him like a shoulder lolly. Really? Mom needs the exercise and event, mostly the latter given Spaz is too busy being dead. The artist responds, to which the researcher shrugs unapologetically. Weapons left, sorry. Did you want to swing at these goons? Frankie asks, partly sarcastic, partly curious. Not really, the Hornet was a major pain in the ass to fight. Also I think her stinger pierced my brain. Explains the headache. Chaos groans, missing the look of shock on Frankie's face, and the looks of worry and concern on Robin and Artemis' faces. You are being treated by Chopper the minute we're back on the Mary. Robin orders, messed up body due to special paramecia or not. That sounds bad and should at least be examined by a trained doctor. Yeah, maybe sit this one out. I got some more tricks up my sleeve. Frankie laughed before activating. Transform. Frankie's centaur, still back to front. Chaos sighs, getting a chuckle from Artemis as she watches the Marines panic and run away, with Frankie chasing after them. I'm quite certain that he either doesn't care, or that's the point, Robin muses, chuckling to herself, then stops as the full contingent comes out of the fog. We are so screwed, Artemis whines. Got any backup plans, Papa? One, but it requires a charge-up time, so I don't exactly have chances to use it often, haven't even named it yet. Maybe the Spandam, as that's how slow someone would have to be to actually get hit with it. Less brainstorming, more firing, Robin shouts, getting a tired nod from Chaos, who presses his arms together, splays his hands and shifts both of them and the inner side of his arms, letting the sun shine on it. Mana mana do do be do do. Mana mana do 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 do. Mana mana do 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 do. I'm a chargin' my ATA. Oh, it's done. BWOOM. Damn. He sunk a battleship. Putain de merde. Robin gasps. What? Artemis asks. Holy fucking shit. Frankie shouts. What he said? Robin responds. That isn't getting named after Spandam. What other options did you have? Robin asks. Makenko Zappo, or Lance Soleil, wanted to use the Japanese for solar beam, but that's also solar beam. Given I'm just collecting and focusing the sun's rays, that's why the charge time was so much smaller. Chaos facepalms. What about Himawari Kyunan? Sunflower cannon, Artemis suggests. Mimicking him, you do a flower mime while you're charging it after all. I'll think about it, Chaos hums, but grins over his shoulder at the artist. Underground at the same time. Nice of you to join us, Nami. Holy crap, what happened to you, Vivi? Also, why is Chopper strapped to Kokura's hat? She was non-fatally stabbed in the chest, as well as painfully and at least temporarily debilitating injuries to both legs. Kaya lists off. She also has minor lacerations to her hands due to misusing her wires while mentally compromised due to pain. All of these occurred during our fight with Kumadori. Chopper is there for security reasons until he comes to. So for the moment, I guess I'm on Princess Carrie duty, Victor jokes, getting lightly bopped on the head. Don't complain, Luffy or Alvida will practically volunteer once we run into one of them, by the way. Alvida is with Usopp, basically being his guard. I'm doing my best, scouting ahead and looking for you guys, Nami explains. Where there are no enemies, good decision, Valentina teases. Luffy and Lucci, the two guys, pant deeply, the battle taking more out of them than at least Lucci expected. Robin will be fine, Frankie will save her, Luffy says calmly but with a small smile, as if it was a known fact. I underestimated this kid. This gear second is strong, Lucci thinks with a grimace. Whatever you're doing, it's taking quite a heavy toll on your body, isn't it? Shame. Things were just getting interesting, the leopard purrs. How I am at the end of this is meaningless. All that matters is that I beat you. Boom Soru. Both combatants leap into action, before Luffy stops and aims his attack, his jet pistol striking close enough to draw blood, while his jet whip throws Lucci into the wall with enough force to make him react in pain. It didn't stop him though. Soru Shigen. Orin, luckily, even with a barrage, Gear second improved Luffy's reaction time enough to dodge the attacks, though Lucci also managed to dodge his jet stamp before it could do any damage to him, though he did end up crashing rather haphazardly into some crates in order to do so. Luffy watches as the crates shift, then get tossed aside as Lucci stands once more. This kid, his strength and speed are comparable to a Rokushiki master, completely different to when I fought him back in Water 7. The steam and pink tint. There's something very strange going on inside this boy. But what? Lucci thinks before leaping once more, their punches canceling each other out. Then Luffy manages to get in a sneaky strike to the solar plexus, knocking the wind out of him and pushing him back, panting on the ground as Luffy does the same, gear second cutting out. I think I figured you out. It's like you're doping yourself with your own blood. Your legs are the pumps accelerating the blood flow to incredible speeds. If you were anyone else, that level of blood pressure would kill you. Your heart wouldn't be able to handle it and explode. Even with your rubber body, you have to have a limit to how much you can do without permanent damage. Lucci theorizes, accuses. You're strong but not very bright, shaving years off your lifespan for a few minutes of strength. I don't care, if it ensures you can't take away what's important to me and my family, then I'm fine with paying the price. But in the end you've still lost, Lucci says, confusing Luffy. Tell me you didn't miss that explosion earlier. It means the Buster Call has already arrived, and Eni's lobby is already being destroyed. Your friend is either on the way to Marineford, or already dead in the barrage. Fitting, given that was supposed to be her initial fate back on Ohara. Plus there's a chance all your friends are dead, or maybe they're in the underground passageway that leads to this chamber. Lucci muses, then turns. Rankyaku, hey dumbass, you ate a devil fruit too. That water will have the same effect on you as me, Luffy points out. That's not the point is the water will drain into the tunnels, and ensure your friends either drown or, best case for them, are cut off from us, unable to assist you in this fight. A bastard all squished together, aren't you? Lucci chuckles. Face the facts, kid. The odds haven't been in your favor since before you set foot on Water 7. But don't take my word for it, I actually want to see just how far you can go to save your friends before I kill you. In the underground tunnel, wait, Luffy yelled, gear third, busted through iron doors and got all small. Nami repeats, what the hell is that idiot doing? Hey, do either you or Alvida have a Shotokan kink? Valentina teases, winking in Vivi's direction, only to get smacked in the back of the head by Nami. Shut up, moron, Alvida's got us covered for barely tolerable perv humor, she grouses. Hey Granny, I think I hear something, Chimney says, looking worried. Don't worry about it, we're in a hurry kiddo, if the sounds are bad we'll deal with them later. Kokoro responds, swigging another bottle of booze. It turned out, the sound was bad, as in indoor tsunami bad. Fuck, full speed retreat. Nami, the tactical coward she was, gave the order that nobody had any issues following as they all ran full speed the way they came. Guess Luffy was on his own. A little further back down the path. Sounds like the attack is well underway. Sanji grunts, following Alvida's pace as best he could, when both him and Zoro were carrying Usopp down the path as well. Speaking of sounds, I've been hearing something weird for the last few minutes, Usopp whines. Is it me telling you to shut up, because it feels like I've been doing it for at least that long? Zoro grumbles. Oi, shut up and keep moving. We're trying to reach Luffy so we can deal with Catman and then finally save Robin before this island turns into a crater. Alvida shouts behind her, causing the two guys to speed up, jostling Usopp from the hammock stretcher they'd been carrying him on. Hey, there was no need to be so rough, Usopp complains. then starts hobbling after the others when he sees they've basically left him behind. And back to Luffy. Regardless of whether or not they drowned, nobody is coming to help you now, Lucci taunts. Even this room will soon fill with water, though I won't be waiting around for that. He purrs before using Geppo to get to the ladder, hatch in the roof, his pigeon following with understandable urgency. Get back here, you bastard, Luffy screams, shooting his arms out to grab the ladder and pull himself to safety. Speed climbing Luffy caught up with the leopard man in about a minute. Good, you're here. We're above sea level now, boy, so we can continue the fight without the fear of drowning, Lucci explains, grinning. You can hear it now, from up here, the ship's cannon fire. I wonder how your pirate crew is doing against the barrage, and Nico Robin. Is she even still up there, or is she already lost to you all? I won't stop you if you'd prefer to go save them, he hums. I'm not taking my eye off you until you're down for the count, Luffy declares, shocking the agent. No matter what's going on, my friends can survive anything thrown their way. Plus, if I go help them, that frees you up to go kill them yourself. So no, I'm not leaving until I know you're no longer a threat to my friends, my girls, or anyone in my nakama. Do you understand me? Lucci chuckles. You've got quite the iron will, kid. Too bad you're on the wrong side of the law. Though, now it's time to see if you can back those words up with action, he says, leaping towards Luffy, who charges forward. Because this story ends the same whether you live or die. The two were able to match their strikes for a small amount of time, but without gear, second Luffy was soon overwhelmed and knocked away, only for Lucci to use Geppo so he could slam the rubber boy into the ground. Shigen Rankyaku. Hyobi Luffy managed to dodge the claw, but took the spiral wind blade to the gut, stunning him for a moment as Lucci crosses the distance between them. You think you can beat me? I can't save anyone unless I do, Luffy fires back, coiling his leg around Lucci's, locking him in place so he could land a point blank. Gum Gum rifled Tekai Utsugi, only for the force to be redirected right back at him, like an impact, reject dial, or chaos full strength reflect armor. The recoil force pushes Luffy away, giving both some breathing room. Kamasura space immediately lost when Lucci zips over and uses his tail to lift Luffy up by his neck. While you may be about to die, I'm actually impressed you managed to get this far against the world government. The leopard muses. Still, there is nothing different about you than any other pirate I've killed before. You're stubborn and have balls of steel, but it takes more than that to beat me, kid. Luffy grits his teeth before spinning his current, flailing lower body, stretching it so it touched the ground, then gripping Lucci's tail with all his strength, deciding to use a technique he'd never thought he'd have reason to perform again. Gum Gum pinwheel Lucci is lifted, spun and tossed away by the force of Luffy's spin, but his training and instincts still allowed him to dodge Luffy's pistol, landing on his feet as Luffy charges straight for him. Tobu Shigen. Bachi flicking his finger, the leopard manges to do what shout be impossible. Injure Luffy with a gun, each strike drawing blood and causing noticeable damage and pain. Tobu Shigen. Hibachi, the literal fireball launched at him, did catch Luffy by surprise, but mostly it was pain as it tossed him aside with a fiery explosion. It's a good thing I wasn't expecting an actual challenge from you, Straw Hat, or I'd be greatly disappointed right about now. Lucci taunts. You wasted all your stamina on those leg pumps earlier, so now you're running on fumes, making this all the more saddening, he says, then his eyes widen when through the dust, smoke, he sees Luffy smiling, legs bent and body tense. So you wanted a real challenge, pigeon? Well, I think I've got one more trick up these sleeves, but let the record be known, you wanted me to do this, Luffy says, just before putting his thumb between his teeth. Gear third. Bone balloon, balloon? Lucci repeats before watching in confusion as Luffy's right arm puffs up. Then the expansion moves from there, to his torso and finally stopping in the fist of his extended left arm. Yeah, now try and stop the fist of a giant. I won't be intimidated by some rookie pirate, Lucci declares, crossing his arms over his chest. Tekai Gum Gum giant pistol, the expanded punch hits Lucci dead on, and continues, slamming him into and them through the wall of the area they were fighting in, demolishing a good portion of the actual structure in a single blow. The only reason Luffy's giant pistol didn't end the fight was due to poor luck on his part, as the hit threw Lucci onto a nearby battleship. Shame the Marines didn't just shoot him. Seems to be a theme in this series. What are you doing here? Is it a monster? No, he's a Rokushiki user. So I landed on the deck of one of the battleships. That was close, Lucci thinks as he breathes heavily. If they'd been a little further away I'd probably be in the water right now. He came from over there, one of the Marines shout, pointing to the wrecked section of the Bridge of Hesitation. Is he a pirate? Did anyone else see that giant hand? Tell me I didn't mix my meds wrong again? Lucci sits up and returns to his human form, which seemed to get the Marines around him even more agitated. Who are you? Answer us or we'll open fire, one Marine shouts. Hold it, the captain orders. Do you idiots know what you're doing, or who that is? He's Rob Lucci of CP9. He explains, Lucci having ripped off his shirt, exposing his scars. Elsewhere, hey look, it's the pirate guys. Hi, Chimney greets with a grin, before going back to screaming in terror as they tried to outrun the wave directly behind them. Hey, that's everyone, Zoro begins. But Luffy in chaos, yeah, Sanji agrees. Don't just stand there like morons, do something, Nami screams. Got any bright ideas, anyone? The swordsman asks, genuinely hoping someone did as he was fresh out. While he was once he took some swings at the wall and precisely zip happened. We're underwater dumbass, those walls have to withstand the pressure, plus even if you did cut it you'd only add to the water rushing in to kill us, Sanji complains just as the groups regroup, and are overtaken by the wave. And back to the fighting Gum rocket. What's that, some kind of balloon? No you idiot, it's Straw Hat Luffy. He's fatter than I expected, one comments, as the air from Gear 3rd was currently being held in his chest cavity, ribs. Open fire, the captain orders, clearly not getting the memo that guns don't work on the rubber kid. Nice try but my bone balloon is too strong for such small fire, Luffy scoffs, then focuses on Lucci before stretching his leg up and directing the air into it. Giant Axe the attack, while not enough to sink the ship, sure messed it up and knocked a good amount of its crew off the ship. However it completely missed Lucci, who leap onto the mast in order to be within range, before pouncing, shifting into his full beast form mid-jump so he could bite down on the rubber boy when they collided. Screaming in pain Luffy pulls back the air into his torso, causing it to bloat and push Lucci away, who returns to human form just before landing once more on the mast, blood dripping down his chin. Giant whip with all the masts broken. The battleship was pretty much screwed, Lucci being as fast as he was, much less so, able to easily dodge the attack and once more began peppering the boy with Tobushigen. Seems this new power of yours, while a good strength enhancer, comes at the cost of your speed, and without that, you don't stand a chance against me, the leopard man taunts, critiques, just before kicking Luffy down onto the deck. Rankyaku. Gaicho the strike cut a deep gash into the ship, even cleaving through the solid iron plating. But Luffy managed to dodge in the nick of time, by releasing Gear 3rd, using the air to push himself out of harm's way. This was a mixed blessing as it meant he ended up flying away like a balloon that had the air let out of it, just in time to avoid being blown up when the vice admirals decided to fire on the ship they'd been fighting on. I mean it was only 1,000 men, who's going to miss them? Wow, that was way too close, Luffy sighs, not in his mini form. Are they really that stupid to fire on each other? See, this is why I never listened to Gramps about becoming a Marine. They're all idiots. He thinks aloud, Gear 3rd was pretty cool but the side effects, not fun. I'm probably going to be stuck like this for about a minute given I used 3rd for that long, so I better hide before he finds me, the rubber boy says to himself before running off to hide somewhere in the rubble. Was that a side effect or some kind of joke? Lucci wonders as he uses Geppo to return to the bridge. Well, either way he's still alive. After all that, it would have been boring for a simple cannon attack to take him out, I suppose, he muses, using his enhances senses to locate the shrunken pirate. Over on the bridge, Mom, Pops, can I keep the elephant? Artemis asks, seemingly unaffected by the battleship bombardment. It's already on your back, sweetie. Robin points out, it's a little late to ask. You should have waited until we got back to Water 7, then said, it followed me home. Can we keep him? I doubt even Nami could say no at that point, Chaos teases, backhanding a Marine into the water as they walk down the steps toward the boat. Hey kid, is now really the time? Also, are none of you worried even a little about Straw Hat? The ship he was on got blown the fuck up? Frankie asks. Artemis shakes her head and smiles. I'm not worried, because Papa isn't worried. He can detect devil fruits and people with devil fruits, the artist explains. Holy crap, that's a thing? Indeed, Aokiji even confirmed it, seemed amused there was an, I quote, a censor from the East Blue. When we ran into him a week ago, which is good enough for me. Robin explains. So, what exactly do we need to do to this ship to make it capable of surviving a buster call? Back with Luffy bang crash, damn it. He sniffed me out. Luffy groans. Still waiting for his timer to end so he could fight again. A problem Lucci clearly didn't have. So that power of yours takes as much as it gives. Seems like a fair trade, especially if your attacks had been successful. After all, great power always comes with a great cost, Lucci notes, before slimming down significantly. Life return. Kami e Bushin Shigen Luffy grunts as Lucci impales him with his claws, slamming him into the wall hard enough to leave a crater. Time to give up, brat. If you continue this farce I'll be forced to. He stops, mostly out of shock, when Luffy punches him, though in his current form it wasn't even a slap. It was a metaphorical spit in the face though, as Lucci grits his teeth and shoves Luffy deeper into the wall so he was pretty much embedded, then jumps back. Shit, I can't move, this is bad, Luffy thinks aloud as he squirms and wriggles. I apologize, but I'm going to kill you now in that puny form, Lucci says, sounding at least honest, as well as a little disappointed. Shigen. Madara. Well, he tried. Midway through he stumbled and nearly fell, stopping midway between where he'd started and Luffy. Damn it, that first bone balloon attack, it did more damage to me than I thought. Fuck, it had to be my legs. I could probably ignore a rib or two, but this will be a problem, the agent thinks. Just a Luffy finally manages to pull himself out of the wall, normal size again. Seems third was worth it. I messed you up pretty badly, didn't I? Luffy asks, half tauntingly, seeing Lucci's wince and grimace a minute ago. So, that over-the-top fighting style you were using, it wasn't just fun and games then, interesting. But it'll take more than tricks to beat a master at all 6 Rokushiki techniques. Lucci declares. In order to use them, their body must be powerful enough to sustain them. Why do you keep telling me things like I'm supposed to care? Luffy shouts in response, running straight at the leopard man. His punch blocked by a kick before he's forced to dodge another Rakyaku, Gaicho. In the tunnel, given 5 of the current 10 Straw Hats in the tunnel were devil fruit users. It isn't surprising that the group as a whole weren't faring too well within a submerged tunnel system, simply being carried by the water with a very limited amount of air still in their lungs. Hope was nearly lost for the few still conscious until. No need to worry, I'm not going to let you die down here, a melodious voice coosed themselves caught in something, which then proceeds to pull them along through the water. I've got to be hallucinating, but I guess a cute mermaid girl is a nice final image before I drown, Sanji thinks, seeing a pink tail flick in and out of his vision. I'm swimming as fast as I can. None of you are going to die on my watch. The dream was broken for all of them as Kokura shouts, her tail beating as fast as she could make it, as well as a shocked gasp from the non-devil fruit users, not exactly helping their situation there. Back with Robin and company, and stay out, Frankie shouts, him and Chaos having managed to clear out most of the ship that had been meant to bring Robin to Marine headquarters, the cyborg laughing as he watches the grunts swim away in terror. Honestly, that razor wire thing probably would have worried him if the lanky bastard had been on the Marines instead of their side. That's all of them, Mr. Frankie, Artemis chirps happily. Just Frankie kid, and good to know. Now all we need to do is find and round up the others. Hopefully Luffy will have beaten or else given Lucci the slip by then, Frankie explains, watching Robin and Chaos look for the wheel, or whatever method is used to control this particular vessel. In their my defense, Mary used a pole with a sheep on the top. They're almost here, so keep an eye out, Frankie, Chaos shouts, not seeing the Bluenet nod, but the yell did bring both of them out to see the commission. Don't you die on me now. WHAAAAAA. That's, Robin gasps. The crazy old lady from the train station, Chaos supplies, getting an elbow to the ribs. I was going to say a mermaid, but yes, I believe that is that Kokura woman, the archaeologist agrees. Are they saggy because she's old or because she's a mermaid and the water should be holding them up? Artemis asks, causing coughing fits in the two men and a sigh from Robin. Age kiddo, but that's not important right now. getting the others to wake up as she orders, snapping Frankie and Chaos out of their moments, and in turn moving to assist Kokura with getting the rest of the crew to regain consciousness. Understandably, Robin and Chaos started with the devil fruit users, while the other three kind of just started shaking people. Same end result. Many fountains of water and coughing straw hats as they greedily sucked in air. Okay. Everyone seems to be breathing and mildly conscious, Robin says, sighing in relief. Any injuries sustained during this rescue incident were probably made worse by whatever the fuck happened, but this was necessary, Chaos muses, again not the ship doctor. Speaking of. Tunnel sprung a leak or something. Either way, there was a tidal wave inside the structure. We all got swept up in it, Kokura explains. You have flippers for feet, Artemis points out. Now the others were as safe as they could make them. The mermaid had all her attention. That I do, little lady, Kokura replies, then sees Robin. There you are. The girl that all this fuss is over. Pirate King Boy may not be here, but everyone else is, so I count that as a rescue half complete. When I met you all back at the terminal, I'd never have suspected you had the strength or willpower to actually pull something like this off. But now, I'm really quite impressed, she chuckles, as the straw hats start to come to. And see a still mostly topless Kokura, shells covering the important parts. It wasn't a nightmare, Usopp shrieks. Looks like they were right. Mermaid sightings really are dugong, while delirious, Zoro grumbles. Shut up, asshole, and stop killing my fantasies. She didn't even claim to be a mermaid, Sanji growls, glaring murderously as the back of the swordsman's head. Specifically, I'm an ice fish mermaid, Kokura decides to admit. Shut up. The cook cries, Sanji. Mermaids age like regular people. An old mermaid will look the same as an old lady, just with a tail instead of legs. Chaos sighs. Not that he was going to even think about looking in Kokura's direction until Frankie or one of the others give the all clear. Also, for the record, once a mermaid reaches the age of about 30, her tail splits in two and she can walk on land like a regular human. If you guys manage to survive long enough to make it to Fishman Island, you'll see exactly what I mean, Kokura says, while continuing to laugh at Sanji's mental collapse. Fuck, that tumble really didn't do much for my legs. Vivi whimpers, getting grimaces from some of the more aware crewmates. Damn, that. Wait, who did you fight? Zoro asks, the hair guy? Kaya coughs, attention pirates. My hair will now capture you. Really wish I'd thought of that joke like a month ago, sad face. Kumadori, Nami adds, then her brain catches up to her on where she is. And alongside Chopper, the two tackle hug Robin. Are you hurt? Did those bastards do anything to you? Any damage done to me has been paid in full with interest by Spandam, courtesy of Chaos. I'm actually most likely the least injured person here, after Artemis, so really my injuries should low priority. She assures them, as well as a still-sitting Kaya. She was going to need to work on repairing her relationship with the young medic. Damn, these Marines clearly known what scorched earth is, Valentino mutters half-jokingly. I can see why even the thought of a buster call scares you. Victor adds, directed as Robin, who nods. This is some messed up stuff. Yeah, but they also seem to rather notably be ignoring where Robin is supposed to be. Otherwise they'd have already destroyed the bridge by now, Frankie notes. Guess they plan to capture her and take her in once they're finished with the rest of Ennis Lobby. You don't, or I suppose more accurately can't, use a battleship to take someone in alive, so they'll probably be letting off hand-to-hand units once their current objective is complete, Sanji agrees. Which is bad, given most of us are mildly screwed after taking out CP9. Alvida adds, checking on Vivi. Also, where the hell is Luffy? Last I saw, on the first tower of the bridge, Frankie answers, getting a nod from Chaos to pretty much confirm their captain was still there. Him and that pigeon guy. So, should we go help him? Usopp asks. No, against Rob Lucci we'd just get in the way. Chaos states, now sitting on the deck with his arms crossed. Even you? Nami teases, surprised by the nod. Most likely yes. I'd probably be able to distract him, but if I'm being honest, Luffy works best alone when he can just focus on the fight and not worry about allies or things to defend. All we can do is wait here, and make sure there's somewhere for him to run to when he's done. You're keeping an eye on the situation though, right? Robin whispers to him. Of course I am. He may be my captain, but he'll always be my little brother, the purpleette chuckles. Things are about to get worse before they get better, Valentina sighs, preparing to fight. The ship is ready to go. All that's missing is Luffy, Nami announces. He's still holding his own, right? The captain is fine, a little beat up, but we all are at this point. The researcher answers, standing up and considering joining in on the bridge. But the four, Frankie, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, seemed to be more than enough for cannon fodder, and it was probably a good idea to have a second line for them to fall back to if things go south. Such as right now given what just came over the dens. This is a report from the main island's front gate. We have collected and accounted for all personnel from Eni's lobby, during which about 50 pirates as well as the 2 mutinous giants were located attempting to flee the island via the northwest gate. We hit them with a full barrage. All targets are believed to be eliminated. In the island's current condition, the chances of survival are minimal. Report: the number of survivors on Eni's lobby are 0. FUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUU Kakashi. Usopp whimpers, tears leaking out of his mask. Yokozuna too. I know he wouldn't have abandoned them, so he must have been taken out too. Kokura states, her tone sad even if her face that expression. That means Sodom and Gomorrah are dead too. Chopper cries, lying on the deck of the ship. Robin didn't know any of the Frankie family or Galila, but they had helped her crew get this far, so turned to Chaos, whose face was expressionless for once. Ready the cannon. This caused actual cracks to form a smile across his cheeks, his lips still held in a straight line. I don't know how many times I can use it, he warns. I don't care, and I doubt you do right now either, Robin snaps. You've got me there, if we're going down, Valentina declares. We're taking as many of them with us as we can, Victor finishes. This is Battleship 2. The Tower of Law as well as the underground passages connecting it to the Bridge of Hesitation have both been destroyed. This, along with the general leveling of the island, means the only remaining structures are the bridge itself. Over with Luffy pants heavily, forcing his body to enter gear second, and having menial success. This is the last time, I'm not going to stop until I beat you, he says. Don't kid yourself, your body can't take much more of this. Keep using that technique and you'll die, Lucci scoffs. I don't care, if I die stopping you from taking my friends from me, then so be it, Luffy states just as his skin starts to pink and steam. Jet pistol Geppo, damn it. He jumped back so he wouldn't take the full force of the blow, Luffy grimaces, before having to dodge several Shigen coming from his side, bobbing and weaving before catching a punch from Lucci with his hand, so he knew the leopard couldn't dodge a jet bullet. Right in his ribs, throwing him back and disorientating him enough for another direct hit, this time. Jet shotgunned this attack, leaving fist-shaped imprints in Lucci's chest, and probably the rumble he'd been thrown through if it hadn't shattered on impact. Damn it, this kid is making me go all out. I'm going to have to go to my limit and use the secret technique to end this, Lucci thinks as he Shaquille pulls himself to his feet, leaping towards a charging Luffy, his clenched fists just shy of touching his chest when he unleashes it. Rokuogan, that was like an impact dial from Skypia, Luffy wheezes, thinking aloud. Only a lot more painful, so maybe that's what it feels to take a reject to the chest. He didn't really have much time to think it over as Lucci took less time to recover from using the Rokuogan. Rakyaku. Gaicho on the actual bridge. Luffy's not going to die, is he? Usopp asks. Did you hit your head again while I wasn't looking, because I know you can't be that stupid, Zoro retorts. There's no need to be so rude. He means Luffy won't die here, long nose. Alvida translates. You shouldn't think so negatively about the captain. It's bad manners for a pirate. She adds, just as the battleships begin to converge on the bridge. Bang, what are those idiots doing now? Vivi moans, not able to see from the boat. The first support has been cut off, announced one of the Marines on the Den. Oh no, if only the kid was made of rubber or something he could just bounce to freedom. Chaos sighs. We're not going to die surrounded by these morons. Rob Lucci and Straw Hat Luffy are both inside the support column. All ships converge on the bridge. On the vessel were located 14 pirates, including Pirate Hunter Zoro, Nico Robin, Mirror Master Chaos and the Artist of Death Artemis. We believe these to be the criminals who defeated CP9 in the Tower of Law. I don't know if I should be happy or annoyed to not be important enough to recognize, Alvida huffs. They're going to try kill us anyway. Feel free to be as pissed off as you like, Robin responds. Any chance? I know, Himawari Kyanan, yeah, recoils a bitch. I'm going to be leaving this island with broken arms, which sucks. The researcher sighs, annoyed that the side-on attack did notably less damage than head-on. Hey guys, look over there, Usopp shouts, pointing to the wrecked support pillar, the wall being destroyed meaning they could finally see Luffy again as well as Lucci, both clearly starting to reach their limit. Hey Luffy. He calls, trying to get his attention. We made it. Everyone made it to the bridge safe and sound, little banged up but they're alive, Frankie adds. We even rescued Robin and Artemis. Beat this cat so we can get out of here, Sanji shouts, his side objective successful when Lucci scowls just as Luffy smiles. His friends were alive and Robin had been rescued. Everything was going according to plan. Now, we just need to figure out how to hold off this many Marines while he deals with Lucci, Zoro says to the rest of the crew. To the 200 elite captain and commanders, eliminate these criminals immediately. All lower-ranked soldiers remain on the ship, was heard from the ships. 200. Usopp screams. We can't deal with that many all at once, especially if they're all at least as strong as that smoker guy from Logatown and Alabasta. The fact they're trying to overwhelm us with numbers just means they're afraid of what we can do. If they didn't think we were a threat they'd have sent one guy, or even a handful of lieutenants, Zoro argues, trying to reassure or at least relight the sniper's confidence, helped by the fact he did believe throwing so many high-ranked men against so few enemies showed how powerful they thought they were. Nami, you Robin, Vivi and Kaya can hold the ship right? Alvida asks, the question returning a smirk to the researcher's face as well as a determined grin on the V's. I guess. Where are you going? The navigator asks, not quite connecting the dots just yet. Making sure the boys don't have all the fun, and more importantly, not letting those bastards get anywhere near this ship. The smooth woman explains, declares, hopping off the ship and back onto the bridge's platform, Chaos, Valentina and Victor following swiftly after. Destroy them! Came the apparent battle cry, capture Nico Robin and bring her in, as the captain leapt from the battleships onto the bridge of hesitation. Not a chance, not after all the shit we had to go through to get her back, Zoro growls before putting Watto in his mouth. Send all the goons you want, we'll break him really good, Frankie smirks as he opens up his cannon arm. Weapons left. We don't have time for single combat. Take out as many as you can, Chaos shouts, hubby lancing a couple before deciding on something else. Combo move. Subarashi Hinotama after ensuring he wasn't about to get incinerated Usopp turns and smiles behind his mask. Those dial gloves working how you wanted them. Valentina grins, almost perfect. But really as imitations go I couldn't ask for better, she replies, before making a hand gesture and flicking her arm behind her, sending a couple captains flying off the bridge. Futon. Daitopa, that's what I call super there Val. Keep knocking them off like that and we might actually be able to get this done. Frankie cheers, knocking a handful of captains away with his chain arm. Not wanting to be outdone Usopp aims up at some of the still falling, leaping Marines. Feast your eyes upon my crowd control techniques. Sunflower Star. For so-called captains these guys only have their numbers going for them. They're all weak. Zoro complains. Not to steal a line from Mirror Eyes, but I'm almost bored fighting these weaklings. Until a large man with an axe steps in his path. Ooh, a broadaxe, but can you use it? He taunts, blocking a strike with two swords. Okay. Now I'm invested again. Thanks. He smirks around Watto. The smile growing when the man began to spin like a top while swinging the axe. It pushed him back a little, but that didn't mean he was in any danger. Like the rest he went down in one hit, but at least it was one of his usual finishers for a change. Onigiri. Anyone seen Sanji? Alvida wonders aloud. Glad her fruit kept her clean as otherwise she'd once more be covering in blood and viscera like back on Whiskey Peak. Not since the battleships showed up, and he isn't like you or me so tracking him is out of the question. Chaos replies, spinning his F severing a sword-wielding commander's arm. The heat from the blades cauterizing the wounds. Oh, I missed using one of these. Of all the times to piss off it's now, the mace wielder groans. Thunderbolt tempo zap. Guess we missed a few. Victor sighs. At least that explosion means Nami and the others are holding their own. Yeah, seems our little staff-wielding thief has got some ranged side options. Clutch, boom, broken spine. Artemis cheers alongside Chimney as Robin takes out a handful of Marines. Keep it up, big boobied pirate lady. Stay off the ship. Vivi shouts, her wires doing damage to anyone who manages to dodge Nami's thunderbolts, before either Robin or Kaya take them down. In the tower, so, your friends are still alive. Sometimes things can even surprise me, Lucci hums. Before the fight resumes, Luffy going all out just as much as he was. Seems you really are on your last legs. That blood pumping technique seems to be losing its edge. Guess it only multiples your base strength, so as you weaken so does it. He taunts even as Luffy's punches become blurs to anyone who could see them right now. It's pointless to struggle. You never stood a chance in the first place, not against me, and certainly not the world government. Face the facts. Jet Axe Lucci leaps into the air to dodge, then rains down Rankyakis on Luffy, who punches back in response. I don't care if this island burns. I will chase that woman to the ends of the earth as long as she's wanted by the world government. I'll never stop chasing her, and there's not a damn thing you can do to stop me. That is the meaning of dark justice. You won't be chasing anyone ever again, because I'm going to stop you right here right now, Luffy declares. Jet stamp, another wall collapses and Luffy grimaces, then eyes widen in shock as Lucci is once more in his face. Rokuogan Luffy hits the ground like a comet. Lucci landing with a touch more grace, but the recoil. Toll using the king gun was clear in his body language and stance. It was unlikely he had enough in him to use it a third time. Which was why he was shocked to see Luffy pull himself to his feet, even if he did drop back to his knees a moment later, body still steaming in gear second, having thought at the very least he would have knocked the rubber brat out of his power-up. Still, it didn't look like he was going to last much longer. This fight was as good as over. Luffy, bridge of hesitation, super, Frankie shouts as he flings a marine back onto the ship she came from. Probably. Are we sure these guys are captains? They're kind of weak, he grumbles. Rank doesn't always mean strength. I knocked out a captain with one punch back in the East Blue. God, that guy was a dumbass. Chaos sighs, ducking under a strong right and stabbing another marine in the gut. But yeah, very few of these people would give us even a fraction of the trouble Smoker would, even the handful of devil fruit users they brought with them. I know we shouldn't complain about easy fights, but it sucks and it boring. We know. Alvida snaps her mace, turning one captain's head to paste. Nightoryu. Taka Nami, another handful of marines are thrown back by the force of Zoro's swings. Though after everything he was starting to tire. Even if these guys were pretty weak, they were chipping away at the whole crew. Didn't help that Sanji had disappeared and Usopp was having a moment. Luffy. Usopp bellows, the Sogeking mask finally coming off. What the hell are you doing? Get up, Luffy. In the tower, the noise draws his attention and Luffy turns his head. Eyes widen slightly when he sees a familiar long-nosed sniper. Usopp. He wheezes. I didn't know you were here too. Don't get the wrong idea. I just came here to save Robin, alright? Usopp shouts, seeing Luffy had noticed him. I didn't come here to see you or your stupid face, okay? It's not like you're my friend or anything, BBBB baka. He then turns his attention to Lucci, now standing tall after having a minute to recover. Hey you, CP9 boss cat, I know you can hear me. From here on out I'm your opponent, come and get some, Usopp declares, though the leopard barely gives him a side glance. Yeah, you heard me. You're not laying a hand on Robin. I'm a world-renowned warrior of the sea. A man with over 8,000 men under his command. I am the great Captain Usopp. Lucci continues to stare. I've sailed up and down the Grand Line. I've destroyed countless islands. You think a kitty cat like you can stand against me? Oh crap, Lucci's body tenses before he turns, slowly walking over to the edge of the tower, murder in his eyes which locked onto Usopp's. Hey, get back here. Ignore him, your fight is with me. Luffy tries to yell, but it comes out more like a whisper shout. Lucci stops and chuckles. You're already done, I have no more reason to stay, but I'll let you live a little longer. I'm going to go up there, kill every last pirate I see, then come down here and end you. That way you'll die covered in the blood of those you were too weak to save. Come on, scaredy cat, I'm right here, idiot. Shut up. He'll kill you, Luffy calls up to Usopp. No, you shut up. What can you do about it lying on the ground at death's door? Someone has to save Robin and the others if you're not going to. Usopp counters. Luffy's jaw clenches in anger, at Usopp, Lucci, but also himself. Pigeon bastard's mine, I'm going to kick his ass for what he's done, stealing Robin, hurting my family. Luffy growls, his body trying and failing to pull itself back to its feet. Then get up, prove me wrong, show him and everyone here, why you're the captain, and why you will be the king. Are you done yet, kid? Lucci asks, growing bored of this display. I've got a lot of killing still to do today. He chuckles, then stops when he hears the voice behind him. You're right, Usopp, Luffy says tiredly, but once more mostly standing and with gear second still going strong. Somehow, I can't die here, there's too much I promised we'd do. Too many people are counting on me. Luffy, the sniper whimpers, happy tears leaking out as he sees that it worked. Now he just has to hope Luffy can actually beat the cat bastard, finish him. Then we can finally leave this place forever. I'll win this no matter what, Luffy screams, the steam actually getting stronger and thicker as it billows off his body. I'm surprised you can stand, your willpower is truly extraordinary. I'm never giving up, you hear me, Lucci? Until I beat you, I won't drop again, he declares, Lucci responding by bulking up again. Life return. Release, these games end now. You're teetering over the edge, I can end this with a single blow, he boasts, and don't worry about your friends. After I end you, you'll all be reunited in hell in no time. The half-leopard leaps and tries to do as promised, ended in a single blow only for Luffy's punches to block his. Both jump back before charging arms swinging fast enough. Both fighters were a blur of limbs, neither side giving even an inch. At first. As both continued to brawl, Luffy was slowly being pushed back. Back near the boat. Thunderbolt tempo. Please, tell me they've nearly run out of goons to throw at us. A panting Nami pleads, getting a frown from Robin and a tired shrug from Kaya. You're doing great, we'll look after you, raccoon dog, the kid and Miss Blue here while you help the others clean up. Kokura suggests, half orders, ignoring Chopper's whines about being a reindeer and feeling useless, which Vivi tries to comfort him about, Artemis pouting over being just called the kid. She has a point, if we go up there we'll see just how many are still remaining, as well as finish the job quicker, Robin muses. On the main bridge, hey guys, this one just turned into balls, Frankie shouts, his guard up as he's pelted with the Marine's cannonball-sized parts. You can't stand up to my berry fruit, it's berry deadly, haha, the goon laughs until. Boom fist. You deserved that for the pun alone. Victor huffs, punching the head and causing it to fly into one of the battleships. You hanging in there, Frankie? I'm still super, got enough cola in the tank to keep fighting for a bit longer, the cyborg assures him, giving the thumbs up and a grin. See what I meant? Even the devil fruit users aren't too much of a problem for us. Speaking of, Zoro, the one behind you with the veil is a Paramecia type, Chaos calls, getting a nod from the swordsman. Trente Fleur. Clutch, the cavalry has arrived, Alvida says with a chuckle, the group in front of her dropping with a painful snap to reveal Robin, Nami and Kaya. The smooth woman noticing she was using regular rather than syrup bullets. Does that mean we get a break now? Valentina asks jokingly, still sitting on the Marine she'd tackled at 1,000 kilogram. You're Roronoa Zoro, correct? The veiled Marine asks. Yeah, who's asking? Zoro mumbles through his sword. The man who's going to kill you, he declares, before running at the swordsman. Zoro rolls his eyes. Really, you think you can beat a swordsman barehanded? You captains really are brain dead, aren't you? He swung with Yubishiri, only for the blade to crumble when the Marine caught it. What? I am Shu, eater of the Sabi no mi, making me a rust man. Your swords are useless against me. The now named Shu gloats. Paramecia, you couldn't have given me more information, like the fact he can disintegrate metal objects via rust? Zoro shouts. Hey, I can only tell if someone has one, and their general type due to feeling, Chaos argues, getting defensive. Do you really think I'd have let you fight someone like that if I knew what he could actually do? Speaking of, any volunteers? Not me, I don't want to know if he can rust my parts even through the skin, Frankie understandably, nods himself immediately. Firebird Star, thanks Usopp. Could have used it like 2 minutes ago, but better late than never. Zoro nods to the sniper before sheathing his swords. Everyone's a critic, the long nose sighs in the tower. Lucci zips through the air, dodging strikes before trying to return one of his own. Jet pistol only to be unbalanced when one of Luffy's attacks glances off his ribs. He wavered but managed to land within striking distance of Luffy, preparing his ultimate strike. He even thought to wrap his tail around Luffy's waist, as it was unlikely even in his current condition the rubber boy was just going to let himself get hit with one of these a third time. Side-dye Rin. Rokuogan. Luffy's mouth pracked of blood he hacked up. The shockwave even causing damage to the wall behind him, never mind what nasty shit it did to his body. Releasing his grip on the boy, Lucci was surprised he was still standing after that attack, but given how much his body swayed and his face seemed to be pretty vacant, he started to move away. He had other targets to take out. Until he noticed, he didn't hear the body drop. Turning his head he saw Luffy was still standing, tall and defiant, and it pissed him off. "Why won't you just die?" Lucci roars, just as Luffy makes his last stand. Gum Gum, Tekai. Jet Gatling Aura 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 Aura. Luffy's punches were imperceptible even to someone with Rob Lucci's heightened senses, but the impact sure wasn't. Even with his Tekai active, Jet Gatling punched through it like it wasn't even there, slamming him up against the wall until neither the leopard or the wall could take any more hits and he was thrown through it, landing unconscious on one of the battleships. His opponent beaten, Luffy finally fell, Gear Second dissipating from his body as he lay there, on the verge of passing out. "We're safe now," he says to himself, before expanding his chest as much as was comfortable right now before yelling, "We're all going back, together, Robin." Robin smiles through her tears while Alvida sniffles, trying to keep a level head. "Damn idiot, don't scare us like that," she grouses, getting a low chuckle from Chaos behind her. "You heard the captain. Sounds like a strategic retreat is next on the agenda." "Way to go, Straw Hat," came a far-off voice, catching everyone's attention. "Shut up, moron, they'll hear us. Who cares, we wanted to know." "Seems someone nabbed themselves a den," Valentina hums. "Way to go, big bro," Frankie gasps. "Could it really?" "Stop it, they still think we're dead, remember, you're gonna blow it," came a gruff rebuttal. The Straw Hats realizing who it was even if the Marines were still mostly confused. They survived, somehow. Vivi smiles from the ship, an immobile chopper resting on her lap. Too late. Anyway, the Giants took most of the blast, but thanks to the fact galley la ropes don't break, we're okay. So are Sodom, Gamora and Yokozuna, Kiwi explains. "That's good," the reindeer cries, getting a no and a laugh from Kokura. "Knew those bastards were stubborn, serves them well in a situation like this," the mermaid cackles. "Exactly. Don't worry about us, big bro, we've got a plan to get ourselves out of here. You just worry about getting yourself out alive." Zambe transmits, causing Frankie to burst into tears. "I wasn't worried, not one bit. Bawa. Cry later, survive now, Frankie. Another Paramecia dead ahead." Chaos shouts. Frankie snapping out of it in time to block. "A wheel? Damn it, guys, I got a weird one, and I don't just mean the headgear." The cyborg calls. "Fuck it, I'll just beat you all till I make a path to the ship." Strong right Thunderbolt Tempo Onigiri 36 caliber Phoenix. Rinky Fleur Breeze Breath Bomb Budo. Renjin. Unfortunately there was one flaw with their current plan. Luffy was too heavily injured and worn out from his fight with Lucci to make his way to the bridge. Never mind the former escort ship, even Usopp's encouragement wasn't doing much good. "Come on Luffy, we're surrounded by water and battleships, if we stay any longer we'll all be blown to bits. Please just move," the sniper shouts, seeing Luffy's body twitch and shudder. But actual movement seemed to be eluding him. "Guys, we have a problem. Luffy can't move. What do we do?" "Get over her, Usopp. We'll grab him on the way past," Nami shouts, all but one ignoring her. "Hey wait. Shimmer. Idiot." The redhead groans as Chaos zips past Usopp and over to the pillar. "Ignore the dumbass, get moving now." "Fire. Boom WHOOSH." Everyone stops, frozen in shock as the battleships bombard their escape ship, but more importantly. Vivi, Chopper, Artemis, Kokura. Fuck, now we're screwed in every direction. That ship was the only way out, now what do we do? Zoro growls. "Yaw!" came a shout, bellow from the smoke, revealed to be Sanji, carrying Kokoro with Vivi's arms around his neck. Meanwhile Artemis was running close behind with Chopper on her back like a rucksack, Chimney and her rabbit not far behind. "We made it, out of my way," Sanji shouts, kicking some gaping marines out of the way as he ran towards the others. "Thank goodness you're all okay," Nami cheers, smiling as Artemis is yanked off her feet by Robin, the artist nearly getting suffocated in her chest. "I've just found you, I don't want to lose you anytime soon," she whispers holding her tight. "I take back all the bad things I was thinking for you ditching up Cook," Alvida says as she takes Vivi off his shoulders, holding the now blushing princess in a bridal carry. Though an explanation would still be nice. "Sorry, there was something I needed to do," Sanji explains while trying to catch his breath. "Didn't expect things to get this bad though, given they want to take Robin alive I mean. Yeah, I think they realized that wasn't actually possible so are going to just bomb us all to hell," Kaya guesses, taking Chopper off the ground where he fell and stitching him to her back. She was proven right when the cannons began to fire on the Straw Hats, remains of the bridge, hurrying them away from the docking area and closer to the already destroyed section Luffy and Chaos were on the other side of. "How do we keep getting caught in shit like this?" Nami screams as the group continued to just about outrun the destruction. "How are they allowed to bomb their own guys?" Vivi wonders aloud. It's possible sociopathic tendencies are highly valued among any Marines sent for buster call duty, either that or their idea of justice sees loss during something like this. While trying to kill pirates as acceptable losses, Robin replies, at least trying to come up with an answer, until the Straw Hats were together at last, but pinned and surrounded on the remaining column of the bridge. "Well, as last stands go, I can think of worse," Victor hums, loading his guns. "And I couldn't ask for a better group to go down with," Valentina adds, trying to raise some spirits. "All ships, prepare to open fire on the first column," was heard from one of the battleships. "First column, but that's," Nami gasps, "where Luffy and Chaos are." "Yeah," Zoro nods. "Really hope Mirror Eyes can keep the captain alive till someone comes up with a plan here." "Can't he just shimmer back?" Kaya asks, getting a shake of the head from Artemis. Given the damage he did to Blueno's hand when he tried to grab him, Papa's shimmer is more than just a high-speed technique like CP9's Soru. The artist guesses, then sighs. "On the first column, you did it Luffy, nice work," Chaos smiles, one mirrored by his captain before he pulls the body onto his back. "Looks like you took some damage, that arm gonna be any good to you today?" Luffy half jokes, before hubby's barbed wires wrapped around his waist and torso to keep him secure. "Look who's talking, damn steamed jumping bean, whose idea was it to fight a cat while on speed?" She, it was actually kind of awesome. Did you see Gear 3rd? Luffy asked. "Yeah, seems you turned Gum Gum Balloon into an entire subset of attacks," Chaos teases. "All ships, prepare to open fire on the first column," was heard from one of the battleships. "Oh fuck off," the researcher sighs, then swallows heavily as the cannons aim directly for them. "Any plans?" Luffy asks tiredly, "besides getting blown up or me getting shredded?" "I'm trying Lou, this isn't exactly what I thought was going to happen." He sighs then stops, "Can you hear that?" Luffy blinks. "I think so, it's like a whisper and a song?" He asks, "Look below?" All ships commence firing one Straw Hat Luffy and Mirror Master Chaos in 5. "Jump in the sea." Both snap out of their haze as they hear Usopp's shout. 4. The sea, you need to get off the platform and jump into the sea. He does remember both of us ate devil fruits rig. Honestly, at this point suicide is looking pretty nice. "Lets me flip these guys off on the way down by stealing the kill," Chaos replies, only half jokingly. "You okay going down with me, Cap?" 2. We've had a good run. Let's not let the Marines end it for us. Don't forget to smile though she. 1. Oh there she is, clever girl, Chaos chuckles. "Geronimo, to the sea." "Soru. That's the signal. Everyone follow them," Usopp calls before jumping himself, "to the sea." "To the sea. It's been a nice run, but to the sea we return." Futon. "Repusho, to the sea." Artemis cheers, leaping with Robin and laughing on the way down. They're jumping off the bridge, one Marine gasps. "There's no way they could survive in these waters." Those straw hats are completely out of their minds, another scoffs. They weren't, well maybe some of them were, but there was another reason the straw hats all jumped. Let's go back everyone, a soft, sweet voice whispers in their ears. Fire, boom, back to the seas of adventure. The Going Merry cruise. As her passengers, friends all landed relatively safely on the deck. I came to get you. Anyone else glad Kaya ate that fruit when we got it? Valentina asks once everyone was accounted for, otherwise most of us would have had to aim for the water. A bad move for like half the crew. Always happy to help. She chuckles. We're on the Merry. Chopper cries, fidgeting weakly as he bawls his eyes out. You came to get us, girl, Usopp whimpers, caressing the mast. But how? I saw the ship fall into the sea myself, Frankie wonders aloud. Those CP9 bastards sent her falling when they grabbed us. More importantly, who sailed it here? It's the Grand Line, she couldn't have just bobbed over, especially not in time to reach us, Nami adds. Less thinking, more escaping. There are like 8 battleships pointed at us, Zoro shouts, while Chaos was separating himself and Luffy, the rubber boy dropping onto the deck, then moved to joining Vivi on Alvida's lap. You alright, Luffy? Vivi asks in concern. I think I'll be fine. My body's just too weak to do much actual moving around. He sighs. Nami. Valentina. Let's get a move on. Robin has been rescued and the crew has been reunited. Away. Robin smiles seeing everyone working together again. How could she throw this away? Everyone. Thank you for doing this, for thinking me worth saving, she says, jumping when she gets a surprise jab in the kidney. Mom, don't be dumb, that's Uncle Luffy's job. The Straw Hats are a family, they were always going to come get you. Chaos nods, giving a slightly wheezing laugh. She's right. You don't just leave the crew, and we especially won't let someone be forced to leave. You thought the best choice was to get away, when the real best option is for us to stick together. We work best as a group, he says, getting nods from quite a few of the Straw Hats. Besides, nobody else actually wants to work with Chaos. You can't just abandon your fellow demon twin, Zoro teases, getting a head slap from a bloomed hand in response. All ships, prepared to fire. Shit. Anyone got any ideas? At this range they can't possibly miss us, Frankie asks. Only miss they did, some cannons even managing to hit other battleships, while others started to drift towards and even into each other. What just happened? Usopp asks in confusion. Maybe the universe is giving us a win? Chopper guesses. Or the gates are closing, Chaos responds, pointing right behind them. That thing screws with the current, something awful, or at least it does while closed. So is that why those whirlpools disappeared? Luffy asked, remembering seeing some before being directed to the underground tunnel. Pretty much, yeah. You're welcome by the way, Sanji says with a smug grin on his face. I thought we were going to need more than just luck and the captain's stubbornness to get out of this alive. You're some kind of genius. Chopper cheers. That's so cool, now's our chance to escape while they're all panicking, Luffy adds grinning. Kiss ass later, escape now, Nami, I presume you can navigate through this, Zoro asks. And if you can't, do it anyway, Chaos adds, as they didn't exactly have much to lose at this point. Yeah, don't get in my face. I can get us through. I just need you guys to hold off any attacks while I find us a safe path, the navigator explains. Aye navigator Nami, Robin says chuckling to herself. Yara days. Nami sighs, before her and Chopper head to the controls, the others taking positions around the ship to deflect any cannon fire. Triple Firebird Star 36 caliber Phoenix. That's the best I can do. Being down a sword means I can't do a full 108 Phoenix, Zoro grumbles to himself. Don't worry, we'll find you another one when we're not in imminent danger, Vivi assures him from the seats her and Luffy had been left on. We'll find you the best sword ever, Luffy whisper shouts. Collier shoot mirror gate bark boom. Lasso seems to have joined the party too. The researcher laughs, the bazooka dog barks and wags his tail, before spitting another bomb at the pursuing battleships. Honeysuckle shooter Raiden, Raiga Raiden, Reikiri. Static dial works. Valentina cheers grinning to Usopp and flashing a thumbs up, wearing a purple glove on her left hand. Kaden. Endon knows fancy cannon Trente Fleur, barricade. We don't want him, have them back, Frankie shouts, tossing the cannonballs Robin manages to catch with her balloons. Chopper, helm hard to port. I found our escape route. Nami orders, the reindeer nods and follows the command. Wager to help after being useless in the last battle. We're almost at the end. Get ready, Frankie. You got it, Miss Navigator. Watch this, kids. It's about to get super wild. The cyborg says, getting into position on the back of the Mary. Also, this might bang up your ship a little, so apologies in advance. He adds before pulling out his connector pipe. Coup de vent. We're flying. Someone find that parachute squid, Chopper yells. We're going to be fine, Chopper. It's more a bounce than a drop. At the very least we're not going to need extra help stopping. Chaos assures the reindeer. Lanky's right. I wouldn't have done that if I didn't think we were going to survive the attempt. Frankie explains, flashing a grin and a thumbs up. Soon enough they merry returned to the water, skipping a couple times like a skimming stone, but besides that no complaints and the Straw Hats were going to be home free. Though Robin and Luffy were both curious about the frigid glare Chaos sent to the island as it faded from view. Luffy, even if you didn't have a devil fruit this would be stupid. Especially given your current condition. The researcher sighs as with Kokura and Frankie's help Luffy was draped over Mary's lamb figurehead. Don't care, it's my seat, Luffy says, sticking out his tongue before turning his head and addressing the ship. You really came through for us, girl. It was a shock but a good one. We'd have never made it off that island without you. Not to ruin the moment, kid, Frankie interrupts. But you all did some pretty major shit back there. The government aren't just going to let that slide, especially burning down their flag. Given they burnt down the entire island themselves, at least they have no proof we did it. Usopp tries to lighten the mood. Why would that stop them? Most of Robin's life is proof that evidence isn't required, only an accusation. Besides, I don't really care what they think or do. I only came to the island and torched the flag because they took Robin. If they hadn't done that, their stupid flag and island would both be unburnt. Luffy responds with an implied shrug, which was currently outside his range of movements. Also, thanks for helping, Frankie. We couldn't have done it without you. You're welcome there, Straw Hat, Frankie responds awkwardly, not expecting the thanks. Point is, we did it. We got back Robin and are all safe and sound. To victory, Luffy cheers loudly. Later, I've checked the ship top to bottom, and we're the only ones on it, Nami states. Hershey's talking to, ignoring Luffy's search for Usopp, as the coward had put back on his mask and that was enough to fool their captain. That's weird, the Mary couldn't have sailed itself to Anise lobby, and given the storm we had to go through to get here ourselves, I doubt luck it just happened to end up here either, Sanji hums. Plus there was the voice, calling us to the sea, Zoro adds. Like the sirens of legend, only this time there was a ship to break our fall, rather than death by drowning, Robin says with a chuckle, the others sigh, seeing she's returned to her morbid humor. Idiots, why didn't any of you listen? It was Mary's voice, she called to us, she saved our lives, Luffy argues, stopping his search to pitch into the conversation. Luffy, hun, I think if Mary could talk we'd have already known, Alvida counters, though she did like the idea, however impossible it may be. True, but it was also what I was thinking, Nami admits. That Klabouterman thing, can it do something this big? Robin asks Chaos, Frankie and Kokura, catching the others' attention. Unlikely, or they wouldn't be such an obscure legend. A ship that pilots itself, it's insane, the cyborg laughs. But it is pretty much the only option we have left, so maybe it was her, Mary's helpful spirit, making sure we got back to safety. Chaos muses, smiling softly. Hey guys, we got a ship incoming, Victor calls from the crow's nest. Really, is it dangerous? Usopp jumps to attention. No, the sails say, Galley la. Looks like they came to see how we did, the bomberman chuckles. Damn, Ice for Brains is with him, he must really like you punks. Frankie whistles, seeing the blue-haired man in the front of the group, in fact he was even smiling. Nico Robin survived, meaning they actually did it. They fought the world government and not only survived, but managed to W, and the mayor thinks, impressed above all else, they lost it all, and then they got it all back. Creek spoke too soon there, as just as the man was thinking that, Mary bounces a wave and the front supports finally gave way, the entire section pitching forward and away from the main body. What the, why's the ship falling apart all of a sudden? Zoro shouts, the few on the front deck holding on tight. Not sudden, just badly timed. Kaku did say Mary wouldn't make it to the next island, or she shouldn't have been able to. She made it to Eni's lobby in record time, rescued us and probably got a fair distance back to Water 7. Mary has been falling apart, possibly since Skypia. What's happening now? Is her finally reaching the limit, where she physically can't hold herself together any longer? Chaos explains, having jumped back when the front started creaking. Ice pops, Luffy yells jumping onto the Mary's head. You're here and you're all shipwrights. You can save Mary. Please, do anything you can. We can't let her die. Mary isn't just a ship, she's part of the crew. She's one of the original 6 members. He begs, she's the only reason any of us are still alive after that. She came to save us and now you need to save her. Iceberg stares into angry, desperate eyes and sighs. She's fought hard for her crew, but it's time for you to let her stop and rest. He responds, the message draining the energy out of the entire crew. Even Frankie feeling sympathetic pain over the news. Besides, I already did everything I could. Nothing more can be done to that ship. Previously, on Scrap Island. This is the Straw Hats ship, Iceberg notes as he steps closer to the broken vessel. Aqua Laguna banged you up real good it seems. He says, then frowns as he checks the keel. No, this damage is much older than tonight. I want to sail, a gentle voice is heard. I want to sail, one last time, with my friends. Despite his better judgment, Iceberg got to work, patching up the Mary as best he could, though he wasn't sure why he was putting so much energy into trying to repair a ship that was basically a dead man walking. He felt almost compelled. Plus a part of him felt right doing so, actually working on a ship like the old days rather than running the business side of the operation. He'd probably have gone at it all night, blissfully unaware, until some of his men found him, yelling about another tidal wave incoming. Sighing deeply, Iceberg decides he's done all he could and packs up, though the voice wafts through his mind as he gets off the island. Nothing major or complicated, just a simple, thank you, before the waves crashes over her and carried the ship out to sea. She had a crew to get to after all. Seeing it as a sign, Iceberg had his men ready a ship. They were going after those pirates. Back to regular time. This is a miracle, and even that doesn't seem to fully encompass it. The lengths this ship went, far beyond her limits just to reunite with you all. It's legendary, beyond anything I've seen before. I've been a shipwright for over 20 years, but I've never seen a ship like yours. It's lived a wonderful life and now the only thing left is to give her a proper send-off. Luffy nods, understandably in serious captain mode as some call it. I understand now, it's what's best for the Mary. A short time later it was lucky Galila came with a smaller vessel that could fit all the Straw Hats as they moved from the Mary to it. The mood somber but calm for the moment. They all took their last chance to see the Mary in her full glory. Some wince at the amount of damage she sustained over the course of their journeys, looking a lot worse off than on her. Everyone ready? Luffy asks, before accepting the torch from Iceberg. Mary, I know the seafloor is a dark and lonely place, but don't worry, we're here to see you off, and make sure it's done right. He stretches out his arm, starting the fire in the newly formed crack in the front. I know you'd prefer he be here, but it's probably best Usopp isn't here to see this. He really wanted to find a way to keep you going and I'm sorry I couldn't find a way to do so. Are you okay, Usopp? Kaya asks. I will be. But this is for the best. Everything has its time and we all have to say goodbye at some point. Mary was just the first to go, the sniper says, sighing behind his mask, promising himself he'd be a man and not cry over a ship. Despite how wet the wood was from the storm, and general seafaring, the fire quickly overtook it, covering nearly every inch of the Mary in a matter of minutes. The Straw Hats, Galila and Frankie watched silently as Mary was given her Viking funeral. Thank you for going this far with us, Mary. We won't forget you, Luffy says, hat covering his eyes. In a mix of grand line randomness and a little pathetic fallacy, it actually began to snow as the Mary burned. The Straw Hats reminiscing on all the time they spent on that ship. The Mary had been their home since they joined the crew, kept them safe through thick and thin. She wouldn't be forgotten, ever. I'm sorry, Mary's voice was heard in their heads, pushing a few of the crew over the edge into full waterworks. I wanted to carry us just a little bit further. I had so much fun. I wish our adventures never had to end, but this is mine. Thank you for letting me be part of this journey, and let me give back something you've all given me up to now. The entire crew buckled, as they were filled to the brim with a feeling of love and care. Even the most stoic were starting to tear up. Damn smoke, it's getting in my eyes. Zoro grumbles, getting a watery chuckles from Sanji. Shut up Zoro, he says flatly, just admit you'll miss the Mary. Was there ever any doubt? Was his response? Mary, Chopper screams. Only Robin's blooms stopping the hysterical reindeer falling off the little boat they were all perched in. Mary, this wasn't your fault, it was us. We should have taken better care of you. Usopp, and later Victor and Chaos tried, but they weren't really good at it. And then there was me, Zoro, Sanji and Alvida wrecking things. You got hurt because of us. And we'll never be able to take that back. Luffy shouts, now on his knees with tears streaming down. Alvida wrapped around him and in equally somber states. You did your best, all of you did, and for that I'm glad. Our time together may have been short, but I wouldn't want it any other way. Make your dreams come true. I'll be watching. They felt one more gentle caress against their senses, before all went silent other than the crackle of burning wood. Mary, Luffy screams into the air, letting out all the pain and frustration inside him. With no ship, the Straw Hats all were brought back to Water 7 on icebergs, the man also ensuring they had somewhere to stay while they worked things out as an apology for what happened just before Aqua Laguna, as well as returned all their items which the citizens had taken while they were gone. This gave the Straw Hats time to reflect on their current predicaments. Zoro was unfortunately stuck with 2 swords for the moment, as the katanas he favored weren't something they actually made in Water 7 or the nearby islands, and he knew from experience the swords the Marines used wouldn't last that long under the strain he puts them under, which would just put him back in this same position, most likely in the middle of a battle. The search for new weapons for others though. Do I even want to know why I'm your first stop, even before the market? Chaos asks, sitting with Robin and Artemis on the roof. Because you're a hoarder, and you seem to be at least mildly competent in most styles of weaponry because of your shape-shifting sword, so would probably keep a few on hand in case you needed spares, Valentina explains. She's got you there Sparkles, Kayud teases, taking the time off to sunbathe before Usopp was taking her on a stroll through Water 7 and maybe a little shopping too. Chaos stands, his spine crunching slightly. Fine, what do you want? A dagger, kunai or shikoro-sized blade. Valentino requests. Her hand splayed, trying to estimate a size. A bow, I'm little out of practice but it's the only weapon I actually do have some skill with, Victor admits, amusing their little audience. Clicking his tongue, the researcher slaps his palms together and slowly spreads them, revealing a silver-colored, wave-style dagger with a solid black hilt, reminding Robin of a creased dagger, but she kept that to herself. No, that won't do. He sighs, then walks over to his discarded coat and plunges his arm into it, routing around before clicking his tongue and smirking. Valentina was about to ask what happened when he threw something at her, catching the handle just before it stabbed her in the eye. Will that do? He asks, like he hadn't nearly killed her. You're an ass, but yes, this is perfect. She sighs, checking the weight and balance, though already knowing it should throw well if needed. Great, now as for our build-a-bomber, I'm going to be honest with you. Archery is on that mental list of things I always wanted to learn to do, but never did. As such, this is going to go to waste anywhere else, Chaos explains, presenting a silver and blue recursive bow to Victor along with a quiver. Nice quality stuff, Alabasta? Victor hums, testing the draw weight and accuracy of the bow. Eni's lobby. Took a wrong turn and ended up in the armory, the Reflect human admits, not seeing anything wrong with looting a place that was now a crater. Well, thanks for that, but I'm not sure how to replay you, the Kilo girl admits. Babysitting duty, Robin responds, most likely before Chaos could make a joke. Artemis can take care of herself, but an adult nearby is never anything but a bonus, she adds, knowing her daughter was pouting behind her. Gonna get an itch scratched, or your spine snapped by our favorite psycho. Val teases, getting a chuckle from Victor and Kaya, though the syrup girl was also blushing. None of your business, but there are a few things I do require his assistance for, Robin replies, the Kilo girl deciding not to push her luck. Later that day, Market District, I said this back in Alabasta, you don't need to get me a ring, Luffy. I have the traditional one, Vivi says, as Luffy searches for a jeweler of some kind. But I don't, plus shouldn't we be getting each other something nice? Mirror Eyes did make us a threesome, not just give the captain his own harem, Alvida argues. seeing some very nice pendants and bangles as they kept walking. Exactly, plus there's nothing too good for my girls. Luffy grins, stopping to look at the gems in one of the windows. Speaking of, you didn't borrow money from Nami, did you? Vivi asks worryingly. Nope, we're safe from her, Luffy assures the brunette, then walks into the store. Hi. Do you guys do custom rings? The boys asks the owner. What you looking for? They ask as Vivi and Alvida enter behind him. Wedding rings, it was kind of a spur of the moment thing so I didn't have them on hand, Luffy admits, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. The owner chuckles in amusement. You'd be surprised by how often that happens, so which is the lucky lady? He asks pointing to the two behind him. Luffy looks confused, both. I was thinking silver with a piece of lapis in a raindrop shape for Vivi. He points to the brunette who smiles. And a gold band for Alvida with either a ruby or aquamarine as a centerpiece. He hums, unsure and conflicted. How about one of each? If we're actually going through with this I should be getting something for my sister wife, Vivi suggests, winking at Alvida. The smooth woman hums, true, and I think if that's the case, can I have some blue agate set into a pyrite ring for this cutie here? She asks, hugging a now blushing Vivi to her chest. Though I think we're forgetting one person in all this. Our darling husband. Gold band of course. Then maybe a lapis and ruby, because aquamarine would be too similar that it would look weird, flanking a garnet centerpiece. Luffy chuckles. Looks like someone else has been reading Robin's books since we left Alabasta. He teases, are those rings all possible? He asks. The owner grins, of course my boy. Provided you have the funds I can have them made in the next couple days. I'll just need to get your sizes so we won't need to adjust them later. He explains, all three pirates offering their left hands, thank you. Elsewhere, you do know she could have come with us, right? Chaos asks as he runs his fingers along the spine of a rather old-looking book. I doubt Artemis wants to be stuck in Iceberg's house any more than the rest of us do. Robin sighs, you are correct, however given recent revelations, things have been different between us and I felt we both needed space, and that you and I required the opposite. She explains, her eyes drawn to an ornate-looking hand mirror. Still wrapping your head around the fact she actually is your kid, and should be 10 rather than 14? He asks with a hint of amusement in his tone as he stepped closer to her. Among other things, Robin agrees. Valentina wasn't entirely wrong with her comments earlier today. There are a few things my captivity put in my mind I'd like you to sterilize and override, physically and forcefully. She explains, shivering as long arms wrap around her waist and hot breath caresses her neck. I'm not going to even pretend this sounds like a healthy way to handle your issues, but much like Artemis I'm just happy to have you back. To the point I got you a welcome back present while helping Sanji shore up our supplies of food. Chaos purrs, nipping softly on her ear. I'll accept it, so long as you accept a gift from me, for actually showing up to rescue me, even after I tried to break both our hearts, and for taking me back. Robin says with a hint of melancholy. Like it was even a choice, the researcher chuckles. I've said this before, you're stuck with this Robin, just in different ways. He then smirks and points out something dead ahead of them. One benefit to not bringing the kid. You can get them things without them knowing. He teases, getting a similar grin from Robin, agreeing Artemis would appreciate it. Iceberg's backyard thunk thunk. I think you're going to need Chaos to pull more of those out of his ass if you intend to throw them. Victor teases, though impressed by how close she came to the center of the target Artemis had painted on the trees in front of her. Don't worry, I intend to have him pass along any he comes across, though for one outside of Wano or back home it's pretty good quality. The Kilo girl muses as she pulls the kunai from the trunk. Solid construction. Well balanced. I suppose I could attach a rope to the end, but that's always maybe when I get back in practice. Speaking of. That was awesome, Uncle Vic, Artemis cheers, as the arrow had hit his target right in the bullseye. It was perfect. The bomb man chuckles, guess archery is like riding a bike, GG will be proud. Who? Artemis asks curiously, and old friend, mad as a hatter but as chipper and energetic as the captain in your pops in one person. She sounds nice, Valentina hums. She was like an annoying little sister, but yeah. Victor agrees before taking aim at the next target. 2 days later, remains, construction site of the Frankie house. So the reindeer doc says Gamora's eyes should be fully healed by the end of the month as long as he doesn't strain himself and takes it easy. That's great news, the little guy's a miracle worker. Zambe smiles, happy to hear their bulls were going to be okay, as well as the progress the family had made to building a new base. Sure, they were better demolition workers, but they could build things too, plus that guy with the shades and bow helped work out the kinks of their plan, so the new Frankie house should be better and more sturdy than ever before. Might even be able to stand up to an Aqua Laguna, provided they did it right. Iceberg's home. So, you finally burnt the blueprints? Iceberg summarizes, sounding almost amused. It's probably best that way. Now we don't have anything for the government to try to take from us. Though you also made yourself their enemy in the process. Frankie chuckles before taking another gulp of cola. Yeah, I guess, not like I wasn't already icicle. By the way, what are you drawing over there? The cyborg asks, Iceberg's eyes having remained on the table since he arrived. As you probably noticed, Aqua Laguna was quite bad this year, which has people worried that one day it will become strong enough to simply wipe the island from the map, Iceberg explains. Frankie sighs. Yeah, we're going to have more of the city underwater than above soon enough. So what's the plan then? I'm going to make the city float, Iceberg says completely seriously in a deadpan. What? I'm the one meant to have the stupid ideas, ice for brains. Frankie bellows, would making the island, a boat even be possible? Iceberg chuckles, have you forgotten already? We grew up watching a man make the impossible true. As proven by the fact nobody, not even we, have managed to make another sea train since he died. But now I'm going to carry on his legacy and do the same. If you're really a man, show some gusto. Frankie frowns. Fuck you, Iceberg, using the old man's words against me. Then he smirks, readjusting his shades. But it's definitely something Tom would have liked to see, so good luck to you. Pura pura pura. Click. What? Oh good, you're still there, boss. It's arrived. Your 200 million buried treasure. Zambe calls over the den. We're down by the train station. Frankie laughs, great, I'll be right there, with the pirates. You know I was joking, right? Valentina asks as Luffy stuffs his face while still conked out asleep. I didn't actually think the captain could sleep-eat. You'd be surprised at how good he can sleep-eat, Alvida says with a smirk, until Vivi gives her a head slap. It didn't hurt, but the smooth woman pouted like it did. Vivi? She whines as the doors open again. We have returned, Chopper cheers, Kaya smiling alongside him. We even stopped for supplies and everything, and we didn't let Robin out of our sight the entire time. He grins, having completed the assignment Chaos had jokingly given him and Artemis when the woman decided she wanted to tag along with the medics. We even got stopped by some guy to deliver some boxes. Here you go, Uncle Luffy, Artemis says with a smile, setting the box on the table in front of him. Sanji a second ahead of Chaos when it came to waking their captain up. Ow, I was trying to sleep. Do you know how draining gear 3rd and multiple gear 2nd are? Luffy grunts, a large chunk of meat hanging out of his mouth. Something quite important and expensive arrived for you. I've already removed what I ordered, Robin explained, drawing attention to herself until the word expensive summoned Nami like a genie. What did you do? She asks through gritted teeth, not getting an answer but instead a chuckle, pulling Vivi and Alvida over and kneeling. So, we made this pirate official a while back. How about we make it physically official? He says jokingly. I thought we did that the same night we, Alvida begins but is silenced by Vivi. Yes, Luffy, of course we will, she answers for both of them, extending her left hand, which the smooth woman follows suit with. Ah, this is so sweet, Kaya coos, just as the rest of the crew entered to see what was going on. Luffy, you forgot something, Vivi hums. The rubber boy blinks before removing the 3rd box, which the princess takes from him. Are you sure you want to make this official, hun? Alvida asks, just barely finishing the question when Luffy gives a quick yes, grinning widely as he slipped his own ring on. I'm no expert, but I like the way this one looks, he thinks aloud, then notices his girls get pulled into a mob consisting of all nearby females, even a mildly confused Artemis and Karoo, though the duck did think the rings looked nice on her friend's finger. It was this commotion Frankie walked in on, and by walked I mean entered the room butt first while also knocking the door open. You guys feeling super? He yells, Kiwi and Mozu mimicking him on either side. Actually yes, Luffy finally put a ring on it. Alvida cheers, finding the two gems contrasted nicely alongside one another. Sweet, you hitting that brother? Frankie asks with a thumbs up, only to be kicked in the face by Sanji for disrespecting women. Yeah, why? Luffy replies in the usual way, not important, just asking. Are you here for a reason? Zoro asks. Chaos nods in agreement. That entrance did seem kind of big news. Why? Frankie chuckles. Yeah, I do. Now listen close, kiddos. Now there's an island constantly at war. Boring. Get to the important part, Luffy complains. Context matters, brat. Frankie shouts, before continuing his story. A few of the pirates actually were interested. For years fires reigned on this island. Death and destruction all its people know. Cities destroyed, houses burned to the ground. There's nowhere for people to run to, and in the midst of all this madness there's a single tree. Sounds like Jashin heaven. No matter how much the island is wrecked, the tree stands tall, and no matter how much time passes the people return and gather around it. It's said to be the strongest wood in the world, only a few are known to exist. It's known as the jeweled tree, Adam. Still bored? Luffy grunts. I'm getting to it. Anyway, every now and then some Adam wood shows up on the black market. I've wanted some for years now, but the going price is 200 million berries. So that's what you spend our money on, Nami screams, only for Kaya to shut her up with a syrup gag. Got it in one, sister, Frankie sighs. A long time ago, I swore I was done building ships. After what happened to Tom, it felt wrong. But I still followed in the old man's footsteps, and I designed a ship, something even he could be proud of me for building, a magnum opus so to speak. Now, my goal is to use the Adam wood to build it, put my heart and soul into one last ship. A ship of dreams that could sail across any sea. He declares, chaos seeing the gears turning in his brother's head, and smirks. I've had the plans for years, and I finally have the wood. What I'm here to ask, is that when it's finished, you take my ship and sail the world. Wait, you're serious? Sanji gasps. You'll just give us the ship? Nami asks, not believing her ears. Right again, Missy, that way I know it's in good hands. I saw the care you had for your last ship. I know she'd be perfect for you guys. Frankie replies with a grin. Plus, technically you guys paid for the wood already. He laughs, dodging the punch to the head from their still salty navigator, then turns serious again. Goldie. Roger is the only person to slime, and his ship was also made of Adam wood. In fact, it was built by my old master, Tom. Give me this chance and I'll give you the best ship you've ever seen. Sound good, Captain? Zoro asks, as Luffy had been silent since Frankie's offer. Yeah, I think we'll take the ship, she. Luffy grins. Now if you don't mind, I have some celebrations to attend to. He winks but gets stopped by Nami grabbing his ear. Speaking of, where did you get the money to afford those rings? Nami asks, voice cold as ice. Luffy points to Chaos, who nods, reminding the navigator of one of the few people who doesn't let her handle their finances. I only hoard things that would be of use or value to me. Everything else I sell on whenever I find somewhere to do so. He explains, getting a nod from Luffy, as his rubber body means Nami grabbing him was mostly pointless. Fine, but you better not be taking my mon. I mean dipping into the ship's treasury, Nami warns them both, getting chuckles and smiles from the two of them, before a shiver runs down the elder's spine. Something wrong? Chopper asks. Not quite, just a very bad feeling, one I hope I'm just imagining, the researcher replies. That bad feeling, manifested in the wall exploding due to a marine punching it. Pardon me, but are you folks the Straw Hat Pirates? Came a gruff, weathered voice, which had all color drained from Luffy and Chaos faces. Fuick, you see, I have some friends here who would like to have a word with Monkey D. Luffy. Ah, there you boys are. The Marine, wearing a dog mask, headgear zips forward, punching both Luffy and Chaos in the face, causing the former to writhe around in pain for a minute and the latter to spit blood and a tooth. How? One punch like that shouldn't be able to hurt him. He's made of rubber, Alvida gasps. The Marine laughs. That's because even a devil fruit is no defense. From the fist of love, he says, removing the mask. You boys have been making quite a mess these past few months, just like Ace. Grandpa? Luffy gasps, still an asshole Gramps. Guess you're too old to change that, Chaos wheezes, glad Garp's punch didn't break his jaw. What was the collective yell from the Straw Hats, Frankie, his companions, Kokura and Chimney? A Marine Vice Admiral is your grandfather? Chopper squeaks. Technically, Garp is Luffy's grandfather as far as blood is concerned. Chaos answers, but he's the only one I have, so I guess yeah for me too. Don't worry, your mother was a Vice Admiral too before she died, Garp says casually, causing the Reflect human to give a bloody spit take. What? Yeah. Damn Kuja broad. He grumbles, causing a little light bulb to go off over Luffy's head. That explains so much, and yet so little, he whispers, getting a minor punch to the back of his head. Meanwhile, a different light went off over Vivi's head. Fistive, you're the reason Luffy won the Davy back fight, she gasps, catching Garp's attention. What? He grunts, along with most of the crew. When Luffy threw what he called a real punch at Foxy, it wasn't Gum anything, it was Fist of Love, the Bluenet explains. Stealing my moves, boy? Can't have that, not unless you're planning on becoming a respectable Marine, Garp scolds. You two have been causing a lot of headaches over at headquarters, especially this rumor about you taking on CP9, complete poppycock. Rokuogan, Chaos mutters, before being essentially folded by Garp's fist in his gut. That word, never mind the technique itself, is a Navy secret. Where did you hear it? Garp asks. Where else, from Rob Lucci when he fired it into Luffy's guts at point-blank range. Twice. Chaos coughs. Blood dripping from the side of his mouth. Also, kind of saw that coming. If you saw it coming, why didn't you dodge? I thought I taught you that much, kid? The gears had finished turning in Nami's head as she asked, Garp, as in the man who fought Gold D. Roger back in the day. Luffy nods and Garp laughs. Yep, that's me, Monkey D. Garp, also known as Garp the Hero. But I prefer my other title more. Garp D. Fist. Couldn't resist. Nobody fight him, he'll kill you if you try. To this day I'm surprised, Chaos and I made it to our team's Nevermind Reverse Mountain with how many times he tried. Luffy orders, admits, Chaos nodding as he stands up again. Garp chuckles. Now, don't give your little friends the wrong idea about me. Though I did throw you into that ravine once, and punched a hole through Serpent's stomach. Speaking of, you still can't dodge for crap, kid. The old bastard defends. Also, there were those times I left you in the jungle. And tied you to those balloons. But I didn't do any of those things to kill you. I did it to make my grandkids into men, like me. So that's why these two take every hit and keep going, Zoro mutters. When I left you two with my friend for training, I thought everything would work out fine. But I turned my back for 1 minute and this happened. He sighs. I tried to make you the perfect Marines. How could you run off and become criminals? Maybe leaving us with mountain bandits wasn't the 1000 IQ move you think it was. Chaos muses. I mean, Dayton will always be our mom, but she's still a bandit. I've been telling you my whole life I was going to be a pirate. Not my fault you don't listen to anything you disagree with, Luffy screams. This is Red Hair's fault, corrupting you into becoming like him. I'm only alive because of Shanks. Where were you? You dropped me on an island and only visited to torture us. Luffy shouts, anger overriding fear for a minute, something put right when Garp grabs him by this shirt and proceeds to punch the rubber boy repeatedly in the head. Is that any way to speak to your only grandfather, disrespectful brat? Garp asks while swinging, until he nods off. Are we sure? Damn it, Chaos groans, saving his question for later as Luffy has also fallen asleep again. Should we run? Nami asks, just as Garp awakens with a snort and a yelp. Who, what, where, Sengoku? Oh crap, did I fall asleep again? Training new recruits is exhausting and boring. Garp whines, then sees Luffy sleeping. Wake up, you ungrateful, disrespectful little shit. Gramps, maybe stop beating him when he wakes up, and before you beat him into unconsciousness. You have altered the shape of a man's head with that fist after all. Chaos reminds the old Marine, mostly worried as the monkey family does. He would do something stupid otherwise. I still don't know how you're not related to Sengoku, and instead that stoner, you take all the fun out of everything. He sighs, Luffy groaning weakly in his hand. Speaking of Red Hair, have you heard the dangerous things he's been up to these days? No, I haven't heard from him since he came to the village for a couple weeks nearly 10 years ago. Ask Nami or Chaos. They read the papers. Luffy argues, is he okay? Okay. The boy's a damn Yonko, of course he is. He's on par with Whitebeard, Linlin and Kaido. Luckily most of their activities are limited to the second half of the Grand Line, but the New World is still basically their playground. Wow, and Usopp's dad is strong enough to be part of those pirates, Kaya thinks to herself. Noticing the commotion had caught the renegade sniper's attention, peeking his eyes and nose in through the window. The warlords and the Marines have allied ourselves against them, keeping the balance of power to stop them controlling the world. I don't care about anything you just said, but it's good to hear Shanks is okay. Well, I'm bored now. Boys, time to see if you've improved, Garp orders, dropping Luffy as Vivi helps him up. A blonde with a black visor and a pink-haired boy step forward. Family bonding? Chaos teases, getting a grin from Luffy as the two face what they presume are Garp's newbies, the blonde jumping at him with dual kukri blades, blocked by Chaos rapid spinning hubby directly in front of him. Damn Butchin, who knew you could fight? He laughs, taking advantage of the momentary surprise to slip into range and backhand the blonde into the wall. I'll admit the knives are cool, but nothily Luffy's fight was similarly short, as while a random marine being able to use Soru surprised him, he'd fought both Bluno and Lucci, meaning he was able to follow and counter the pink boy's attack and throw him to the ground. Garp just laughs, you boys still suck, given how fast my prized pupils kicked your ass. Given how much of a weakling you used to be, I'm impressed by your skills, and more so the speed of your growth. Chaos admits, feeling sympathy for a fellow sufferer of Garp's training. You're as tough as I thought you'd be. Fighting you was an honor, as much as seeing you again. Luffy, Pinky says unfazed by Luffy's fist raised above his head. I give. Maybe next time? He chuckles as he and his companion are allowed get up. Huh, do I know you? Luffy asks in confusion, but someone else on the crew did. Vivi's eyebrows rise as she sees Alvida suck in as much air as she could before bellowing at the top of her lungs. Kobe. Proving her right, the pink-haired marine nearly jumps out of his skin, which has Luffy laughing. Wait, holy shit, how did you change so much in so little time? Ignoring Luffy, Kobe's teeth clench. Iron Mace Alvida. We heard there had been changes due to eating a devil fruit, but that won't stop me taking you. He stops when Luffy pushes him back. Luffy, why are you protecting her? I'm not going to let anyone just take a member of my crew. Just ask Enies Lobby or CP9. Least of all one of my wives. Luffy replies completely seriously. Garp chokes. Wives. What the hell did I miss that you got snared by some girls? He shouts. Clearly you don't read your own records. Much like Water 7, Alabasta considers Luffy and the Straw Hats to be heroes because of their actions in stopping the war perpetrated by the warlord Sir Crocodile. Vivi steps forward to explain his reward, besides taking Crocodile's title as Hero of Alabasta, was a betrothal to the nation's princess, namely me. Alvida was an addition we mutually agreed to, as feelings had blossomed while traveling. Poppycock, there's no way that's true, Garp argues. On the contrary, it's legally binding and filed within Alabasta, and whether you admit it or not, there are certain individuals who even the Navy know not to cross, my family being one of them. There's a hint of steel in her voice. Though the gloves haven't gone on, so she was still in royal diplomat mode rather than future pirate queen mode. Besides, did you really think I was going to just hand myself over to you, Kobe? Just cause we're friends doesn't mean I'm going to go easy on you. Why would taking one of my girls be any different? Luffy asks the question serious, even if the tone was light. Kobe blushes and rubs the back of his head. I suppose you're right. I let bad memories get in the way of my brain. He chuckles. You're looking well, Alvida. The cloud of anger that used to envelop the ship is pretty much gone. My husband is made of rubber and there's a literal princess on my other arm. Take a wild guess as to why my mood is better than back when I had you as my cabin boy. The smooth woman drawls. Kobe twitches before chuckling, then getting strong-armed by Luffy to follow him. With that out of the way, and his brain resetting, Garp turns to the remaining Marines. Men, I have an important job for you. Fix this wall, he orders. A few of the Straw Hats chuckle as they watch what feels like a Luffy mood from an outside perspective. But sir, if you were going to have us fix it, why'd you break it in the first place? One Marine asks. Because entering the room through a door doesn't leave as much of an impression, or is anywhere near as fun, Garp admits, and while unseen both Luffy, Chaos and even Frankie nod in agreement. Just walking through a doorway, like a normal person, is boring. Okay, we'll fix it, but it's your fault, so you have to help. Ah, do I have to? Garp whines, and at that moment they could clearly see the family resemblance. And some of Vivi and Alvida's worries about their future evaporate, as Garp is well built and healthy for a 76-year-old man who regularly fights pirates and throws cannonballs almost for fun, before he relents and gets to work repairing the hole in the wall. At least Iceberg won't be mad at us if they repair it, Valentina points out, and if he still is we can blame the Marines. So Luffy, Sanji says, getting the rubber boy's attention, your grandfather's really some big shot? Luffy shrugs, I don't know, never really cared to ask what he did if I'm being honest. He's a vice admiral, like the assholes in charge of the Buster Call, and it is the third highest rank, so yeah, Gramps is a big shot, Chaos clarifies. Great-grandpa Garp, are you an asshole? Artemis asks. The man turns and stares at her while some of the crew freeze up in panic, Robin included. And Chaos considers throwing Luffy in the way to defend his kid from Garp's fist of love. Yes, mostly to people who I don't know or particularly like, which is most people. If you ask Sengoku, I'm also an asshole to people I like, such as him and Suru, Garp answers, shocking everyone. He then turns his attention to Luffy. By the way, kid, I heard or I guess inferred from some reports that you finally met your old man. Must have been one hell of a reunion. Luffy tilts his head in confusion. My dad? Where? When? Logia Town. He didn't introduce himself, Garp asks, oddly amused by the response. Kind of creepy dude, with diamond tattoos on his face. Chaos asks, remembering the man who saved them from Smoker. That's him. Luffy, your dad, is Monkey D. Dragon, the revolutionary. Garp drops the bombshell in typical monkey fashion, with a finger in his nose and no fucks given. Luffy's father is the head of the Revolutionary Army? Vivi gasps, causing Garp's head to turn. How do you, oh yeah princess, so you were at the Laveli when he was brought up, Garp sighs. Yes I was, it also reminds me Wapple has somehow gotten worse since that day. The brunette groans, pinching the bridge of her nose while Garp laughs. Yeah, Metal Mouth was always a... Can someone explain what the big deal is? Luffy asks, everyone automatically turning to Robin for an explanation which she gave after some collecting of her thoughts. Let me try to explain it this way. Pirates are enemies of the Navy, but we don't spontaneously decide to attack them. It's usually a response to them trying to arrest us. Like how we stormed Eni's lobby to get you back, Victor offers. Exactly. But there is one organization that directly opposes the world government, technically two if you burning the flag hadn't simply been proof of determination and intent. The Revolutionary Army, with your father Dragon as the Soshirikon, Supreme Commander. By now his ideology has spread all over the world, sparking rebellion in countless islands. The government's hold having collapsed in a number of regions, which obviously has pissed them off. In response, besides trying to take back or destroy said regions, they labeled him as the world's worst criminal, though how high his bounty is I'm unsure. They will stop at nothing to take him down, but the problem for them is that nobody actually knows anything about him. It's all very mysterious, don't you think? Oh, so Dad's a big shot just like Gramps, Luffy summaries in a way only he could. Chaos chuckles, pretty much Lou, which Garp rubs the back of his head in embarrassment. I probably shouldn't have told you any of that, should I? He asks, knowing the answer already as he begins to laugh. Just forget about it, kid, okay? He then stands up and dusts himself off. Anywho, you're my grandkids, so I won't arrest you and haul your asses to Marineford. I'll be honest with them and explain you can't put work before family. I'm sure they'll understand, he says. Sir, that's not going to work. Just say they got away, one of his Marines suggest. I'm pretty much just here as a favor for Kobe and Helmeppo. You kids have fun and I'm going to go back to my ship. Take care, kids. Don't do anything too stupid, Luffy. Garp laughs as he leaves. Don't hold your breath, GR in his DNA, Chaos hums, settling himself for a rest while Luffy dragged Kobe aside to chat. Nami slipped away to work on her eavesdropping, wiretapping skills, and Vivi as well as a less reluctant than expected Alvida followed their husband in the hopes he wouldn't go too crazy too soon. It was almost a shame Kobe couldn't even stay the entire day, But it made sense as despite being kind of a lazy bastard, Garp was still a vice admiral and had technically more important things he should be doing than visiting his pirate grandsons. Meaning this was at best a pit stop, supply run on the way to headquarters. I know that one day we will meet and do battle in the New World. You as the king of the pirates, and me and Marine Admiral, Kobe declares, partly as a goodbye, but also as proof that even if they were enemies, he still believed Luffy could follow his dream. You better be that strong when we have our fight. I'm not going to let some weakling like a captain take me down. Luffy fires back, grinning widely before Kobe and Helmeppo leave, as well as give a more normal, proper, goodbye. A little later, given how the day has gone, a barbecue made by Sanji was greatly appreciated by all, even if the cook only did it for the ladies. Though given the Frankie family, Galila and even Usopp's new giant friends invited themselves to the party, it was a good thing he made so much, otherwise there would have quite the angry mob, with Luffy or Alvida at the helm. This is quite the party, why don't we do this more often? Iceberg wonders aloud, privately amused at Polly's usual freakout about any women showing skin, in this case Nami's swimsuit, as there was a table full of food, and Luffy between him and Alvida. Plus the table helped hide Kaya and Vivi's ankles so they were spared his complaints. "'Cause you're a workaholic?" Luffy suggests with a mouth full of watermeat, getting a light chuckle from the mayor. "Probably, even given the company pool specifically for things such as this, it's more accurate than I'd care to admit," he hums before settling down to share a drink with Kokura, realizing it had been a while since he'd done so with the old mermaid. "There's something else, aren't they?" "Yeah, it's been so long since I've seen pirates like these. Probably that Roger lad was the last one when he came to Tom looking for the perfect ship." Kokura slurs then laughs. Robin stepped away for a minute, wanting a little quiet as well as getting enough distance to actually see everyone enjoying themselves without needing to use her devil fruit. "Stay right where you are, Nico." Robin, when she froze hearing Aokiji's voice behind her. "It can't be, please let me be wrong for a change," she pleads in her head. "So, why didn't you run like you usually do?" he asks, staying on the other side of the wall. "If you'd acted alone, you could have probably given CP9 the slip easily, given your experience and skill at not being found." Robin scoffs. "Even you should have realized things were different this time. I couldn't abandon my crew, my family, and I couldn't just leave them to die at the hands of CP9. Speaking of, did you know she was my daughter, or just that she was an experiment?" "Neither. I don't usually seek out shady shit like that, but I deal with it if I run into them. You might find this hard to believe, but your friend Jaguar D. Saul, who you saw me kill in Ohara, was my friend too." He stops when he hears Robin's sharp intake of breath, then continued, "While I did my duty ensuring the Buster call was carried out to completion, I also honored his wish, by sparing you and assisting with your escape. After that, I still felt responsible for your life, but after 20 years and you still bounced from island to island, I feared Saul had been wrong about you. In the end, even I had decided you were too dangerous to be allowed to live, and I was sure Ohara's legacy would finally end in Eni's lobby, and in a way it did, but only by becoming entwined in Straw Hat's tail. I never thought a crew as green as Straw Hats could actually be a challenge, never mind beat CP9, but as we're already established, I've been wrong before and will be again. So, Nico Robin, have you finally found a place to call home?" "Yes," Robin replies, and a weight is lifted from her shoulders and her heart. "I don't know if Saul was right, or if what I've done is right. I need you to show me that answer." "I intend to," Robin states confidently. Aokiji smiles as he stands up straight. "Then live your life with courage, and show that Ohara lives on in you. And that kid of yours," he says before walking off, not seeing a structure on the wall that looked like a wilted flower, until it twitches. The ivory fingers part to reveal an eye staring at him as he heads to his bicycle, having no other reason to stay in Water 7. Its gaze switches to Robin as she runs around to where he had been a moment ago, but only ice remained as proof he was even there at all, before being called back by Luffy's boisterous yelling, a content smile crossing her face. She really had found a home, hadn't she? That evening, well, Vivi and Alvida have finally met Grandpa Garp. Chaos muses, slipping behind Robin as she prepares for bed, as have you and Artemis. Also Luffy passed out like an idiot from overeating and Alvida from too much booze, so no second honeymoon for those three quite yet. Poor Vivi, Robin chuckles. We also all learned who Luffy's father was. Seems being a force of nature is a monkey family trait. She teases, as well as your mother being a Kuja. And a former vice admiral. Did you manage to get anything out of Garp about your father? She asks, getting a sad laugh. You kidding? I asked and he yelled why would he tell me about some no-good pirate? It'd just make me want to be just like him. Then started to walk off. Probably didn't think I'd hear him say I'd already starting picking up strays just like him. Chaos answers. Robin seeing his arm turn silver in the mirror before beginning to bubble. A sign he was pulling something from the reflection hammerspace thing. She wasn't sure he'd even named himself at this point. How did the talk with Aokiji go? He asks, her eyes widen with shock. How did you? Right, devil fruit detector. She chuckles, it was fine. He helped me to realize I'm finally at peace with myself. This is where I belong. What are you doing over there by the way? Unlike the others I'm not going to be requiring any of your wares, she chuckles. Seeing as it seems to be a day of surprise and revelations. As well as you receiving whatever you decided to get me. He smirks, I thought it was the best time to give you my gift. He slips the chain around her neck and she gasps. The pendant was a beautiful spiral of malachite and blue topaz, and had a worn, old feel to it that reminded her of some of the ruins she'd hunted for poneglyphs in. Crap. The chain was too long. He sighs. Pale cheeks turning slightly pink as Robin's new piece of jewelry is swallowed up by her cleavage, leaving just the thin silver chain visible. Robin chuckles before turning and kissing his cheek. It's beautiful and thoughtful. I love it. Though I think there's more than just a welcome back to this gift. She muses, watching the pink darken. Just because Luffy's already married doesn't mean I'm going to propose right on the spot. I don't think I'm ready for that. Or that you're looking for that kind of commitment, though maybe I'm wrong. It does happen surprisingly often. He chuckles, still, I saw something that made me think of you. And you returning to the crew was a good excuse to spoil you. He gives a toothy grin. So are you saying I shouldn't have gotten you a ring? Robin asks with a half smile. The researcher confused before a bloomed hand passes a ring box to her. You were right about me not feeling ready for that. I barely understand how you and Artemis could forgive me so easily and I've literally just now started to consider the idea of living my life. Not just running from place to place with the government at my heels. But given my daughter has claimed you as her dad, you know we're just the words out. Though maybe it's the thought of marrying a woman 10 years your senior that worries you. Not at all. I'm just not like Luffy, saying we could die any day so just do it. Instead trying to make sure we live long enough to do things at the right pace. Luffy and Vivi are married at 17 and I think it'll work for them, but I think we're moving at the pace we're meant to. Robin smiles, I agree. Let's not rush into marriage, though I do hope that's in the cards for us serpents coon. She coos, and snaps open the case. The purple-haired researcher's eyes widen at what's inside. A silver ring shaped like a coiled serpent. A marble-sized orb of purple eye-light clenched in its open maw, held in place by onyx fangs, its eyes made from the same material. She takes his right hand and slips it on him. It seems I was right about your bony hands. I just asked them to size it for mine plus 3 inches, she thinks aloud. It's very beautiful, Chaos says before kissing her, and for the record, that's where I hope we end up. It's just a little too fast for either of us it would seem. At least we're on the same page, but I believe you promised me something rough and messy, Robin coos, watching Chaos' eyes widen as her blooms grab and caress him. I should have known someone like you would be into roleplay, he teases, nibbling lightly on her neck. I've always been good at playing a part, being someone else. Why would the bedroom be any different? She purrs and winks, before switching to a southern drawl. Maybe later all Sunday can see if you're the right kind of man she would want to restart Baroque works with Hun. A little later, not my best work, but Robin twisted my arm with 5 of hers, so here you go. No matter what torture you put me through I will never tell you anything, Robin spits, before being shoved against the wall. Oh you silly girl. We at CP9 never had any need for your voice in the first place, he purrs. Cupping her chin. But I'm sure I know what to use that mouth for. He pushes her jaw then slips his thumb between her lips. Depressing her tongue. I presume someone as smart as you knows the only way you're making it to morning. He chuckles as a long, thin tongue caresses her cheek. Robin's response is garbled. But the grip is weak enough for her to nod, seeing that the agent smirks and steps back, allowing Robin to slide to her knees. Any teeth and I break your jaw, as well as both arms and both legs. Do we understand each other? Crystal, Robin drawls, her blooms having already made short work of his belt and slacks, meaning the only warning was a wink before she threw herself at him, her tongue running up and down the shaft before leading it to its warm home, his hands running through her hair and massaging her scalp while long bony appendages rub and squeeze her plump ass and tits. This was definitely not what a doctor would recommend, but she had something better, a home, a family and a lover, one who was willing to go along with all her crazy. Thank Oda for that. Robin twitches as sunlight enters through the window. Morning had arrived much too early. She was content and safe, her head resting against something pleasantly cool, and while she was sure there were bruises on her ass, they were so worth it. Maybe she could stay like this for. Knock knock knock. You two done boning? Sanji wants Robin to eat a well-prepared meal as those CP9 fucks clearly didn't feed her. Valentina bellows, much too happily for the hour Robin believes it to be. Fuck. There goes lying in. As her eyes snap open, Robin notices ripples of silver streak across Chaos' ivory chest. Seems like his fruit behaved much like his namesake when he was relaxed, unfocused. My eyes are up here, you know. Robin blinks, then looks to see Chaos was actually awake. Then again, Val was probably the cause of that too. Yes, and yet the mosaic of silver and ivory is down here, she teases. I feel so violated. Is this how Nami would feel like if she knew what shame is? Probably. Robin nods before sitting up. You don't happen to remember where my bra went, do you? You threw it in the vague direction of the window, so I'd say start there. He hums, grinning widely at Robin's bare chest. Thank you, but we really do need to get up. Apparently people are worried I wasn't fed in the less than a day I spent on Eni's lobby. And by people you mean Sanji? Chaos guesses, getting a nod from Robin as she starts to get dressed. With a groan, the researcher gets up and follows suit, following Robin down to the main room the Straw Hats had been given. When the two came into said room, rather than eating, Luffy was sitting confused and Alvida awkwardly, while opposite from them Vivi was drumming her fingers against the table, her expression close to an "I'm not mad, just disappointed" one Chaos knew Luffy was familiar with due to Makino. Vivi, some people think I can't read my own mind, but I do know I can't read yours, so whatever you're mad about, please just tell me, the captain finally asks. What happened last night? Vivi asked. We had a party, Luffy responds, still unsure. And did we get back to our room? The brunette asks. Well, we woke up in it, so clearly we did, Alvida answers. Actually that was me and Chaos who hauled your asses to the room. Victor corrects. You two dumbasses were out cold when Princess called us over. Chaos nods in agreement. Exactly. One last question, Luffy, Alvida, what were we about to do before Garp fisted his way through the wall? Alvida's eyes widen and she frowns, head bowed. Oh, that's easy, I was about to drag you two to the bedroom to have a couple hours of intense, oh. Yes, Luffy, oh. We were meant to have a second honeymoon. I was looking forward to not being able to walk straight this morning, but all I have is a burning ache between my legs. Chopper might have some medication for that, Valentina whispers. Either that or Miss Navigator might have some toys to soothe that ache, Robin suggests. She has enough ropes and chains. I understand we all got caught up in the moment, but I have needs too. Do your duty as my husband and keep your damn promises. Vivi groans as she flops her head on her crossed arms. I sound like such a selfish cunt right now, don't I? Given you're an actual princess, some of us are surprised you don't actually act like this more often, Artemis thinks aloud. Not really, I'd have introduced my need to chaos balls if in your situation, but Luffy's immune to blunt force and Alvida is a living slip and slide. So complaining about it later is probably your best option. Robin argues. Privately amused, her lover and daughter both shuffle their chairs slightly away from her. Seeing the opportunity, Chaos activates his reflect armor and punches Luffy's head into the table. Ow. That hurt you? He groans, then sighs. Sorry Vivi, you're the brains of this triad, or at least the consistent one. Alvida nods. I'm not going to claim the two of are complete idiots, but we are much more flighty and easily distracted. The flirting and touching at the time. Luffy and I made a lot of promises we didn't keep. She turns to Luffy. Think our princess deserves some pampering tonight, dear husband? She purrs, getting a wide grin and laugh from Luffy. It was at this point Nami walked in. Well, I can feel the awkwardness from here, so here's a distraction. The paper arrived, and while Eni's lobby is in it, There's no mention of the Frankie family or the Galilo workers being on the island. Only us, Nami explains. You think Luffy's grandfather pulled some strings? Sanji asked, putting breakfast down in front of all the girls who were present: Robin, Artemis, Valentina, Vivi, Alvida and Nami. Unlikely, it seems too complicated for Gramps, Luffy denies. More likely they don't want to admit to actual defiance by civilians to government rule, as that is what Galila and the family are, even if Frankie himself has a metric ton of cyborg ordnance built into him. Better to blame everything on pirates than admit you have a problem, or even an 8-year-old girl, as we saw with Robin. Chaos counters. Well, when it rains in the Grand Line it pours, because these guys have a lot to say about us, Zoro comments, picking up the paper from the table. Declaration of war. Destroying the judicial island. If these things don't send bounties skyrocketing, nothing will. The swordsman chuckles. Does this mean I'll get a bounty? Chopper asks, eyes sparkling more than a question like that should cause. Probably, you were the one to beat Kumadori after all. Vivi agrees, privately wondering if they'll give her one as well. You and Kaya helped. Also, in that case, should we warn Frankie? He did help the V's take out the owl guy? Chopper hums. If nothing else, it would be polite, give him a heads up and all that for helping us, as well as thanks for building us a ship. Robin agrees. Well, if the ship is basically free, we should go look for nice things to put in it. Who's up for shopping? Luffy shouts. If you think you're getting even a peek at the 100 mil we have left, you're dreaming. My money is not being wasted on meat. Nami screams. Okay. Chaos, can I borrow some money? Nami's being misery again. It's miserly, and yes, but I get the feeling that means you're coming with me, Artemis and Chopper. Mind taking a stroll with me, Vic? Might find some forging tools while we're out. Valentina suggests. The bomberman chuckles and nods. For you, or me, Val? For the ship. Just because we'll be the ones to use it most doesn't mean the other can't or won't. Zoro needs a third sword, for example. I suppose that means you and Robin could come with us, Alvida suggests. I have a few ideas on how to make up for last night, and may need some outside opinions, and someone to help carry things if Vivi faints. Why is nobody asking or suggesting anything for the cook and me? I'm sure not spending my day with him. Like I'd want to spend any more time with you than needed, Mosshead. Because Zoro would get lost and I presume Sanji would get our food supplies, especially with how much we used because of the party, Luffy explains, getting nods and chuckles from a handful of his crewmates. Somewhere in the New World, Pops, the Red Force is signaling us. It seems red-haired Shanks is requesting a meeting, called the Lookout. Fine, let him come, Whitebeard grunts, having a bad feeling about this. That punk better have booze this time, we're running out. Maybe if you didn't drink so much it would last longer, one of his nurses point out. Don't tell me how to run my ship. Where's that brat? Almost here, Pops. Good, it's been a while since someone strong has crossed my path. He chuckles. So few people were like him and Shanks. But really being a conqueror was too rare to be wasted on punks. Red Hair is now boarding. All newcomers might want to step back, or risk being knocked out. A pineapple-haired man calls out. A little too late, as from the moment Shanks stepped foot on the ship, people began to drop like flies. Marco, what do we do? Nothing, they're just unconscious, they'll be fine later. Marco answers. The Yonkos need for theatrics. They're too weak-willed to stand before a man like him, Jozu adds, getting a subtle nod from Marco as Shanks passes them, dragging a large jug behind him. His hockey is clearly as strong as they say. I apologize for the mess, it's hard to stay calm while on an enemy ship, Shanks says, though despite his words, his voice was rather light and calm. Your presence makes my scars ache, so hurry up. Would this medicinal water help? Shanks asks jovially. I came to talk, not fight, Newgate. You knock out half my boys with your hockey, then think some booze will make up for it, balls of steel, just like your captain said you did? And by this point you have more kids than Linlin, none of which bear your blood. Gurararara, family doesn't end with blood, only starts ya stupid kid. As for the unasked question, the right time passed, nothing more. He sighs. Shanks notices his eyes drift to a tattoo on his right pec. A stylized M ending with a curl and an arrow for a tip. You want us to stick around, Pops? Jozu asks. Nah, it's good. Just cause I'm old doesn't mean Red Hair is anywhere close to strong enough to take me. But he is smart enough to already know that. Leave us. I doubt this meeting will be a long one. Once it was just the two of them. Shanks filled a huge sake cup for himself, before lobbing the container to Whitebeard, who grimaces. Really, Shanks? Still drinking this cheap West Blue crap? I thought you'd have found something better after becoming a Yonko. Shanks chuckles. Knock it all you like, but even after sailing throughout the world, this stuff still holds a special place in my heart. A taste of home, so to speak. Go on, Newgate, give it a shot. Whitebeard takes a swig and shrugs. Not bad, but I've had better. He then sighs deeply. Roger, Apophis, Apep, Grima, Garp, Medusa, Shala, Sengoku, Suru. Those of us who remember how the sea used to be are getting thin on the ground. Yeah, 22 years will do that to people. None of us are getting any younger, Shanks comments. Speaking of which, you've done quite well for yourself in that time. I remember back when you were just some punk of an apprentice pirate on Roger's ship. You and that other kid, not too bright, but watching him screw up was amusing. Shanks smiles. You mean Buggy? Oh man, that takes me back. I miss that guy. We went our separate ways in Logatown after the captain was executed. Haven't seen him since. He sighs. I've heard a couple rumors floating around that he's still alive and a pirate, but nothing concrete. Nobody has time for stories these days. A shame, as if they'd seen that battle between you and Dracula like I did. Boy, they still wouldn't have stopped yapping about it. So I'm sure you understand why you coming back from the east missing an arm caused a lot of ripples, and started a good few rumors. Nothing confirmed, of course. Zelina never talked, and, while they're no longer pirates, the Demon Eye still protect their own, so nobody's tried to force the truth out of her. So you're the only person who I can ask. Who did you give your left arm for? Whitebeard asks, eyes focused on the hidden stump under Shanks' cloak. Shanks smiles nostalgically, running his hand down his arm. This old thing? Let's just say, I made a bet on a new era. Whitebeard groans. Last time I saw that expression, Apophis nearly carved Roger's eye out, and I don't even know what their bet was over. I miss those two idiots. They were a lot easier to deal with than these new boys playing pretend out here. Still, if you have no regrets, then it's fine. You still have one good arm and the stump isn't exactly stopping woman from coming to you. He chuckles. Shanks nods lightly. You know, Newgate, I've been in countless battles, and got numerous scars in my time as a pirate, and the only one who aches right now is this one. He points to the scar across his left eye. 3 slashes like a claw of a beast. I didn't get this on a fun adventure, or in my fight with Hawkeye. No, this one I got from a former member of your crew, Marshall Teach, or as he's known these days as Blackbeard. And this wasn't because I got cocky or careless, and you know it, don't even try to deny. Shank raises his voice, a hint of anger bubbling to the surface. He laid low and hid in the background. He never tried to become a squad leader, never tried to make a name for himself, simply bided his time, using your shadow as cover until he was strong enough to reveal himself. Men like him, they're not satisfied until they've clawed their way to the top, and that means he will set his sights on you as well, sooner than you think in fact. Is there a point to this lecture, or are you just trying to point out what a screw-up you think I am for keeping Teach on my crew? Whitebeard growls. What do you want, Shanks? I want you to stop Ace. The answer surprised the elder Yonko. He's young and from what I've heard more than capable of being the head of the 2nd Division. He's strong enough in his own right, but this is a bad idea. Now is not a good time for those two to clash. I want you to keep your distance from Blackbeard, at least for now. That is what I came here to say. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, before he began to laugh. Goo-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Do you have any idea what you're asking me, boy? Teach murdered one of my boys, one of his and Ace's crewmates. The bastard broke the one rule you don't break on any pirate ship. And you want me to sit here and do nothing? Teach needs to learn to have a code of conduct, and if he can't figure it out on his own, I might just have to take a leaf out of Garp's parenting book, and beat it into his thick skull myself. He drains the sake jug. You're 100 years too young to even try to order me around, kid. Do I make myself clear? He bellows, tossing the jug but missing Shanks, who doesn't move. Shanks drains his cup and stands, beginning to draw his sword. Then this era will spiral into chaos, and there's not a thing that we can do to stop it. Are you threatening me, boy? Newgate growls, pulling himself to his feet and pulling out his naginata. I am Whitebeard. He shouts, blades clashing, the force cleaving the very sky above them. Back in Water 7. Why'd I get the feeling something bad is about to happen? Because we're following Luffy instead of Robin around Water 7? Chopper suggests, the researcher noticing he was picking up a little bit of snark from Robin and Artemis. Hey Straw Hat. The four stop and turn around to see a little brown-haired girl run up to them. Please. Can you help me find my lost Yagura? She asks, holding up a photo of her family and the animal. I don't have much but I can pay you. Keep the money. Also don't tell Nami we did this for free, Luffy says, getting the zipped lips gesture from his current companions. Really? Oh, sorry I'm Obi, the girl says, blushing in embarrassment. Luffy, this is my brother Chaos, his kid Artemis, and our Dr. Chopper. Hey, hello. Hi. Tanuki, and it talks. I'm not a Tanuki, I'm a reindeer, damn it, Chaos sighs. Anyway, where are we going? To find my Yagura Bluefin. Obi explains, to the transport, Luffy declares, the now 5 of them getting onto the Yagura, which speeds off with a jab from the captain, not stopping until it somehow ended up in the fountain structure at the top of Water 7. What are we doing up here? Obi squeaks, best view on the island, we're sure to see him from up here, Luffy answers, grinning. Have we told Luffy he's an idiot today? Chopper asks in a mild panic. No, just that he left Aunt Vivi unsatisfied, Artemis replies, not really bothered by the heights. Speaking of, did Robin tell me about the birds and the bees and therefore know you two have been having sex? Yes, and it's why it took Valentina to wake you too, as I'd sometimes sneak into Mom's room to cuddle, and these last few days, to make sure she was still there, the artist answers and admits, getting pulled into a hug by the researcher. This isn't working. Oh look, Zoro's lost again. Hey Zoro, look up here, Luffy shouts, rocking the boat, until he's P3 devil fruit users in this boat. Calm the fuck down, Lou. I have literally no idea what he just said, besides calm down, but I still agree with the tall guy. Obi agrees, now get us down. Fine, geez. A little later. I'm not quite sure it will cover your breasts at that size. That's entirely the point. Hey look, Robin and the girls. Maybe she can help us, Luffy says before springboarding off the Yagura. She probably can. Robin is rather good at information gathering. Chaos agrees, setting the Yagura to a gentle stop before the 4 disembark and Obi shows Robin her picture. A Yagura with a blue fin, sounds exotic, Robin smiles. So can you locate it? Luffy asks. I can try, Robin replies with a shrug before crossing her arms. Oh his fleur. At this point many people around Water 7 were mildly traumatized. Most notably Obi herself, his arms, hands with eyes all over them sprouted from walls and roofs. Robin essentially scanning the entire city with the help of her devil fruit. The group already knew the answer before Robin spoke. Her frown said it all. I'm sorry Luffy, little one, there's no sign of a blue fin on the surface, she apologies. It's okay, just thought you could help speed up the process is all. Have a nice day Robin. Bye Mom. Don't let Aunt Alvida kill Aunt Vivi or Nami, Artemis teases. Find anything you like yourself? Chaos asks before they head off. A rather nice bookshelf, though whether it would actually work in the new ship will need to be determined when we actually see it. Given you're the first mate you'll probably have the second largest, after Luffy of course. As captain and a married man of a Tirid, the researcher finishes smirking, then gets tugged by his coat by Luffy. Come on, no flirting until later. Luffy whines. We have a bluefin tuna to find. Yagura. That's what I said, seahorse. You know what, never mind, Chopper sighs, not seeing the point in arguing, instead asking Obi about the Sui village he heard some of the people muttering about when she came to ask for their help. Meanwhile Chaos directed their Yagura to Kokura, Iceberg and the Dock 1 workers, and even the Frankie family asking about bluefin. According to legend it's a place Yagura go when they get old or are too injured to go on, it's like the afterlife or something. Oh, so people think he's gone there because he's old? Chopper asks, as an animal himself understanding the concept, even if it wasn't a reindeer behavior. Yeah, but I know it's just a myth to explain away missing Yaguras. Obi states confidently. The Straw Hats on the other hand being oddly enough, less skeptical. Sometime later it was a good thing Chopper was part of the group as they found a Yagura who heard Old Man Bluefin the night he went missing, that he was calling to someone, saying he was going to save them. Now that we're narrowed down the locations, We can focus on this area, Luffy declares, getting cheers from the others, especially Opie, until she sees a little girl practically swinging out of her Yagura as he scuttles through the canal. Bluefin was very important to you. She turns to Chaos, looking down at her sympathetically. He wasn't just a Yagura, he's family. He guesses, getting a nod and a sniff from the girl. Then we definitely need to find him. Hey guys, I found something weird. Luffy calls, Obi's eyes widen sharply. That's Bluefin's. Where did you get this? She asks frantically. It came from over there. Luffy points to a broken gate, fenced-off canal. That leads to the underground water passage. Add this gate to the list of things Aqua Laguna broke this year. She sighs. Then once everyone was back on the Yagura, paddles over to it. There's more, she shouts, pulling another fragment of cloth from the bars. We have a destination. Onward, Luffy commands. The Yagura slips into the passage while Obi and the pirates all call for Bluefin. This was fine, until the drop. Good news for 3 of the 5 explorers. The water was between shallow and non-existent in the current area, so abandoning the Yagura they pressed on, Luffy in the lead as would be expected. So, Water 7 has a lower Water 7, strange, Chaos hums as they basically have a stroll through the deserted town. Yeah, the new town is built on top of the old one due to the rising sea level, or at least that's what my dad told me, Obi explains. Hey, what's that? Luffy asks, pointing a strange green pillar of light in the nearby deeper area of water. Any ideas? Nope, not right now, ghosts. So it's a mystery light? Luffy decides, causing his companions to faceplant. What do you, Obi? The Straw Hat shouts as the girl runs towards the light, only to fall into the water. Crap, maybe we should have brought someone who could swim on this mission, Chaos sighs. Then his eyes widen as the water bubbles and spits her out. Just as the light fades, well, this day just got weirder. Obi, Chopper, come check her up, Luffy orders, bouncing over and making sure the girl was still breathing at least before Chopper got to her. Artemis and Chaos following slowly. She's going to be fine, Chopper assures them, just as the girl wakes up, looking around with a strange expression on her face. You okay? Artemis asks. Bluefin is here? Obi states. This is where I saw him, in my dreams. You're saying we found Sui village? Chopper asks in panic. Of course not, that's just a dumb myth. Bluefin can't be dead. The village is nothing more than a Yagura fairy tale. Obi screams. Just as the green light reappears, then the bleeding of a Yagura causing her to turn. See, I told you he was fine. Come on Bluefin, we can go home together. Obi chirps, but the Yagura whinnies sadly. Chopper, translation please, Chaos asks, I'm sorry Obi. Why would you be sorry? You didn't mean to get washed down here, that was Aqua Laguna. The girl interrupts, inching closer to the water and Bluefin. I can't go with you. Here I am at peace, Chopper continues. The pirates then noticing something worrying, his scarf was completely intact. No, don't go, Obi cries running towards him. Luffy trying to help by shooting his arm out to pull him in as if the Yagura was simply stuck, only for it to pass through like mist, which stopped the girl in her tracks. No. He's a ghost, Artemis whispers, and at that moment they noticed he was beginning to fade away. Guess he wanted to say goodbye properly, she adds, as Luffy catches Obi just before she collapses. The moment of quiet, besides Obi's understandable wails, were interrupted by a more animalistic source of distress. Pulling free of Luffy, Obi ran towards it. The pirates follow until they came across what looked to be a baby Yagura, wrapped up in Bluefin's scarf. Poor thing, his breathing sounds a little weak, but with a little rest, and getting out of this dank abandoned crypt, I think he'll be fine. Chopper diagnoses, sure he had better training with humans, but he was pretty good with animals too. Especially reindeer. Winking face. Bluefin must have found him and wrapped him up in the scarf to keep him warm. Obi's eyes widen and she gasps, he came down here, to save this baby. That's why the gate was busted and had bits of the scarf caught in it. He forced his way in to rescue this poor thing. She gives the little one a sad smile. Always a protector. Always there for little ones, she whispers. A little surprised when Chopper passes it to her. But holding it close and lovingly, Bluefin gave his life for this baby. Even visited her in her dreams to get them to this point. She wouldn't let anything happen to it. A long trek upwards later. One want you to have this, Obi states. holding the baby Yagura in one arm and extending the other, holding her Yagura bank out to them. "Didn't I already tell you I wasn't accepting it? Besides, I failed to bring Bluefin back to you," Luffy retorts, frowning. Obi shakes her head. "You let me see Bluefin one more time, which I can never thank you enough for. Plus we fulfilled his final wish and rescued this adorable little cutie," she coos, playfully nuzzling the still scarf-wrapped Yagura, and giggles as it licks her cheek. Luffy bank. Only to slip it into the scarf with the Yagura. Spend it on the kid. And take good care of him. Consider whatever is in it paid for by the Straw Hats, K? He chuckles. "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Luffy, and friends." Obi smiles to all of them, then runs home, waving to them until she turns a corner. "Well, this was an eventful day," Artemis sighs deeply. "Hey Chaos, do you think that was the Sui village?" Chopper asks. "Maybe, I mean that clearly was Bluefin," the kid confirmed it. "This world is full of questions, the Grand Line even more so than others," Chaos answers. Before leading the way back to icebergs, Artemis was right, this had been a long day. Next day, important announcement everyone. The log pose has reset and is pointing to our next destination. Nami cheers, showing the stabilized pose to the crew at breakfast. It's, pointing a little lower than usual. Nami, is that because of where we are, or something else? Chaos asks, checking one of the spares and finding the same issue. We have time to figure that out, as now all we're waiting for is Frankie and the others to actually finish building our new ship. Vivi muses, sounding rather blazed this morning and didn't look like she had any intention of moving from her seat nestled between Luffy and Alvida. Robin chuckles. Sounds like someone's in a better mood. You didn't ride those two too hard for leaving you high and dry, princess? They probably enjoyed it, if battle stamina translates to bedroom longevity. Valentina smirks, then laughs when she sees a hint of pink spread across Vivi's rather pale cheeks. Lucky bastards getting to screw hot babes every night. Sanji grumbles, trying to keep his emotions out of his cooking as there were still girls to feed. The guys are welcome to his anger-tainted feed. It was this atmosphere Kokura entered, bouncing around as usual. "Oh, I see your log found the next island, and it's a doozy. Though I bet you already know that," she cackles. "Actually no, like pretty much every other island we come across, besides Alabasta, we don't know anything about our next destination," Nami admits. "Well, you're in for a treat and a shock then. That pose is pointing to a very special island. Specifically Fishman Island, located at the bottom of the ocean," Kokura explains. Every devil fruit user on the crew having a synchronized thought, that being, well, fuck. "That is going to be difficult," Nami sighs. "Is it because of Arlong and what he did to your village?" Luffy asks. Just because it wasn't important to him at the time, doesn't mean he didn't care about a crewmate's past trauma. "They were pirates who happened to be fishmen. I doubt they're all terrible people like him," Zoro suggests, leaning back to avoid getting kicked in the face by a pirouetting Sanji. See, even Zoro thinks this is good news and he's a moron. Fishman Island is the most famous place on the Grand Line, even more than Laughtail. Probably because it can actually be located. That and the stories of how it's full of beautiful mermaids. The cook swoons, until Kokura coughs, reminding him mermaids are affected by age the same as humans, and sending him into a depressed spiral. Ignoring that tangent, Zoro is right. You can't judge an entire species on the actions of a single pirate crew. Much like regular humans, the other races have a mix of good and bad people within their population. Vivi agrees, ever the diplomat. "So, I'm not allowed to think beer cons are assholes just because Anaru put a hole through Papa's head?" Artemis asks with a rather childish pout. "No, you can think he is, but not his people," the princess explains. Kokura chuckles. These young ones were a riot. Anywho, just because the place is nice once you get there, much like your cook friend says, doesn't mean it's easy to get there. Given it's at the bottom of the ocean, the difficulty is both implied and apparent, Victor agrees. Luffy shrugs. We'll figure it out on the way there. Getting there will also be a problem. I get the feeling none of you saw today's paper. No, it's kind of become Nami's thing to show up with the paper, and those who care read it after her. Chaos admits with a nonchalant shrug. Wait, 14 ships have vanished, in a single patch of sea. What the actual fuck? Nami gasps. Yep, folks call that place the Florian Triangle. and you'll need to pass through that to get to Fishman Island. Every year about 100 ships go missing in that area, and nobody knows why. The creepy part is when the ships eventually turn out without a soul aboard, or the rare ones which apparently have a skeletal crew still intact. Kokura explains, sending shivers down most of their spines. Zombies. Chopper screams in panic. Oh, hanging out with actual skeletons sounds kind of cool. When do we leave? Luffy cheers. When the ship's finished, also I doubt any of the skeletons are, animate. Chaos clicks his tongue looking for the right word. No way, we're not stopping for any spooky ghost ships, we're sailing full speed through these waters. Nami shouts in panic. While the common term may be ghost ships, abandoned vessels of this kind have another name. Treasure ships. We're more likely to run into a ship full of gold and gems than an army of the undead, Robin states, partly to calm their navigator down. Yeah, let's find us some treasure ships. Nami cheers, Luffy joining in, feeding on her enthusiasm. I mean, zombies are just fiction after all, she laughs. Edo Tensai. Valentina states, popping that bubble, it's a spell or curse within the pages of history back home, where you can reanimate the dead. However, the process is complicated and dangerous, only the brave and or stupid would even try, she explains. Do we even want to know how you know this, Valentina? Zoro asks. Though unlike Nami and Chopper, he was merely curious, same as Chaos and Robin. The Kilo girl shrugs, my big brother, the concept fascinated him, as well as how it might be modified with his devil fruit to create a failsafe on death. He was a mad genius, emphasis on mad. She chuckles, seen from the expression of the aptly named, demonic duo. They might be interested in meeting him in the future, as well as learning about which devil fruit she meant. Hey pirate people. Straw Hat. Everyone turns as the doors are swung open. Chimney, Kiwi and Mozu run through, in a panicked rush. Yes? Vivi greets, Frankie wants to talk to you all? It may have taken all night, but they finished his ship of dreams. And it looks super cool, Chimney pipes in, grinning widely. The ship's finished already? Alvida gasps. Looks like it, Luffy nods. Let's go see the ship, he shouts. Straw Hat. What now? Sanji grunts as Zambe leads the charge of a good number of the Frankie family to Iceberg's place. The Straw Hats coming out to see what all the commotion was about. Sorry about this, but we only just found out ourselves. Did you see the wanted posters? Wanted posters? Luffy repeats, looking confused. You've got a huge bounty on your head, in fact most of you do at this point. Oh, they're going to hunt you down and put your head on a pike for this, the man says in a panic. Sanji scoffs. Took their time, while Nami panics and both Vivi and Chopper silently cheer. It'll be quicker to just show you so here, Zambe says, dropping a stack at their feet. Wanted posters for all of you. Guess you have a lot to update from your binder, Robin teases, a minute before said binder comes out of Chaos Code. Straw Hat Luffy, 330 million Mirror Master Chaos, 250 million. Pirate Hunter Zoro, 120 million. Smooth Criminal Alvida, 50 million. Courier Valentina, 30 million. Bomberman Victor, 42 million. Artist of Death Nico D. Artemis, 60 million. Devil's Child Nico Robin, 85 million. Cat Burglar Nami, 16 million. Honey Shot Kaya, 20 million. Sogeking, 30 million. Black Leg Sanji, 77 million. Cotton Candy Chopper, 50 Berry Desert Princess Vivi, 10 million, alive. Finally updated your picture. It seems, Chaos muses, partly to distract from the 6 million rise, as it was the smallest of all of them besides Chopper, but he was a pair, making him wonder if Karoo was also worth 50 berry. They used my name, is it okay they gave me a D, Papa? Artemis asks, grinning when both her parents nod and Chaos even ruffles her hair, telling her it makes it official. Meanwhile, Nami was moping about her 16 million bounty, Sanji similarly, but more so the abomination of an artist's impression on his poster. Artemis offered to paint him and send it to the Navy, but she was ignored, while Vivi rolled her eyes at the alive clause, having half expected it if she was being honest. Cool, even Kaya and Sogeking have bounties, and you got a new epithet, Alvida. Luffy cheers, the smooth woman nods, testing the new name in her head and finding it suits her, especially nowadays. Now, I know this is big news for you all, and you probably have important pirate things to worry about, but there is something I need to ask you a favor for, Zambe says, pulling one more bounty from his shirt. Cyborg Frankie. 44 million, makes sense. He was technically already wanted by the government due to the Pluton plans, and then helped the others break out of Eni's lobby, Robin notes. Yeah, at first we were glad not to end up with bounties, but then Big Bro showed up in the stack. He can't stay in Water 7, they'll find him and take him in for sure, and I don't think we can stage another rescue that has any chance of success. That's why I'm here, Straw Hat, because no matter how hard he fights, please take him out to sea with you. It means he'll be able to go out to the end of the Grand Line with his baby, and still be safer than staying here. You gotta do this. His parents were pirates too, it's in his blood. If that were true, Luffy and I would be Marines right now, not pirates, Chaos mutters, given Luffy's grandfather and as he recently learned his mother were both vice admirals. Luffy stares at them for a moment before grinning. For the record, the last time someone told me to take someone out to sea with me, I told them no. The family freeze and begin to panic. However, given the person being thrown at me was Sanji, I think you know where this is going. You didn't need to beg, I was going to get Frankie to be my shipwright anyway, after all, who better to keep the new ship sailing? He laughs. You mean it? Thank you so much. The rest of you are okay with Frankie joining too? Zambe asks. Given a handful were too traumatized out of it to respond. The others were an even mix of captain's decision, and Frankie's cool, he should fit in well. Good to hear, I'll leave you to whatever you were doing previously, the boys and I have something important to do now you've agreed. The man says ominously, even Mozu and Kiwi shivered, before the family ran off. A little later, so, they've been at this a while now, should we do something? BV asks, referring to the aura or depression and melancholy being produced by Nami, Sanji and Chopper. Nah, they'll snap out of it when they see the ship, Luffy responds with a shrug. Speaking of, we all in agreement about Usopp and Kaya? Zoro asks, the mentally present members nod and finish rechecking their bags before following Luffy out the door, being led by Kiwi, Mozu and being accompanied by Kokora and Chimney to where their new ship has been built. When they got there, there was a distinct lack of Frankie, just the overworked Dock 1 foreman and Iceberg, all pretty much passed out and dead to the world. Well, they were until Luffy started yelling for Frankie. Oh hey Ice Pops, good to see ya. Where's Frankie? The captain asks. Iceberg chuckles. I'm afraid Frankie is currently unavailable, but the ship is fully completed if you would like to see it, he offers, getting enthusiastic cheers from most of the crew, which made sure the rest of Galila were awake to see this. Frankie left a message for you, Straw Hat, Iceberg says as he pulls the tarp away. If you're really going to become the king of the pirates, then your ship should be no less than the king of beasts, he declares, the Straw Hats instantly understanding when they see instead of the Mary's sheephead, this new ship had a lion for its figurehead. So cool, it looks ready to break stuff. Hopefully the ship isn't what you break first. The new ship is at least twice as big as Mary, and you said there wouldn't be space for forging equipment. I said there might not be, Val, it's so pretty and colorful. Let me see the kitchen, a vessel this impressive should have one to match. Royal indeed, give the metalhead credit, he built a fine ship. Wonderful, what kind of flower is the figurehead? Robin asks, smiling. Iceberg coughs, chokes before clearing his throat. I'm pretty sure it was meant to be a lion, but given the way the mane turned out, I have no idea, he admits just as Luffy jumps onto the ship, and learns it has a lawn, grass, shortly followed by most of the others. So, I hear you're the crew's navigator, meaning you're the best person to mention this to. Frankie's ship is a brig sloop-type carrack, something which really requires a skilled navigator to use to its full potential, Iceberg says to Nami, being one of the few to not hop onto the ship. You're right, thanks, and I'll pass on the information to Valentina, she's our current helmsman. The redhead explains, getting a nod of understanding from Iceberg before the woman joins the others, now even more eager to see how the new ship would handle for her. Hey Ice Pops, the ship's awesome by the way, but where's Frankie? We got to thank him. Luffy calls from over the side of the ship. I'm afraid Frankie doesn't want to see any of you, he replies, asking, you were going to ask him to join you, correct? When he saw Luffy's look of blank confusion. Well, of course, he's a good shipwright and fighter, plus it's his ship. It only seems right he come along too. And there's the issue, Luffy blinks, Are you saying he doesn't want to come? He could have just said that to our faces, he grumbles. Quite the opposite in fact, Iceberg states, causing Luffy to perk up again. If you asked he wouldn't be able to refuse such an offer. Hence why he's hiding somewhere on Water 7 right now. He explains, what I'm saying is, he wants to join your crew. The amount of work he put into making your ship is proof of that. It's a labor of love to your crew and his former master. He does want to go, so it's nothing on your part. But he feels he has to stay here in Water 7, bound to his word. Oh, personally I think he's being a stubborn git and getting worked up over nothing. But he's always been like that, so I kind of expected him to. Still, that's how he feels, so trying to reason with him would be a waste of time. So are we kidnapping Mr. Roboto or not? Luffy nearly jumps at Chaos' question and sudden appearance. Pretty much. The only way you'll be able to get Franky on your crew is by force, because if he's unwilling to break his chains, you'll have to do it for him, Iceberg states. By force? Seems kind of bad to use on such a nice guy like Franky, but I guess I'll try everything once. Luffy hums mostly to himself, then returns to checking out the ship for a bit. Meanwhile Iceberg looks back at Water 7, and more importantly the random explosions going off. What are those idiots doing? Whatever it is, I really hope it works. What they were doing was trying to convince Franky to go with the Straw Hats in a way that only one of the family would think to do. Stealing his pants and making a break for the Straw Hats' new ship. Playing keep away with an angry, half-naked cyborg was a bad idea but worked for a good while. Especially when they had some last-minute assistance just before all seemed lost. My legs, so tired, I'm done for, one of the family pant as he falls to his knees. Hey, pass it to me, shouts a voice from the rooftops, the man shocked to see a widely grinning Luffy. Straw Hat. Here, catch. The man calls back, throwing the underwear which is caught by Luffy before running off. Get back here with my undies, you little brat, Franky bellows, continuing his just shy of streaking across the island as he chases through, traumatizing people as he goes. So, how'd you like the ship? He asks, seeing as this was probably the best, only time he'd get to ask. It's awesome, probably the coolest ship I've ever seen. Thanks for giving it to us, Luffy calls back, grinning as he hops to the next building. Of course it's awesome, I designed the blueprints and put a little extra super into the building process. Plus Iceberg helped, I guess. I included all your requests and even installed my one-of-a-kind soldier dock system. Give the girl a spin yet? Not yet. Well, be prepared for it to blow you away. Hey, what did you think of the fish tanks? Love him, Chopper most of all. Catch some on your travels and drop them in the top. Then you can watch them swim around to their heart's content. That room's an aquarium and dining room all in one. We'll certainly save on date night. Nami says they're really important and neither of the girls have argued about it. Luffy chuckles, making another leap. It's just like I promised, the best damn ship a man can build, a true ship of dreams there. Now give me back my briefs, before I blow you to smithereens, Franky demands, opening up weapons left as he says so then firing. Chopper! Luffy shouts before being hit, throwing to the reindeer who catches it and runs off. Meanwhile on ground level Zoro and Sanji were with some of the family, and a huge cannon? Remember the plan? The guy manning the cannon asks. Get the answer when Franky comes around the corner and the two somehow cooperate long enough to shove him in it. Aim for Scrap Island, he bellows. Guys, isn't this a little excessive? Franky asks, wanting to be fired out of a cannon about as much as a normal person. Franky family's special weapon, fire everything cannon. Wait, weren't his undies supposed to go first? Chopper asks in confusion, then squeaks when Luffy grabs him. Ready, Chopper? Luffy asking, ignoring the quiet, no. Gum Gum rocket back on the ship. And there, Chaos chuckles just before a flying Franky lands just in front of the ship and Luffy lands with Chopper beside him, then grimaces. Franky's naked, Chimney shouts like a record stuck on repeat, Kokora laughing just behind her. Well, this isn't how I expected my morning to turn out, Iceberg muses, though is clearly trying to not join his mother figure in laughing his ass off at Franky's misfortune. Franky pulls himself from the wreckage he'd landed in with a grunt, then turns when he hears his name, seeing Luffy standing on the deck of his ship, waving his underwear above his head. Franky, thanks for the ship, it's a great as you said it is and we'll be sure to take good care of it, Luffy shouts. Yeah, it's been real, have a safe trip. Just one thing I forgot to mention, Luffy says with a smirk. If you want these back, you're going to need to join my crew. The statement causing wheezing laughter from a few of those in earshot, mostly Iceberg and Chaos, as Kokoro was cackling like a witch. There was silence amongst the people actually worth caring about, meaning the civilians were complaining about Frankie's dangly bits being on display, until the cyborg sighs and once more demands his pants back. Sure, join my crew and I'll happily return them, Luffy states. You stupid punk, I'm not going to become a pirate just cause you're holding my briefs hostage, Frankie yells. In fact, keep him, he says, getting into his super pose with only his shirt on, open and fluttering in the wind. You wouldn't ask a lion to put on underwear, so why a man? He declares, exposing himself for all to see. Wow, that's so awesomely manly, Luffy cheers, until his head collides with the deck due to Nami's punch. Go Frankie, show the Water 7 girls what you're packing, Alvida shouts and Wolf whistles, laughing while Vivi tries to hide behind Karoo, muttering about perverts and idiots, to the amusement of a few of the others. It might get a little rough, but I could lend a hand, with your permission Captain, Robin offers, the smile she was sporting all the clues Chaos needed to turn on his heels, Artemis following as neither wanted to see what came next. Sure, go for it. Icepops did say Frankie would most likely only respond to force, Luffy says, giving her the go-ahead. What are you planning by the way? Robin's smile extends, nothing much, der fleur, grab. Frankie screams as Robin literally has him by the balls and squeezes. Big baby, Luffy mutters, until Alvida reminds him his tangerines, as Frankie called them, were made of rubber like everything else, while Frankie's weren't, at which point the sympathetic wince all males feel caught up to his rubber brain and he grimaces. Robin, was that really necessary? You said use force. Have you reconsidered our offer yet, or do I need to remind you there are children present and I highly doubt Water 7 is a nudist colony? Robin calls out to the now crying cyborg, her blooms still keeping a firm grip on his delicates. I already told you, I can't leave even if I wanted to. I appreciate the offer, but it's not in the cards for me. Frankie whimpers, sailing the seas would be great and all, but I still have a lot of things that need doing here in water 7 inches. Can we just kidnap him? Chaos asks, wanting to get this over with, preferably without worrying he was going to lose his manhood the next time Robin got mad. I don't think Mom is going to let go anytime soon. She might even be enjoying it, Artemis notes, partly to annoy the researcher, before a metallic-looking claw shoves her hat over her eyes. Two more of Robin's blooms keeping it there. Hey. You are much too young to be seeing a man's genitals, Artemis. I hope to make your teen years better than mine, Robin states, giving Frankie another squeeze. Victor coughs awkwardly. Damn. Bagged yourself a sadist there, Shimmer. He jokes, getting an eye roll and half smile from the lanky teen. I stopped being a shipwright a long time ago. This was the last thing I was ever going to build. Now I've finally built my dream ship, Frankie continues during the on-ship conversations. That's a lie and you know it, Frankie, Iceberg says, walking towards him. You said it wasn't enough to draw the plans, or even just build the ship. It needed to get to the end of the world, and you had to be there to see it. The Straw Hats are offering you the chance to fulfill your dream on a silver platter. Live for yourself and take it, you thick-headed dumbass. I grew up Icicle, just like you wanted. I have new dreams, more realistic ones, Frankie scoffs. No, you're still the kid I remember, under all that scrap metal. And so I can see you're not here because of duty or some unfinished jobs. You're here because you're punishing yourself, because of your guilt over what happened to Tom. Iceberg shouts in Frankie's face. But you clearly don't get it. Tom forgave you, even before he left this island, because just like his ships, he loved us like his own. And he knew you never wanted anyone to be hurt by your creations. Since the incident you've taken punks off the street, no offense. Some taught them to be dismantlers, taken on bounty hunting jobs and protected this island from the S of the sea. All to atone for something you've already been forgiven for, and to protect the city Tom helped bring back to life. Not that many people saw it that way. Frankie grunts. That's cause it wasn't what I was doing. Ow, come on lady, quit it. Those aren't stress balls down there. You loved shipbuilding and you gave it up, suppressed your desires and dream for years. Are you going to do that for the rest of your life? Even when everyone has already forgiven you. Even I have, Cuddy, Iceberg states, not seeing Frankie's eyes widen as he believed Iceberg when he'd told him he'd never forgive him for what happened to Tom. This has gone on long enough. It's time for the last person who matters to forgive you, yourself, Frankie. He continues, this time seeing the tears drip onto the ground. Live, Frankie, embrace your dream, and be greater than our master. Boom! Both shipbuilders were knocked back by an explosion, impact, which turned out to have been a bright yellow luggage bag. It's supplies for your trip, big bro, came the voice of Zambe, as the Frankie family pushed their way to the front of the crowd. We apologize for trying to trick you, big bro. It wasn't the right way to do it, but we couldn't see any other way for this to turn out for you. We're sorry, Frankie scowls. You better be. Where do you get off? Thinking you know what's best for me, that I'd want the kind of life my underlings chose for me without even consultation? If you'd thought as hard as you seem to claim you did, you have realized how stupid this plan was? We know we fucked up, but is it really wrong to want you to be happy? You're our big bro. You've done so much for us, made our lives better. Why can't we want the same for you, big bro Frankie? Wah! Frankie shouts, before collapsing backwards. I think you broke him, Valentina stage whispers, then smirks when she sees Robin wasn't doing anything. Damn you guys, Frankie cries, this time due to emotional pain, as well as physical pain. I can't stop crying. He whimpers, before finally sitting up and seeing the whole family were in a similar state. You guy, are you really going to be okay without me? He asks, genuinely concerned for his guys. You made sure we could work well and work together. We'll make do and also ensure that Water 7 never forgets the name Frankie, Zambe answers, assures him, leading several of them in imitating his super pose. No matter how far you go, you'll always be our boss, and always be our big bro. You guys, I'm going to miss you, Frankie sniffles, the tender moment, interrupted by Zoro and Sanji. We gotta go, Captain, Sanji shouts, jumping on, over members of the Frankie family to get closer to the ship. Your grandpa is back with a whole platoon of Marines on the other side of the island. We need to get out of here double speed, Zoro adds. Luffy's head tilts in confusion. What, but he said he was leaving. Not the time we need to leave now, Sanji grunts. Then his eye widens when he sees Frankie. Geez man, but your underwear back on. Okay then, Luffy hums, then throws Frankie his pants. Here, catch. Now put him on and get on the ship. Captain's orders, he says with a smirk which Frankie mirrors. Your ship already, huh? An amateur like you would sink her in less than a week? He chuckles, flicking back down his shades. That's what Nami's for. Luffy argues, getting a more playful than usual head slap from said navigator. I mean, you got a beautiful vessel like this and no shipwright, for shame, for her. You know you're not leaving me much choice. I'm gonna have to join your crew to keep you from destroying my masterpiece after all. Let's set sail. I'm joining the crew, he declares, to cheers from several of the Straw Hats. Welcome to the crew, Uncle Frankie, Artemis cheers, mostly to watch the cyborg faceplant. Now Robin was letting her see things again. Tom, I know I was with, but you did your best and made that punk into a man. Iceberg, you carry on his legacy, better than I ever could. Those Doc 1 guys will keep you safe, and hopefully get you out of the office once in a while. Granny, thanks for always being there for me. A rock in my ocean, even if it was an alcoholic rock. Bros, little sisses, Sodom and Gomorrah, take care of yourselves, because I'm doing this, Frankie thinks as he climbs up onto the Straw Hat's ship. That's nice, but can you please put your pants on, Vivi squeaks, still hiding behind Karoo, who's similarly hiding her head under her wing. Yeah, kind of too much man junk on display for my liking, Sanji grunts. Good point. Frankie, put your undies back on. Nami, Valentina, let's set sail. Luffy commands, getting a nod from the blonde and a mock salute from Frankie before finally recovering some minor level of decency. So, we're really doing this, Luffy? Nami asks, watching as Luffy sits in one of the deck chairs on the ship's lawn. Yeah, feels like we're missing a few people, Frankie agrees. At least let Kaya-chan back on the ship, you heartless bastard, Sanji shouts, but is ignored by everyone else. Nope, we waited as long as we could and they didn't show up. We all agreed on this back in Galila. Luffy explains with a shrug. It's not like we're asking for something unreasonable, like 100 million berry to come back, Chaos hums. Leaning against the side of the ship, keeping his senses alert for Kaya's fruit, as that would also mean Usopp, all we want is an apology. I still think you and Zoro are being assholes for little to no reason, but we did agree to this, even Vivi, Nami sighs, then moves to help Valentina get them moving. There are much worse terms that could have been drawn, given Usopp did abandon the crew, and while his actions in Anise lobby should give him some leniency, he does still need to prove he won't do this again, that he is a part of the crew to the end. The princess elaborates, ever the diplomat. Boom boom, welp. Guess we're out of time. Marines on our tail. Victor yells as Garp's dog-headed battleship comes into view. Damn it, it really is Grandpa. He lied, Luffy whines. More likely Sengoku made him actually do his job. Gramps did describe him as the me to his you, trying to limit the amount of stupid you do on a weekly basis. Chaos sighs, adjusting his own hat. Hey Luffy, this is your grandfather speaking. Don't even think about trying to ignore me, Garp's voice boomed out the megaphone he was holding. I hear you, but you said you were letting us go. Yeah, well, I say a lot of things, some of them complete bullshit. All that matters is now I'm saying that I'm going to give you a watery grave. Well, it was nice knowing you guys, Valentina groans, head resting against the steering wheel. I know it's not much of a consolation, but I'm going to fight you by myself, Garp adds, before picking up a cannonball and lobbing it like a baseball. Meteor fist. He threw a cannonball at us, Chopper shrieks. And it was faster than if it had been shot out of a cannon, Victor notes with a hint of fear. Fuck this, we're getting out of here, Nami screams. Why did Luffy's grandfather have to be an insanely strong marine? And it looks like the battleship he's on is full stocked. Frankie grimaces as they see the Marines pull a conveyor of cannonballs over to where Garp was standing. Full speed ahead, everyone who can, protect the ship from those cannonballs, Luffy orders, leading the charge to the ship's rear for defense. Dang, don't throw these things, Alvida shouts as a knife barely misses her. Also, why is there a bell by the forge? For a joke, Chaos smirks. You ring the bell to place an order for whatever you want made or altered. Also, they're almost here, he adds, pointing back to land, basically just out of reach. He has pretty bad timing, we're about to be blown to bits, Zoro grumbles as he prepares his stance. Agreed, but that second thing is more important right now. We can worry about Usopp and Kaya later, Luffy says as his eyes lock onto Garp, the old man grinning like a madman. He probably is. Meteor fist shower gum balloon bark boom weapons left. Breeze breath bomb futon. Repusho prism. It never ends, Sanji grunts as he kicks another cannonball away from the ship. Luffy, Usopp and Kaya have arrived. He's calling out to us, Chopper pops in to yell. I don't hear anything besides explosions, and I'm kind of busy right now so can't exactly go check. The captain grunts before sending back another 3 cannonballs. Chaos? Did he apologize? The researcher asks, catching a cannonball in the chest before firing it out his palm. Well no, then I have no idea what you're talking about. You jerk, he's right there, both of them are, the reindeer whimpers. It's not going to work, Chopper. The doc turns to Artemis, who unlike the others was watching the shore due to her abilities being unsuited for ship-to-ship combat. Usopp knows what we want. He just has to do it, she says flatly. On the shore, this isn't funny anymore. Usopp bellows, then droops, hands on his knees supporting himself, before a familiar, but now permanently sweet-scented prescience pressed against his back. Maybe it's time, Usopp, to stop pretending, Kaya suggests, sighing as she rests her head on his shoulder, the young Logia knowing how much leaving the crew hurt her love, even if he tried to hide it behind his lies and bravado, like all his other weaknesses and faults. The sniper sniffles. I know, Kaya, it's hard. The blonde nods. I shouldn't have done what I did and now they've abandoned us. You didn't even do anything. His eyes were watering. Kaya chuckles. We were always a package deal, Usopp, though I'm not sure if Chaos simply meant it as a joke when he was recruiting me. She hums. Where you go, I go. Hence why I'm still here and not on the ship, because they know the invitation would be rejected. Usopp nods. If they're really going to leave us here, then I can't let the last thing I say to them be my resignation. Pulling himself to his feet, though with tears no streaming down his face, or yells as loud as he could, I'm sorry everyone. I'm too stubborn, always have been, but I still take back everything I said that day. The strength left him and he dropped to his hands and knees. I don't deserve it, but please, can you find it in your hearts to forgive me? To let us back on the crew? He continues, now bawling his eyes out, until he hears Kaya's surprised gasp. Wiping his eyes, they widened almost comically when he sees it. Luffy's arm stretched out right in front of his face. That all I needed to hear. Welcome aboard, both of you, Luffy manages to yell before his own waterworks started up. Come on, grab on already. Loop your syrupy ass around your boy toy and get back here, Kaya. Chopper's gonna get lonely in the med bay. Alvida shouts, pushing her hat over her face to hide her own watery eyes. Everyone, reunited at last. Vivi sniffles. Robin, make sure Luffy doesn't drop them, please, Chaos requests. His smile much more relaxed than before. Of course, did you even need to ask? She teases, forming blooms to link Usopp, Kaya and Luffy together, until the two were on the deck of the new ship. The gang's all back together. Nami chirps, giving the East Blue crew a watery smile. Sure is, now we just have to get away from these Marines and then we can set off into the new world, Luffy declares, jumping for joy. Bang bang, oh yeah, Gramps is still trying to kill us, what else is fucking new? Chaos sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Back to work, Cap? Of course. Everyone keep those cannonballs away from the ship, Luffy orders. Hey new boss, I think I know how we can lose the fuzz, Frankie says, pulling the rubber boy over to him, the others watching his eyes widen then shine. Furl the sails, right now, I'm not going to like this, am I? Vivi asks, Nami nodding with a similar grimace on her face. And to think, I almost missed this insanity, Kaya sighs deeply. Oh, one more thing, before we leave we end, Frankie points out, getting several facepalms from the usual suspects. Really? Of course, it's our maiden voyage, now better time? Fine, Sanji grunts around his cigarette. It has to have lion in it, right? I mean, why else make it the figurehead? The last ship didn't have sheep in it, Valentina points out in mild confusion. But it was the Going Merry, and Mary's hair always did remind me of a sheep, Kaya partially explains. Also we didn't name her, Mary did. I got one, the black bear, polar bear, lion, tiger, laughing face, Luffy shouts, getting a slap from Usopp. The tiger? Wolf? Lion? Or the squid? Octopus? Chimpanzee? Dandelion lion dandy unbearable bear? Methinks the captain hit his head, Victor chuckles. Those are at least fun sounding, but I think it's only fair I give you guys Iceberg's suggestion given he's not here to do it himself. He recommended the Thousand Sunny. It definitely suits this ship, Chaos hums, better than King Infinity, to my shame, he chuckles. I wanted to suggest Big Boss Lionel, but Sunny does sound nice, Zoro nods. I was partial to Little Darkness but Sunny fits the more playful and cheerful nature of the ship, Robin adds. I still prefer Monsieur Sunflower, but this is a team decision in the end, Sanji sighs. I have no chance in convincing anyone to name it Susano, am I? Valentina asks with a slight pout. All in favor of Thousand Sunny? Vivi asks, finding the name oddly cute considering it's a pirate ship. Agreed. Wow, that was a lot easier than I thought. I honestly expected more fighting, Nami muses. Well, if you have a cool name like Sunny the others just aren't as good, Alvida explains. Oi Frankie, stop pouting over there and get on with whatever you had us roll up the sails for, Sanji yells at the cyborg who stands up back to normal. You're gonna love this, it's super. Take one last look at Water 7 because it'll be gone before you know it. Luffy nods, K. Give me a sec. He then jumps onto the railing and starts yelling, hey grandpa. Also Kobe, Ice and Butchin? What is that idiot doing now? Garp mutters. Aokiji standing up to see what the commotion was given Robin or Chaos must have told Luffy he was there. I don't know what's about to happen, but we will get away from you in a moment. It was nice seeing you. Good luck and hope we meet again in the future, Luffy declares, grinning madly as he bounces back onto the deck. He's brought out the ball and chain, came a panicked shout from the marine vessel. I have a granny? Luffy asks in confusion before his eyes nearly shoot out of their sockets. Oh shit, they were being literal. Frankie, whatever you're doing, do it now. I'll pound some respect into you brats if it's the last thing I do, Garp bellows as he heaves and throws the giant metal ball. Coup de burst only for it to miss as the Sunny shoots forward as if it was launched out of a cannon, flying off into the horizon. Holy shit, Nico Robin sure picked some strange bedfellows. Aokiji thinks as the ship vanishes. Nice work kids, Garp says with a grin. Guess there's always next time. It takes 3 barrels of cola, but the range is about a kilometer so it's worth the fuel cost, Frankie explains. No offense to her predecessor, but Sunny is better than Mary in every way. He brags, grinning widely. But even if it's all a new ship, I hope the spirit of the Mary will find a home in this new ship. Plus with me around, any problems the ship has I'll fix 'em right up. Elsewhere, Commodore Smoker, did you see the Straw Hats wanted posters? They all have them now, Toshigi calls as she passes the Bontes. Not Smoker, came an angry growl. Toshigi lowering her glasses to look into the angry, claw-branded eyes of Lucina. But before she could strange her fellow Bluenet, the papers were taken by Smoker as he passes by. Good thing only the tip of his weapon was Seastone, or strapping it to himself while shirtless would be really dangerous and stupid. Wear your glasses, Toshigi, unless you're trying to tell me I have tits, Smoker grunts around his cigars, before sitting to examine the bounties. Well, shit. He sighs. Toshigi, after this incident, pirates are going to be inspired by Straw Hat's actions and be even more of a pest due to him giving the world government a bloody nose like this. We need to get stronger and increase our ranks, because I swear, on my pride I will capture that brat in the new world. Barati, whoever drew this bounty picture should be beaten within an inch of their lives. Then fired, Zeph sighs as he sees the new bounties. But at least nobody has a chance of finding my boy if they don't know what he actually looks like. He chuckles, the other chefs chuckling for another reason. Sanji's photo looked really stupid. Fuchsia Village. Why does nobody listen to me anymore? Mayor Woodslap groans, sinking into the chair as everyone else cheers for Luffy and Chaos. And the other Straw Hats, but those two they actually knew. Because it's not like anyone here is going to rat out the boys, and even you have to admit the speed of their ascension is impressive. Makino explains. Glad to see all her little brothers were doing well. Luffy seems to be making so many friends along the way, and Chaos is really coming out of his shell, she smiles. Friends? Those people there are thugs and criminals? And a reindeer and a duck. Also look at this kid and tell me she's a criminal, Makino says, holding up a smiling Artemis bounty poster. She's called the Artist of Death. Also she's clearly this devil child's daughter, or sister given their shared last name. Makino rolls her eyes. Fine, be a grump, but at least say you're impressed. You don't have to like it to acknowledge that much. Woodslap sighs. Okay, those boys are doing well at being pirates, even if declaring war or the world government is the dumbest idea I've ever heard, and Luffy grew up here so we've all heard and seen a lot of those. Kokoyashi, Genzo, I brought you some tangerine. You look upset. Nijiko hums as she enters the man's house. You would be too if you spent the last 3 hours trying to file a complaint with the Marines only to be ignored. Repeatedly. He grunts, nearly throwing the den, but the poor snail didn't deserve his anger. Why? I'm sure Nami deserved whatever earned her bounty. For how damn explicit and sultry it is. She'll have more people hunting her for her body than her bounty. Nijiko chuckles. You really are such a dad, Genzo, she says, causing the scarred man to blush. Plus you clearly like it given you blew the picture up to put on the wall, she teases, the blush deepening. She's still the biggest thing to come out of this village even if she's a pirate. All those years going it alone, it felt right to show support now even if it's long overdue. Plus, I see Belmere in those eyes, she raised you both well. Plus she's got that smile, it's been years since I've seen one so real on her face. She might have when Arlong was defeated, but all those tears make it hard to be sure, Nijiko hums. Drew, Sakura Kingdom, ha 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 ha. Kureha laughs as she sees Chopper's wanted poster from the stack Dalton gave her. I'm sure the bounty number is a mistake, the man says. Having fought the reindeer himself, he knew the little guy was more than just a pet, as the Marines suggest. Oh, I'm sure it is, but right now I don't particularly care. My boy, smiling, that's all that matters. Letting him go with that straw hat punk was a good idea after all. She grins. Looks like calling me down here was worth it after all, my liege, she teases. Just Dalton is fine, I'm only the king because I was chosen, I didn't ask for the position. Which is why you got the job. That and you were basically already acting like one when Wapple ran off with his tail between his legs. Kureha says with a cackle. Quite, Dalton agrees with a tired sigh. This woman was just as tiring as always. Alabasta. This is just as I feared. Sweet Princess Vivi has been corrupted by that ruffian in the straw hat. And he even somehow managed to recruit all Sunday to his crew. IGRMC advisors were just shocked. Cobra chuckles as he examines his daughter's wanted poster. At least they remembered Kuru, and she's listed as alive only. Besides, Luffy can't take all the blame. Vivi chose to marry Miss Alvida too. And it's nice to see her photo was finally updated. The last one looked like the cameraman tried to force it down her throat while taking it. He muses. Also Vivi did mention all Sunday was part of the crew. Apparently she thought joining was the best way to pay back their researcher for saving her life, and to stay with her surrogate daughter. Ah yes, the child that had been with Princess Vivi during the incident, Pell notes. Remembering seeing her before. Seems she's more than just a mother figure to her though, given the name change to the bounty poster, he chuckles. True. Plus it might help my daughter with her already rather impressive diplomatic skills. Learning to work alongside someone who had been a part of what caused her so much hardship in the past. She works fine with the other former Baroque work agents. Saniko Robin should be no problem. Cobra thinks aloud. Remembering a half-joked comment made to him about Vivi being their diplomatic advisor, negotiator. Somewhere in the North Blue, Bambi, Bambi, Bambi. Look, Victor's a pirate now. Shouted a girl with long, hip-length black hair with the exception of 2 strands that sprang up like antennae. Isn't Big Bro awesome? Giselle, what did I tell you about outbursts? And tearing things off the wall, came a voice clearly used to and tired of dealing with the girl's quirks. Giselle turns, still hugging the wanted poster to her slender frame as the brunette looks at her from under her white cap. Not to? She asks, hoping it was the right answer. Exactly, Bambiette sighs, grabbing her partner by her antenna. We're on a stealth mission for the boss, so don't fuck it up at the first bar, she growls. Unless you're preferred to be re-educated by Lil Toto, she threatens, knowing the girl had issues with the shark mermaid, or at least her training methods. Bambi never got a straight answer as to where she learnt those methods other than Cousin Kisame, and honestly she didn't really care besides Giselle complaining about it. Candace also complained, but she complained about everything, so she'd learnt to tune her out years ago. Menina's actually didn't seem to have a problem with the training methods, or the shark attacks, but the girl had monster level strength so probably didn't think it was a problem. No, I'll be good Bambi, I promise, the taller girl squeaks. Good, now I think I know how to make you feel better. Who's up for a little grave digging? She purrs, amused by the other girl holding in a joyful squee. ANNNNNND back to the Straw Hats, everybody ready? Luffy shouts, already knowing the answer as the entire crew was on the main deck. Yeah? They cheered regardless. Then let's raise a glass. To a new ship, new crewmate and the complete reunion of all the old ones. To the Straw Hats. To the Straw Hats. Next stop. Fishman Island. Luffy declares as the whole crew drink and be merry winking face.